So moving in seems, I think I've heard this like several times that a relationship can like be really good when there's some type of distance, even if you guys are like on the same block or something like that. But
So, it's progressive. A little bit. I think it was terrible because my wife had an adjustment because she wasn't used to it. All her long time, and then she like this was the nerve that she was showing good. And so, especially with her parents there right now, it's great. Of course, we were living in these old, for her, I would say more.
oh, because you had been married previously, so right? You had more experience.
Well, I had about the days to do this, but just see what I'm doing. It's not that.
Okay, wow. Sometimes, how did you develop your patience? Because I think like you
I'm more of a patient. I'm more of a patient right now. I think I'm the first time I'm patient. I think I'm more of a even this discussion. I feel alone.
okay. Wow.
Sometimes I'm loving. Also, in my dad. But one of my parents was this strange. When it comes to relationships, they can be it's reckless. So me and my wife relationship actually that's a beautiful thing. Boy, they don't understand that. Like how they walk around about and y'all look at those background and the first 30 days was I thought I made a mistake. Oh my God, yeah. I thought I made a mistake. I said, that's been reasonable 50 years and I got it. And I get married. Oh, no. But it was a selfishness. It was my selfish nature wanted to come to me. Oh my God, it just is not the original. I'm so I'm not making it straight. I'm fine.
Wow. Because you've been married now for what, 20 years or something?
We had a pilot program for this. It was called Elon Buys Twitter, which he pledged to bring back from the far left to the middle, but that's not what happened. Elon, when you took over Twitter, I was right there with you. It had become an awful place. Nothing more than a hunting ground for left-wing skulls to find something to cancel people for. As I used to say, the problem with Twitter is anything I want to say on Twitter, I can't say on Twitter. So I loved it when you said it would become politically neutral and tweeted. I hope even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that's what free speech means. Well, it didn't remain long. You gave Tom Lemon a show and he asked you one tough question and you shut it canned him faster than Chris. Neither was Doge. Did we all think that there was some bloat in government? Yeah, sure. But you acted like a doctor who always wants to pull the plug. That wasn't big dick energy. That was being a dick energy. Until USAID, you had a pretty great scorecard for saving, not taking lives, and making life better. You made electric cars a commercial reality, giving Starlink satellite service for free to Ukraine as it allowed them to survive against Russia. Neuralink is soon to allow a paralyzed person to walk. SpaceX lands reusable rockets upright, which is so much better than the old method, crashing. Even PayPal is kind of a wonder of modern life, making it possible for millions of Americans to sell their broken lawnmower on eBay. Then you got the biggest one of all right for anybody recognizing AI as an existential threat. Although I have to say it did a pretty good job of writing it. Without him, these two poor bastards would still be up in space. It's an incredible record. But government work? It's Chinatown, Jake. Did you really think you were going to fit in Washington with that carnival of crayon eaters? Congresspeople? This is the job for people who are the opposite of exceptional. It's Congress shows wearing flag pins. It's ex-wrestling coaches, CrossFit trainers, restaurant owners, football coaches, reality show rejects, bartenders, beauty queens, steak salesmen. They literally shoot things in their campaign ads. I get it. You were hurt in your previous relationship with the lab, so you threw yourself into a bad rebound. We've all been there, man. I just want you to look at everything you developed before Trump. The electric cars, the reusable rockets, the brain chips. And then look what you developed after Trump. A drug habit. And now I see you're thinking of crawling back. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a terrible idea. He's not good for you. And we need our boy genius to be more stable. Come on, you're older now. Pretty soon you might even start having kids. You know what? The kid thing? Fuck the critics on that one. Knock yourself out. I mean, it's always funny when Nick Cannon does it.
Moore's thoughts on Elon Musk and a third party, which, who knows, we might need a third party in this country. We've put more right on it. Elon's the guy to do it. I want to go to Rick Sanchez from the great state of California. Rick, would you like a fresh five, my friend?
Yeah. Well, Mars pretty good at that type of political commentary. It's pretty good. I don't like it. Sometimes the mayor's pretty good. Implement some sort of safety plan. And I think that was the end of the show.
I don't know what you want to talk about, but if you want to talk about the ice rate on the cannabis farm a day or two ago, that would be amazing. But if not,
well, I will talk about it. For the first time, I've never said something that I made her pass, making an executive order to ban ice. If we want to become a better country, we have to do better research than me. I actually yes, you can read the executive order yourself, or you can keep reading the speeches. But, and there's plenty of memes on the left that are completely false, especially ones that have attributed quotes. If there's a quote attributed and a meme, really do your research, because it's probably wrong. So do that. And ask you to hear the words directly from her mouth. Sorry to interrupt. I'm interested in the executive order, so I just look up the text of the executive order. And most of it, so people can read what it says. But, I do agree that I think it was Scott that said that the political parties use this as a problem. And they absolutely do. But we have a new leader on his own customers, and he was a massive supporter, and he was a massive supporter of without due process speaking. And I
was finishing his term, they were saying that he had voted for us, but he didn't. That was political fraud. And, you know, it is true that Biden was an optimist border manager. That is absolutely true. He did deport a lot of people at the same time. But he really messed up in managing the border. Now, during his term, there was a bill, bipartisan bill. The Republicans voted for it, and it failed. Now, this bill did have problems. It was not perfect. Democrats kind of hated it. Republicans kind of hated it. But that probably says, well, it's pretty, probably fairly good at what it's going to do. Trump could have come into office and said, I'm bringing that bill back to Congress. I want you to fix it. I want you to fix the problems that people like Marshall were complaining about, which was a very legitimate problem. The people at the fences, and they were not getting compensated for it by either the state, like the state of Texas, or the state of Arizona, or the state of California. They weren't getting compensated by those states or by the federal government to take on the burden that inland cities have. They could have fixed that. Trump could have ordered Congress to fix that, and since he has control pretty much of both houses of Congress, he could have gotten it passed. He said the other day, and we'll get to Oxnard right now, he said the other day, I am not going to bother farmers, good people. We need them to be able to do their work. We're going to stop doing raids on the farms. That same day, the Department of Homeland Security, Christy Nolan, a Holman, and the chair of the after. It was a legal cannabis farm that's been around for years. They sent about, people estimate between 50 and 100 agents to go to this farm. Now, this farm has been problematic in the past. Number one, for labor violations. And I know that the Farm Workers Union has had some issues with this place because they do have underage people. Now, underage people can work on farm working there. But they didn't arrest or detain the owners of the cannabis farm. They detained people who had worked there for years. People who had been here for 20 years and no. But I also had a friend who was hit in the face with a rubber bullet and got hit in the head with a canister. I don't know if it was smoke or tear gas or something. They were launching a number of things. There was another guy that pulled a gun. Allegedly, there's a photograph of the guy with something that looks like a gun. And there's a $50,000 reward for it. If they catch this guy, and I hope they do, he should be tried and serve his sentence, and then deporting everybody in this room, calling our Congress people and saying, fucking fix this immigration system that is broken. We can do this. There are already bills written that address most of these problems. I know a lot of people on the left say don't. It's not 60 seconds, right? But let them build the fucking wall. But let's have, it's their state. If they want to build a wall, let them build it. But they also have to do some humane thing. And I'm saying it's time for us, the citizens of the United States, to start demanding that our president and Congress do their fucking jobs, whether they're Republican or Democrat.
me on your book, chapter, right? And passionate, articulate, and reasonable. I'm going to go to the driver, Jay, one of the great, articulate, graduate educated, animal loving people on this app. Driver, would you like a fresh five?
Sure. Are we allowed to go back to the academic culture issue of immigrant students or no?
This is people died in 1776, so you can bring us back to anything you want, Doc. You got it.
So one of the interesting things is that foreign national students offer a lot of soft diplomacy. You bring in students that are offspring of government officials in foreign lands. I remember when I was in the biomedical program at a large research one university, I'll just say Ohio State, I don't care. I found that I found some very interesting things. One, I remember a veterinary oncologist who was of Japanese origin, a brilliant physician in English. I don't know that how they scored on the TOEFL, but the point is they were very. For example, I remember one of the kids of the Minister of Agriculture of Thailand was one of my lab mates. Well, he was brought over as a unique funding, and it offered. It was soft diplomacy. It conferred building relationships. But was he necessarily the best student? I'm not going to argue one way or the other, but I think like legacy students at the undergrad level, there's a lot of finessing the system to bring over people who are not necessarily the brightest or the best, but might offer something, and then some of them may be the brightest and the best, and they're held back because they don't bring these other resources. So I think that we have to read between the lines and think about, on a very case by case over in the first place. Again, I think Norm was questioned for making a controversial comment. I'm not so sure it was so controversial. The notion that people may not be as qualified to come over here with degrees from other nations and then seek board certification in the allied health practitioner space, if you will. There's some truth to that. Now, some people are really qualified, and then they have to go and start over and get a degree in the States and then seek board certification. So it's fair to some people and completely unfair to others, but that's the place that we live, and those are what our freedoms offer. So anyways, thanks.
Thank you, Doc. Always a pleasure to hear your voice, my friend. Always nice.
I just want to comment on how people choose their profile pictures and somehow don't recognize the visual signals they're sending off. So the prior speaker on the stage has a profile picture that has some obvious Star Wars references in it, along with some not so obvious ones. But in the background, we have two eagles facing different directions, which is, an imperial sort of heraldry that's been used by multiple empires throughout the past. We have the president holding a red lightsaber, which means he has been corrupted by the dark side and to consult the nerds.
Words to live by. Consult the nerds. Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Before we go to Daryl, you have something you'd like to contribute as a member of the Mod Squad.
Yeah, really quickly. Donald Trump's never been built like that in his fucking life. That's absolutely amazing.
Doesn't the guy wrong way for his age, though, and his lack of athleticism when we come, of course. Kind of strange swing, but he is.
Like Jack LaLanne, man, he's doing quickly. We are currently at a stage where we import more doctors. I posted 2 articles in the chat. I think back in 1981, we only imported 9% of the overall doctors, and now we're up to, I think, 25%. NYU, I think Columbia, the other doctor in the room might be able to correct me, but they've really either reduced or eliminated the cost of medical school because fewer and fewer younger people were choosing to become doctors, and then how long they would have to work to not only pay off these loans but to actually start making. I think it was what is her name, Joe had mentioned before about war, and more I guess younger people who the United States sees as economic enemies, China being one of them. But we are already in the beginning throes of what will be conflict, even if that conflict is more economic conflict than actual boots on the ground. I don't personally believe that the future of warfare in this country with regards to America will be like boots on the ground. I think you can look at what we did to Russia in the Cold War. We basically bankrupted them to the point they had to stop fighting, or they had to quit. Wars don't have to involve soldiers and navies and all these things when we can simply starve others to death. And I think that if I were to ask anyone in the room when did World War II start, I think most people would probably say 1941. But what I would say is that if you were to ask China, as obvious, depending on where you stand, your GPS codes. But I do think like we are already in the beginnings of conflict or quote unquote war. I just think it's more economic this time around.
Thank you very much, Daryl. And thank you, Reverend Scott, for taking over for me for a half hour. Well deserved. Thank you very much. And for those of you that are in the audience and want to come up, please, this is your last chance, because as it gets closer to the top of the hour, it's going to not only become difficult, it will become impossible. Welcome to another edition, great edition of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. I have some of the best Mod Squad in the history that is on the table, and nothing is off limits. My Mod Squad has a wide range of fields of expertise and knowledge. Okay, let's go to Yakov. Yakov, would you like a fresh five?
I just came out. I'm really tired. Give me a few moments if there is time.
Okay, if there is time, we'll go back to you. Fair enough. No, go on. It's okay. Go on mute. We will come back to you, I promise. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, are you there? Okay, let's go to Normal. Let's give El Normal his last fresh five, and then we'll give him a first class escort to the VIP. El Normal, would you like your last fresh five?
Yeah, thanks. How's it going?
Yeah, good.
Super. So, I'm going to talk about Trump a little bit because he seems to inspire a lot of ideas.
Lying will do that. Go ahead.
To call Trump a liar is sort of like calling.
I didn't actually call him a liar, even though he is time and time again. I just said lying will do that. Please continue.
Yeah.
The
clear implication is you meant his lying will spark a lot of conversation.
Absolutely. It also has a tendency to deflect from other issues, but go ahead, yes.
Well, that's kind of a good point. My son and I watched 28 Days Later last night. I've seen it about 3 times. It's a wonderful movie. And it opens people for the ethical treatment of animals.
sometimes the TV with the baboons and they're these protesters in their black outfits and their face masks, free the chimpanzees, unleashing upon the world a virus pretty much like that. So it's a real smack against PETA. And my son theorized after watching, we loved the film, and my son theorized that PETA is a psyop by the drug companies for the ethical treatment of animals look like humans.
By the way, Normo, if you never saw the movie Project X with Matthew Broderick, that is also a movie where they teach, where they talk about the effects of viruses and disease on monkeys and spaceships. But go ahead. Project X, Matthew Broderick. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a mental note. He's a neighbor, so I sometimes agree to Project X. I wrote it down. The point is that well-meaning, and we can discuss whether they are in fact well-meaning fools do a lot of damage. Another word for well-meaning fools is useful idiots. Now, personally, as someone with more experience with psychiatry than I can even recount professional experience, I doubt that the well-meaning fools or useful idiots are even really well-meaning. I think they are closet savages, let's just say, meaning that they are violent, sadistic, but they cloak it in the pretension of goodwill and therefore humanity. And there are some people who actually care. When people demonstrate for Hamas, when people demonstrate for terrorists, or when they seem to value the life of non-humans over the life of humans, or when they are more concerned with, I don't know, the rights of criminals than they are with the rights of the victims of criminals. I'm thinking of the defund the police. People who demonstrated both to empty the prisons and to defund the police. You have to think that they have the ability to think that they must know that what they are really doing is activating for the infliction of violence on the and suffering on the innocent. So let's go to Trump. I don't think anybody thinks he's not an asshole. He is.
2 minutes, Nora. 2 minutes.
He's a bad guy. He has his own problems. However, having been shot in the head and beat up and fight, he is filled with the spirit of I put this in quotations, righteousness. He wants to get stuff done. For those of you who don't like the fact that he supported people, well, he looked the other way while they were coming in, and now we're all alarmed that they're going out. For those of you worried about war, we look the other way when people attack us and everything that we hold dear left and right and center, over and over and over again. The terror attacks, the infiltration of the schools, the infiltration of our legal institutions, etc., etc. We look the other way. And now we are alarmed here when we're dealing with the people that are attacking this. Now we say we're worried that we're slouching towards war. Well, let me tell you something. We've been at war for a while. We just haven't been fighting back. So we have our villain, we have our Ajax, our bad guy, with reference to Greek myth, legend. bench, but it is necessary. All that in there.
Thank you. And mods, I need you all to get together and get that first class escort down to the VIP. Here we go for Norm. Thank you, Norm. Let's go to Joe B. Joe B, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I would. Goodbye. No. I wanted to go back real briefly to Cuba.
Do it in 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I can. I lived there for 4 years, and Cuba was a very interesting community because people were passionate and basic and ordinary. The leaders were the communists, and they kind of browbeat the ordinary people. And they ended up being pretty invested in the black market. Now in there.
Thank you very much, first class escort to the VIP. Let's see who I'm going to call on. Yes, Andrew, take a fresh 3. Go ahead.
We have had technical issues.
That's okay, no problem, my friend. To the north, take a fresh 3.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I did not pay much attention to the United States. It was there. We all know what here is. It's culturally, it's hard to ignore.
And then Uncle Simon and the Mod Squad came on Clubhouse, and you've been enthralled in it ever since, right?
Oh yeah, that's that I started to really look at the United States more closely was the rise of Donald Trump. And I think the first thing that really, and this is going back to 2015 when he was first on the stump, whatever you want to call it, campaigning. And the rhetoric that was coming out of this man was alarming as far as I was concerned. It reminded me of things I heard in the past from several leaders of renown or infamy, should I say. And so I've been watching it ever since. And in this conversation today, I think one of the things that stands out to me is something that, we're kind of alluded to it, that you need to be more active in your torture legislators and and I think when I look at what's going on in the ICE and the whole investigative operation, the lack of humanity that comes out. It is true that Obama killed more people than he had children in cages, and learned that to laugh at the fact of myself. I don't know what the rest of you, if you knew that was going on at the time. Case you've lost all that kind of credibility that you've had enjoyed up until now. And this could also go back to Guantanamo Bay and the treatment of those people, enemies or not, and torturing, waterboarding, all that sort of stuff. And so it's hard to point, it's hypocritical to point at others when you're doing the exact same thing. Thank you much.
Andrew, always a pleasure, because the show is better with you than without you. First class escort to the VIP.
David's gone first.
Well, just throw the question. Hello. Throw the question out there, and then when the mods get to it, the mods can respond to it. Go ahead. It's okay, no worries.
So I was a teacher, and for me, the English language is paramount. There is a war on grammar in the U.S. I want to know why who thought Prime Day can be multiple days? Like, why isn't that Prime Days? Like, we're teaching our kids through corporations that don't understand grammar what real grammar is like, and it's under assault. Am I the only one that's like really troubled by this, or it's not a problem for anybody else?
You got another minute if you want, or you good.
Simple question.
You got so you're good, yes.
Yeah, I'm good. I need a reaction.
You'll get one, I promise.
I'm sorry you're gonna hate it, but I'm sure I'll hate it. But if I didn't pass the grammarian and
Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Before we go to Alan, who wants to respond, I'm going to take a stab at it right now, and then all the mods can do it if they want. The English language, the words have original meanings, and then the meanings changed as time goes by. That's known as the colloquial definition. For example, the word hot originally meant it's hot, but then it started to mean like, oh, that's a good thing, that's a positive thing. The word cool meant that originally things were cold, but then it also turned out to be that's a good thing. I think the greatest example of the changing meanings of the words that we've seen in our own lifetime, in fact, throughout the 5 years of COVID, is the word woke. The word woke was sort of an underground word in the 1930s in the Black Southern communities, and essentially it meant be aware of how the Black person is being treated by the white person. And it pretty much stayed underground until about the 1990s, maybe the year 2000, when the word woke was adopted by the liberal Democrats to not mean be aware and be awake of how the Black person is being treated by the white person, but how the conservative Republicans are treating the liberal Democrats. And then in the past 5 years, the word has been taken over, hijacked, corrupted, whatever adjective you wanted to use, by the conservative Republicans to say, look at those liberal Democrats. Do you really want this world turning into a woke society? So there are 3 examples your Uncle Steve is giving you on how words can have a change of colloquial meaning, but the mods can respond to that if they want. Now we'll go to Alan. Alan, would you like to think about it?
Yeah, I'll just say, relating to the previous speaker, and this is the common thread, is that coming from the left, that Republicans are inhumane and that they don't care. And that's a false narrative. Is it humane that the Biden administration lost 300,000 underage, children in their immigration process? Was it humane for California to change laws so people could steal up to $950 worth of merchandise, training them to become criminals? No. Ultimately, what it is the left always complains about the way the right does things. And let me just
the right always complains about the way the left does things. Please continue.
Yes, but
there's no left. That's a true statement.
It is a true statement. The distinction is that the left says that the right is doing it into Fight shine box.
Analogy, and the fact that you laughed at it makes me feel good. That's the difference between the left and the right. Thank you.
First class escort to the VIP, and trust me, I could speak for 15 minutes right now about ex-girlfriends and ex-boyfriends and divorces and stuff, but I'm not going to. Now we get to the mod squad who don't get first class escorts to the VIP. They have to stay on stage and do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, just something, that Donald Trump is basically Achilles, and, he has decided to do these things, and the world is cowering. China's not cowering. We were promised 80 trade deals in 80 days. You know how many we have? We have 0.
I swear to God,
Right. Every time he bluffs, they call this bluff. And we fall back into a corner and try to figure out how to come back stronger, and we never really do. Hamas is not the enemy of the United States of America. It simply is not the enemy of the United States of America. And there are bigger players on the world map that will have more impact on the future of the United States fiscally, culturally, than Hamas will. Anyone who's trying to say that Hamas is the greatest threat to the United States of America is simply lying. And I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Cora. Would you like to say bye?
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Cora. Would you like to say bye? Sam? Oh, yeah.
Some incorrect facts that were given here.
I hope were given by me.
No.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
Sure. First thing is, cardiologist turned medical assistant is not suffering from that fate because he's a Cuban national or a graduate of a Cuban medical school. He's suffering that fate because he's a graduate of a foreign medical school. In the United States, foreign medical school, it doesn't matter from what country, unless there's some countries that have treaties with the United States with respect to this. I think Canada is that. You have to take this test, ECFMG examination of competence foreign medical graduate. They have to take that, and then they can once they pass that, they can sit for the general practice internal medicine board of the particular state they're in. However, some residencies depends on how they're impacted or how difficult they are, etc. Will require, after the passage of CFMG, for the candidate to repeat the residency in the United States. But they could practice as family medicine, internal medicine. After, if you're French graduate, English graduate, whatever they are. My father was, as you know, we were immigrants. My father was a British trained radiologist. He didn't feel like taking the ECFMG, so he didn't practice medicine in the U.S. He was a property manager. And so that goes for everyone. The employer of a foreign graduate can ask for the waiver of this ECFMG requirement, and in some cases, if the physicians from a highly reputable country like Great Britain France or Germany, then and they have an offer of employment in the United States, they would waive. They can apply to waive the requirement of EC exemption, but their requirement is state. So that's one thing. The second thing is that one of the prior speakers referenced Dostoevsky's the idiot and the reference to the word liberal in that book. I wanted to point out that Dostoevsky wrote that book in 1869. The term liberal at the time didn't mean is what we call the small letter liberal, the capital letter liberal. The liberal that Dostoevsky is talking about is basically the United States. That is, everybody in the United States is a liberal because we believe in all men are created equal and are granted some inalienable rights of
Hey, still, I nursed him till he was 7, which I know people think is weird.
property.
Means sway.
That's the Lockean approach to individual sovereignty, etc., and natural law. And so we all believe in natural law, therefore we are liberals. The opposite thing to liberal in this context, in modern days, it's called fascist. Is a person who doesn't believe in individual sovereignty, doesn't believe in
Literally sick. I'm literally sick to my stomach.
religion, and that is liberal. Wonderful.
Thank you, Sam. Let's go to Lynn. Lynn, would you like to say goodbye?
It was a great show today, guys. Thank you for all your input. It's given me a lot to think about. I will be hosting Christian's show today as the autistic right after this. So I'm going to say goodbye.
Yes, everybody, if you have time, please stop by and Christian's house, Lynn, running Ask the Autistic right after Ask Uncle Steve with the Mods. But let's go to Alfonso. Would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso going once. He might be busy driving his car with family. Alfonso going twice. Alfonso sold out. Violet, would you like to say goodbye? Violet.
Hey, Steve, really thought-provoking start to my day today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get my
Get the blood boiling and the juices flowing, right?
Yeah, so I'm already ramped up to get in rock star mode for
There you go.
tonight. Maybe I'll
That's
have
right.
a story tomorrow.
Love that. Love that. Would you like to say goodbye?
So Steve, what can I say?
Great show, buddy. Thanks for filling in for the first half of hour number 3.
It's always a joy to fill in, and it's humbling. It's always a joy this assemblage to be counted among the greatest mod squad in Clubhouse. This is a group of
You're a
players
bigot.
that I
You're a
just
misogynist. You're a sexist.
honored
Mr.
to share the stage with them and with you.
Alright, watching me the first girl to finish this restaurant food challenge. So the challenge is 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of food today. And if you finish it, you get your meal for free and a t-shirt. Spoiler alert, I got the damn t-shirt. The waitress said she's been working there for over a year and she's only seen 3 people finish it. And today was a nice little cleanup because I'm still a baby. And you're gonna be representing the True North Strong and Free, ready to house down the 6 patty burger. It's nothing. Alright, I was hoping that this time we would like to show how to beef to practice like how, so I started covering
7 a.m. To 10 a.m. for 3 hours. Hope you can join us. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you and your families a great remainder of your Saturday. And we'll close it with
The doctor with nothing in his hand. I lost him for less than 5 minutes. He doesn't sugar chocolate. It's not me.
On the clubhouse. See you.
Thank you for fellow
Yeah, that's a I'm just leaving with my teammates. Yeah. But you have to. Oh, hey, relax. His job, yes or no? Is it your job to treat like shit? No, it's my job to make sure that people aren't stealing from this business. I'd rather not. No, that identification has to show it for you. Right? Because you're going to take your shoplifting investigation because you just told me that your receipt got turned in. The gentleman whose job it is to check receipts when you come out wrong, and he's claiming you didn't show him receipt. I use socks. You're in the old merchandise from the store. Why could you just tell me about all that? Did I have to show receipts? But you have to be able to prove that you purchased the cigarette. You have to look at the marks. Yeah, that doesn't mean you're tight. That means you should show me your receipt. I know how intelligent you are. You willingly choose to turn a blind eye to the obvious. That's not it. That's what's our job. To respond to you. That's what I'm with you. You guys want to take it together? You got a spider in your hair. What is this? No. It's a great one. Thank you. Since Scotty said that this is the most blatant case for McDonald's Incorporated, as far as race here, fix the ice cream machine, yeah, I'm more on the technical side of it. Like, I've got to figure out more about why it's breaking rather than, but I'm going to actually look at it and get to the bottom of why it's breaking. Show me where it is. No, I work it on this conversation. So that, can you show me what where it broke? It's not those guys. I'm pretty sure it's useful. Okay, so she is the one that's told me, let me put it in. My favorite thing about Ford is, and I already come circle, my favorite thing about it, all the scratches, you know, it's musical. Did they use it for partying? What was it?
You trying to block him from saying what he's talking about. Okay, please.
No, go ahead. That is. So, did I say that she was not racist? So the person that she accused nature in another country alternative correct. He says now he thinks that he is a middle because he loves. He's not against it. He was going against the question. And it's all about the racist. His Secretary of State. This goes back to racist. This is everybody here was admonish the word. We lessen it. We're the boy that cried wolf. And it's embarrassing. And you directly address I gave you a series that Trump did, and he got eviscerated. His idea just got eviscerated in front of everybody on that day. It got eviscerated. He was
Touch this thing.
How you address the nation about jobs and low paying jobs and identify black people? He's a fucking racist.
100%. How are you surprised that the Liberian president can actually speak English? Well, can I have a point of clarity? Anthony, I get respect to brother. Good afternoon, lady.
Hey, Mr. Finley, how are you?
Finley, I wanted to really I'll let you. All right, thank you. So Gemini, I grew up in New York. You on the stage? I'm not calling anybody out their name. No, I'm not suggesting that you are. I'm just trying to show the level of discourse that I'm trying to have on the stage and the disrespect that I'm being met with. And it's cool. I'll just mute up and y'all can pass it around.
Listen, here's the thing. He is the person that has to talk because people are addressing him, is what he's saying. So if there's something that's addressed, then he's going to respond to it.
Well, I ain't addressed my mom, so he didn't have to respond to me.
I was responding to Gemini back. That's all I was. So they say Gemini to have one clarification 73 to
as of this year when he allowed Elon to do the Nazi salute at his inauguration, and then later on admitted that he absolutely knew it was a Nazi salute, right? So there's no getting out of that. He came back reinforced. But you and I initially debated, if you remember, you were telling me how it wasn't. Now we have your president saying it absolutely was a Nazi salute, right? So since 1973 till now, he's been very interested in having a racial agenda. And for you,
Gemini, I just
right, I want to hear you address those events. I'll give you a whole
okay, yeah, we did. So Gemini, the 73 thing with the denying black presidents. Gemini, I know black people that won't went to black people.
Well, that's not what we're discussing, though.
No. Gemini, what I'm saying to you is that is not necessarily inherently racist. It's not. It's real. I'm saying ID. And I'm dumb. I'm not consulting.
Can I ask you one favor? For the sake of
Gemini, I would just like to land, bro. That's all I'd like to do.
I'm gonna give it to you.
I'm gonna give you land before you ask anything.
But I want you to start. Don't do any. I want you to stay on topic. Don't talk about other black people.
No, this is not a forum that I can express anything.
He can't stay on topic because he's
I'm gonna get myself.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, I just want to make a point of clarification that continuously gets brought up and it drives me absolutely crazy. Hillary Clinton did not start the birthers movement. There were a couple staffers on her campaign, nobody high up that had some emails that circulated. That's it. Hillary never acknowledged the person that pushed this when she absolutely was not. And, I vacillated my opinion on Trump and racism because on one hand, I'm like, he's an opportunist. On the other hand, he's like, he's a racist. But I don't even bother with it anymore. The fact of the matter is, the net of it, he's a trash person.
And Scotty, that shit. Go ahead, man.
I think he's racist for a number of reasons.
I can't do this anymore.
Conscious effort to escape that racism, and I know that Donald Trump did not do that effort, and his dad is blatantly racist. So I think that's the end of the story.
If Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court from 19...
a Black Panther to come up during his inauguration and throw up the Black Power salute. Do you think he would have been condemned for that? Of course he would have. That's exactly what Trump did.
He was condemned for wearing a tan suit.
Exactly. So
When Jeremiah Wright. But you know what? Black Panther didn't even commit Nazis committed genocide.
there you go. Circulated that said the birther theory. She never repeated that. She never said that on the campaign trail, and those words never came out of her mouth.
They actually put on her campaign, the one that came up with that theory.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That part I didn't know. I just know she didn't do it. Like everybody tries to attach it directly to her. She's never regurgitated that theory. She's never went on the campaign trail and called him out. Nothing. It was not associated with her other than.
Essentially, what's the word? We didn't lay down the law hard enough on the Confederates after the war, and a lot of people believe that MAGA is an offshoot of that. You know what I'm saying? That whole ideology, and a lot of people believe, and I kind of agree and linger when we could have snuffed it out 100 years ago. I don't know, you guys thought.
Yeah, it's like the great grandchildren, whatever, like their grandparents did, like your favorite to the Nazi grandma, is we're just gonna follow his last wishes or shit like this. I don't know, it's a weird timing thing, in my opinion, because like a lot of these two people, they're like 90 or 100 years old or something like this now, so I think most of them should be dead. But like, so they pass on this ideology, like the kids and like, the grandchildren. So I guess we're battling those kinds of people, unfortunately. So we are. They made big choices. you know, and if you don't know what love is, then that's maybe your parents or society or a combination of, regular reason. And have to follow the intuitive part and hope that it's not like contaminated.
In my opinion, and the reason why I go so hard on Anthony on this topic is, to me, racism is very similar to cancer, right? If you don't identify it and get rid of it early on, it festers and gets worse until it becomes critical, right? Until it becomes life-threatening, right? So it's all the sit here and kind of like,
I am liberal, but in the chat, something about Confederates were Democrats. Republicans were from the North.
To go through this history lesson again.
Right.
No, as they say, the switch of the parties. I don't like when y'all do that. It's not the same Republican Party.
We're trying to pretend that we don't know this. This is elementary.
You don't even have to do that. McClellan, who was a Democrat, was the first general, the Northern general of the Civil War. I also want to point out that Robert Franklin Jones is his last name, who was a Republican, was a freaking fascist. He was a member of issues not as binary as the folks like
But next up, they're going to mention Frederick Dolley. That was a Republican, and she was, and so they're going to go on that. Even though that's
Also, they claim that the South.
Party shifted now for
They claim that the South is the base of the Democratic Party is laughable because when LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act, he said, by signing this, we're going to lose the South, and they did.
And it was before that. That's when he started during FTR with the DeVito and all that shit, like these social programs. It actually started with FTR, and it's slowly changed. So I don't know what's going on.
I think most of y'all seen movie Sinners, right? You remember in the beginning, not the beginning, I guess it's pretty much mid-movie, where they were purchasing the juke joint, and he asked the dude, if you need a clan for him, just come back over here, I'm going to kill you. And he said, clan doesn't even exist anymore. But he was actually the Grand Dragon. Right? So that's how it's working right now. Like, that's literally depicting what's happening right now. It's still very alive and well, but the denial allows it to thrive. And that's where I have that smoke. Like, I don't understand how you can see all these events and how they align with each other and they're consistent and then deny it. I don't get that.
So let's just rewind real quick. We're talking about happy Saturday, happy Sabbath to some. Thank you for joining politically correct. We appreciate you. So we were talking about the removal of Martin Luther King's bus, additional things, and he's still in denial.
It's definitely racist. It wasn't removed, it was relocated to a smaller portion of the warehouse. I forget which portion it had to from where it had been, which was a very visual.
It was removed from the place that it was.
Yeah, it definitely was removed from the place that it was, right? And it's definitely racist in the sentence, there's no question about it.
Right, and so I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry for interrupting and disrespecting those two names. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Because I find it also often that people like, oh boy, with the bald head, they find excuses in what is evident and trying to say that they don't see the evidence. That's why I call the old boy out on the evidence that he don't want to be black. Because for you to not see it, it's like you're making excuse after excuse after excuse for Trump. You might as well not say anything at all because we understand what the fuck you thinking, right? We get it. You're ride or die for Trump. Stay there. I don't need to hear your explanation
have to go and find other sources. Like, what about him? What about them? What about that? Right? You can the exact topic at hand and say X, Y, and Z, which aligns with X, Y, and Z, and stay dead on topic. I did not need to point out a bunch of alternate people I wouldn't have with I see, but I have seen that is directly related to Trump, directly intentional, right? And he goes back to other black people haven't run into blacks before. So, like, what the fuck does that have to do with it? We're asking about Trump and his actions that has nothing to do with other black people.
Happy Saturday.
Everybody celebrates Churchill, but he was a racist. If you read some of his speeches, he talks about he was a horrible person. Just because the only reason why he's like regarded by like the British and the U.S. is because of things that happened with the Jews. Like there's things that happened in Africa. You know, he actually starved Kenyans during the Mau to feed his own troops. He took the food from them. This dude was like really brutal, and people celebrate him.
I just learned recently that he sent people to basically terrorize the place that they sent them after that was Palestine, mandatory Palestine, to terrorize the people there. That was all Churchill.
I always heard that he believed in white superiority. I don't know details, but I've always heard
he's
that.
an open white supremacist. You gotta read some of his own quotes. He has said some things that is crazy.
Yeah, I'm surprised that a Brit is a racist. Isn't that like in their DNA?
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, just a quick side note in breaking news, and we don't have to discuss it.
I'm like, what do we do with right now? Like,
He left the country. He had a long-term beef with her for years, but that doesn't rise to his level.
did y'all see what he posted yesterday? Where him being like a rock star and playing the piano with all the dancing blondes around him? Did y'all see that? Oh yeah, y'all didn't see that. Y'all need to go look. I want y'all to look at what this man posted. It's the most narcissistic piece of AI I've ever seen. He's like playing the guitar with his shirt open. He's playing the piano. There's this big crowd around him, like stadium-sized crowd around him. And he's just this rock star. And then he's got all these blondes dancing right beside him and dancing for him. Look at it. He put this out yesterday. He posted.
Is it worthy of an American president?
Man, it's the most. Everybody's saying it's the most classless piece ever.
Oh, yeah,
A lot. The comments were not.
Oh, good. That's good to hear.
It was ridiculous.
Well, Gemini, he says in California, by any means necessary for ICE to stop their car and arrest any protester that throws anything at ICE or Border Control by any means necessary.
That's I hate to say this. Protesters. Well, you know what? I gotta be brick said. If I went and threw a brick at your face, you gonna arrest me or have me arrested? I mean, yeah.
I don't know. Any means necessary, that's concerning. And you got military people out there.
They're not allowed to use their weapons in engagement with civilians.
He says by any means necessary, he gives them the power. But read his
I believe you.
Yeah, I think
I'm the kind of person that if I throw a brick at your face, I gotta be ready. I know that it might be a retaliation for that, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, you can't have lawlessness or what have you, but I just worry that things have the potential of powder keg.
They might abuse their power.
Bring the trigger. That's my thing.
I get
Yeah,
that.
these protesters, they gotta be careful, like the look and send blocks. That's a step.
Even the rocks to a car that's driving, like the way they were doing it from the freeway and stuff like that, to a car that's driving, all you gotta do is swerve for something to go drastically wrong. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I mean the stationary protest. I'm not talking about like overpass and
Gotcha.
throwing up the. Yeah, I mean this. And ain't no soldier gonna shoot no damn civilian unless it's an imminent threat. I don't care if it's a brick or whatever. Because there's UCMJ. We got different laws on our side.
I know that, but we had people in, what was that place, Abu Ghraib or wherever that was, who was taking those pictures of those ones who were court-martialed. There's always one. There's always one.
Right, dummies.
They've been taking over the hospitals. I don't know if y'all been seeing that out here. They've been like, what they'll do is they have to place in the National Guard come to the hospital and stand guard around the entrances and block everybody else out so nobody can come, nobody can leave. Then they go through the buildings and snatch everybody they want to snatch.
Now, National Guard can act as law enforcement. They can, if activated.
That's what they're doing right now. I'm telling you, real time.
Yeah, active duty
I'll find
can.
a clip and show you. Like, they're really doing that.
I believe it. But they're allowed to act as law enforcement.
It would make sense if they did it in a way that made sense. It would make sense if they did it in a way that made sense, but it doesn't because they're just basically going off of what people look like. That's how they police it.
I guess the 14th Amendment don't mean anything. Because I know with federal agencies, we're not allowed to racially profile. Even going forward into another country.
Yeah. I wish I could find that clip when he was on Fox. I think it was Thursday or yesterday, where he was saying that they don't need a reason.
I can't wait for John Coleman to
use racial profiling, and Obama came up with some law. You have to look it up. But there was something that came up during the Obama administration where DOJs are no longer allowed to use racial profiles. So the only time they're allowed to use it is if in descriptions. They're not allowed to use it just to arrest.
Well, I remember the big fight in New York about the stop and frisk. That was a big fucking deal. And I remember the people who were defending it because they were just pulling over any like 16 or 17-year-old black kid with a backpack. And they were trying to say it wasn't racial profiling, but we know exactly what it was.
You said broke your window?
Yeah, that's
Under the Giuliani, right?
Yeah, the idea that if you enforce the small things, because small things lead to bigger things, and that's not how crime works.
Right, so if you bust and jail the graffiti people, for example, then larceny and murder will go down.
I'm just totally sick of being talked to like I can't read. Life is amazing, except for the fact that our president has cost me $60,000 this year because flying is down. But other than that, life's.
Yeah, you don't get out of that room you be in, Mr. Fenley. You be over there hiding away. Glad you were able to come out and play today.
Yeah, I forgot this room exists, and I can't always find it because I don't always remember the name. So,
cool thing.
Yeah. He's saying based on your looks, your occupation, you're probably a third characteristic. So I guess if you work in agriculture or hospitality industry, any of those industries that are heavy with immigrants.
I've had it for years, but I'm now walking around with my passport on me. So would y'all rather leave, not take your paperwork, and then put you somewhere else? That's scary. I'm not. What you say?
First lady, you know I'm an advocate for self-deportation.
Exactly. Go ahead, Brooklyn. We can't hear you, Levon. I can't hear you, Levon. I can't hear you. Well, I just ordered the card because I think that'll be more feasible than to actually walk around with the book. just ordered the card, so I could have that to have with me at all times. But I was gonna say, like, I think that for some people, leaving may be the best thing to do, but my ancestors, you know, descendant, and they wouldn't run, so I don't think I got it in me to run. I'm a fight. That's what's in me.
Yeah, I don't see it like that. I just see not running, but looking for peace.
The last half of my life fighting for something. I'm not doing that. There's too many other options. You know what? My life is, I'm 53 grand. I'm not doing it. No shade to the people that choose to do it. Shout out to you. It's just not my ministry.
It ain't my ministry at all.
Wait till they activate those 10,000 new ICs.
Hey, Lavon, we can't hear you. What's going on with Lavon? She sounds like she had ice custody and shit.
She had her accent. She might be in.
Speak for me? Can you hear me now? Now we can. You got it? We're having a thunderstorm, and I'm sitting out here in front of the gym. I have my Bluetooth on, so wait for those people in Alcatraz. It's like raining crazy. I would say wait till they activate those 10,000 ice agents. It's gonna get hot. I guess. So y'all just gonna start backing up now, because it's gonna rain. That's fine.
All those ice agents are either officers. The worst ones right now are correctional officers. They always want to be top of this business.
Correction officers, let me tell you something. Correction officers who become nurses are the worst. I don't know, it's something about their, whenever they
I don't understand how this I am person is so I keep it for illegal. I keep it for anybody could be illegal at any moment, at any time. That's what I don't think y'all grasp. Like, a lot of people don't grasp the concept of law and how it is man-made, literally. And at any fucking time, these motherfuckers that's at the top that the law.
The aspect, right? It's the fact when you call them animals, right? Those words come out of mouth, right? And that is indicating that people like other people treatment such as well. And the need and everybody, right? It's present. So with that being said, like when we watch Obama, actually, three times the amount of people that he's recruiting. So he's not being more effective than previous Democratic presidents at deportation, right? However, what he has done is remove the humanitarian aspect of how it's being done and then broadcast it to the point where it's a focal point for everybody around, right? He's highlighted to that aspect, to that. And the way that they're being deported, the way they're being treated, the way they're, like, there's people get arrested every day without getting beaten, punched, and their windows kicked in and snatched out. Like, I don't know if y'all seen the brutality of these arrests. These are not people that are violently, what's it called? Resisting arrest. They're not violently resisting arrest at all.
When Obama deported the people, he did it for a reason, correct?
Yeah.
It violated the Constitution.
It's the manner that it's being done. It's not that they're being deported. It's the way they're being deported. It's the profiling aspect of it, which is now like, oh, you speak Spanish?
Jimmy, now your mic sounds like the vinyl records when they play. You know, it makes that noise in the background.
And I understand that it's the manner that he's doing it, and
so that's about the life. Is that better?
And acting around it as well, because illegal because he felt like it. He wasn't taking TPS status from people. He was doing whatever he was doing was within reason, and it was almost low key because I really, honestly, to be honest with y'all, I didn't really know immigration was a problem until 2016. I just didn't. I knew it was people coming in the country, but I didn't know it was a problem because whatever the problem was, it was under control under Obama. So why the fuck is it such a big deal now? That's always been my question. Like, it just becomes such a big deal when under all of these other presidents, I guess they had it under control. And this man come into office and make it like it was out of control and it wasn't. That was my issue.
Immigration is only a problem when there's an economic crunch. And the crazy thing about it, because in the 80s, Reagan actually gave amnesty because they switched positions on immigration. Because the Democrats were the ones seal the border, deport, and the Republicans were the one like, no say. So Reagan actually, I think, gave amnesty like 3 million people. But there was an economic crunch, obviously, in the late 70s or the 80s, and so immigrants were a problem then. In the 90s, before the Clinton era, when there was another economic crunch, when they were doing a recession, immigrants became a problem then. And of course, there's an economic crunch now, and all of a sudden it's a big deal. And like Republicans have taken this opportunity, as conservatives have always done, to kind of, point the finger at the bad brown guy. And since blacks can't be the quickest scapegoat this time, they're going to point to the other brown.
Hey, Brooklyn, they actually used to call Obama the porter-in-chief. I don't know if you knew that, right? And one of the things he did that was actually super effective, before him, local police did not share the fingerprints with ICE. Right? So you get arrested, you get right back out. That's that. Under Obama, they started sharing the fingerprints with ICE. So instead of getting back out, right, when you're about to go back out, you go to a different holding cell, which is for deportation. Because ICE now has a database and have access to your criminal activity.
Criminals commit crimes.
Right, exactly. He had a part.
You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it might have been an issue. Because the chat is saying it's always been an issue. But it was under control. We wasn't talking about it. Wasn't nobody running around get rid. I don't give a fuck what you say. You wasn't, okay?
But
so believe it or not, it was actually started because the secure communities.
But I'm always good with that. Biden made way for this because midterm they had record crossings, and then the next year they had an even higher number of record crossings, and the next year they had an even higher number of record crossings. ICE crossings, record high at that, like not just record high for them, I'm talking about record high for any president. That is the talking points that the MAGA really grabbed onto and used to this day. That's why Trump was able to use the immigration, the illegal immigrants and immigration policies as a big talking point. And one of the main reasons he is able to get back in. If they had been taking care of that midterm, year 2, year 3, and not letting record numbers of crossings happen, we wouldn't have these problems. I promise you, he might have made it back in office, but he would have had a lot harder path to do so.
Gemini, to be fair, the second bill that they tried to get through Congress as soon as they got into office was an immigration bill. Looked at how they got into office, it was an immigration bill.
A bill is one thing, and enforcing it is the other.
Right,
but he's saying until the bill gets passed, it's still enforced, right? Do something. And that's what Trump is doing now.
Even under some of the most harsh videos of arrests, right, where I'm seeing super violent arrests of people that seem to be peaceful doing the arrest and they're still getting bloodied up, right? You still see people underneath that, and the majority of the comments are saying something along the lines of, this is what I voted for. That's what I came for. I don't see anything but an arrest, a lawful arrest, right? So people are very, very adamant about their stance on it. Like that hasn't changed. It needed to be addressed because clearly that was a big deal to a lot of people. But the way it's being addressed is fucked up. It's inhumane.
I think it was made a big deal because they were told
this and that, and they started highlighting a lot of crime
to illegal immigrants. Like there was a whole news agenda that blitzed us with just like so much immigrant crime right in your face to the point where people were like, okay, well, you know, and
But that's crazy though,
I'm gonna tell you this, and this is, yo, I have the Clark Hill Row house, and they don't fucking hide it. It is a big fucking problem here in Los Angeles, bro. They're finding bodies.
that's a cartel problem. That's a crime problem. That's not an immigration problem.
They're coming across the border. That's how they get
Listen, but listen to me, right? In the 80s and 90s, it was American citizens that was committing crimes, and crime was high as fuck. Like, so how are we equating because immigrants are here, all of a sudden crime is bad, even though it's not as bad as it was then, to actual American citizens committing crime in that time to now? Like it doesn't matter. That means that we're not having an immigration issue. It's not the immigration that's the issue. It's the cartels that's the issue. Get rid of them. Make that the slogan that you go by. Don't make it about immigrants, because you're arresting and sending people off that are innocent, working people.
It was not true, and then just like the Ohio story was not true. The casualty dogs.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
For example,
yeah, I knew that.
Proportionally speaking, if you're saying all the people came across the border, proportionally speaking, we should have seen an increase in crime. That proportionally speaking, that we didn't. The numbers don't add up.
In Los Angeles, it does though. I'm in LA.
I'm saying proportionally back to 20 million, right? I'm saying 20 million people came here. Proportionally speaking, we should have seen 100x more crime happening, and we weren't seeing that. I'm not saying that the crime that you're talking about isn't happening. I hear you, but proportionally speaking, we didn't see an increase across the country that they're talking about. That's a false narrative.
I compare to all these things, but two things to be true, right? We have a lot of people coming across the border, but they tend to be fighting and being tough the truth that we need to help. When the people come in and are foreign, we don't have enough chances to possibly police for what they did to the cemetery, stay, well, now we're going to go back to Mexico. So I do think there should be people coming across the border. That's fact. However, when the Democrats are coming on top of the bipartisan bill to deal with immigration, to give the border patrol to come up with the tools, and the Republicans are stopping it because they want to issue some sampling on, that has to be exact as well. And yes, I'm for sending people back who are not here to like road, but not in the movement where they're doing it. And let's go after the people who said you don't have to go. These people who are talking about someone like the criminal, the cartel. You got to see what they're going to move tomorrow today? I think that's the numbers. I just wanted to say one thing about that. I'm going to piggyback off of what she said. That's true. Because I saw a town hall meeting that Trump was at about before he got elected. And they asked him, why did he have the Republicans block the border bill? Because the border bill was going to give them more border patrol. And he said because it would help them to win. It came right out of his mouth. The man didn't hide anything.
We saying like that, the people that voted for him based on immigration, like I've never known. Well, I don't know, because being a lot of these kind of black people, but I've never known to black people in particular immigration being such a big issue, because we didn't do the same thing that people first coming into the country was doing in the first place. So I never known a black person saying that immigrants were taking my jobs until recently. Maybe I wasn't listening, but I've never heard it. And that was the issue in this rhetoric, and they're really like basing all of their life expectancies off of this one thing. That doesn't make any sense. And it's black people that's their main objective as to why they voted for Donald Trump, which makes absolutely no sense, because half of those black people don't even do what half of the immigrants do that they're complaining about. And you're talking about fucking crime in your neighborhoods. It's not mainly based off of immigrants being in your neighborhoods. It has a lot to do with the people that you grew up with
in your neighborhood still committing them same crimes. Like, that's the bullshit that I be talking about right here.
Man, I live in Florida where they pick watermelon, strawberries, oranges to a certain extent. There's sugar cane. Like there's so much agriculture down here in the blazing heat. And black people ain't doing that job. I grew up in a citrus farm. The very first thing my parents did was when we left the house was they freaking sold most of the groves. Like, anybody trying to do this stuff. And the other jobs that a lot of immigrants do here in freaking Central Florida, with respect to like the hotels and stuff, there's so many jobs. Like if they raided Orlando like they're doing like some of the other places, it would affect the economy because there's like so many jobs. There's just not enough workers because people don't want to do it. It just doesn't pay a lot.
I would have to say that the people that voted for Trump, the black people, that I know that I personally didn't. To be honest, it was majority black men that voted for Donald Trump. And plus, a lot of black people, they said it was a low voter turnout. A lot of black people did not vote in this election for some reason. And plus, I believe she had lower numbers than Biden before. And she lost the popular vote this time, too. So that was not a good candidate to run. I mean, I voted for her, but she was the only choice I felt that we had.
The Dems were stuck. Biden waited too, right? And so he can take all of his funds, give it to her. But historically speaking, vice presidents almost never win. I think also like 3 times. Most of the vice president has won for president. So they were kind of stuck. And part of that is kind of Biden. So, and this is an unpopular opinion, and I've said this, I've been making the case. Let me be totally clear, I don't vote in federal elections. I used to be a lobbyist and I have my own personal reasons why, and I understand people tell me your vote's important, but I have my own personal reasons why. But I do vote in state and local elections. But the reason being, my criticism of the Dems is that they don't, as a platform, they don't offer much, and they don't do a lot of outreach to black men and just men in general. And that's a problem. That's a very big problem. And again, this is my observation. And when men present issues, like a lot of initiatives that made, even Barack Obama's Our Brother's Keeper initiative was like fired upon by his own party. Like, that is not good for your party if you're going to try to represent everybody. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of men, black men in particular, are feeling left out of the Democratic Party, and they're saying, well, if you're not going to do anything for me, what have I got to lose on the other side?
Like, Kim, you have an outreach. She has been working on black male outreach for about 2 years. And has your wife been into outreach right now? She definitely had.
The Democratic Party, yes, she did. They just didn't advertise.
Exactly. Yeah. And what's going on with Trump Kavanaugh? Do you guys see from that? That was a question.
Well, I don't know what advocacy that she did. I remember feeling a type of way when Obama basically scolded, black men for, getting a ticket out and vote. I felt the type of way. I don't even vote in an election. I'm like, that doesn't look good. Those optics don't look good. And so again, I'm not advocating for black men to vote red. I'm just telling you why they are, and I'm telling you that the problem that the Dems are having. The Dems have a young demographic problem, period. But they have a male demographic problem, period. But black male demographic is obviously a much bigger problem for them, and they need to.
I hear what you're saying, but still over 85% of black males voted for Kamala. And like I said, she's definitely not a black male agenda. It just was not, it didn't break through with you. I can show you tons of information on organizations, YouTube, and newspapers. And it wasn't just, yesterday that she came out with this. She's been working on that for about 2 years now. Some of it I was doing in research, and it seemed to want to keep her in the background. I'm not sure if that was coordinated or if they meant to do that or not like that. But that to me did not help them push that point. But she did a lot of things, a lot of outreaches, a lot of partnerships for black males. Women have so much ideas and plans for black males. I'm not vegetarian or whatever, but
she recognized that that's where the opportunities are. She talked about, like $25,000 for a first time homes. She talked about money for people on their first date. She talked about the potential, initiative to help the community. What's her saying? I want to hear what's her saying.
Yeah, I would add to that the Black men, what was it? Win with Black men, Win with Black women organizations. They held plenty of Zoom calls. I think the next day they fundraised $1 million, Win with Black women, and I think Win with Black men didn't even have the capacity to have all those people in one call at once. So they had to do something to fix it so that more people could be on Zoom. And so they did this with a lot of organizations across the board, but primarily it was Win with Black women, Win with Black men, and they had different people talking about the particular issues. So I think a lot was done. They knocked on plenty of doors. But maybe it wasn't her time. Maybe there's a lot of disinformation out there. Really, to be honest with you, Trump ran on hate, and hate is a very powerful tool, right? Hating on immigrants, hating on disabled people, hating on minorities. People can connect with that, especially with this day and age. That really resonates with people. It really resonates with people, with certain people. So that's just really works for him.
And that's true because she did have a town hall meeting with some local Black activists. I think it was in California, as well as with D.L. Hughley, Spike Lee. It was a whole bunch of them. And they had a town hall meeting about, but she presented a program for Black men, and not only just Black men, but Black people. And, of her time as a prosecutor. And, she made a mistake, but, that she was doing her job as Black paid as much as she should have. Yeah. She didn't really campaign like she should have.
I support hate.
Women president, history was against her side, right? It was an uphill battle to begin with. She had a very short period of time in which to get a message out. I didn't think the message was very clear, but again, she also had a short period of time to try to get it out. Number one. Number two, being a prosecutor does hurt you with respect to Black men, because the criminal justice system has not been very friendly historically to Black men. But getting back to my original point, garnering support for a particular man, it just does not. And as a accomplished Black man, I've tried to articulate this point many times. A lot of the initiatives, and she didn't have the time to do it. Clearly, because you said that she launched initiatives and nobody knows about it, which means she didn't have time to do it. And it shows the rest of her team wasn't doing it either. Because if the initiatives are out there and they're popular, they would be well known. But that's what.
So it's interesting that you say that the blue team doesn't have a good track record with Black men when it's a lot of the policies done by Republicans that have ravished communities, right? So that's something I'm very confused, because when you're talking about putting 30% of the Department of Education that was Ronald Reagan, right? You're talking about, getting us into an unnecessary war that was Bush, right? I mean, so how is that? And we know that certain populations, serve in the military disproportionately, right? So who does that mean? So I know both parties have made mistakes and have fucked up, but for you to sit up here and say that when who introduced cocaine, right? Who was shipping cocaine from Colombia? I mean, I don't think anything had an effect worse than crack, right? So that doesn't really make sense to me. But maybe, I don't know, revisionist history.
But also, propaganda. Military march that he had with the on his birthday, Hitler did the same thing. He did the same thing. He comes in, and the way he garnered the courts and everything else, it was all a plan. Okay, this thing wasn't just happening now. This was all planned out. Okay, you're getting rid of history. You're trying to erase black people's history, just like Hitler erased the Jews out of German society with their history. It's the same blueprint. It's like he's following his blueprint. And I don't understand how anybody could sit up here and say that the Republicans are better for black people than the Democrats. There's no way. Even looking at his cabinet, even him bringing those South Africans over. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, look at the man. Look at what he's doing. He did not lie when his hate did not lie. He came right out and said what he wanted to say, and people just went right along with it.
So to be clear, I said a specific demographic, black men. Black men don't care about the Gulf War. Black men don't care about none of that stuff. Yes, cocaine was a bad problem for the black community. Yes, Reagan was the catalyst there. But then Democrats said, hey, we're going to lock up black men. That's why I said the criminal justice system with respect to black men does not. That will get our boys on track that they push for, and locally, state and locally, the blue team is pushed against. There's a lot of family court initiatives. There's a lot of family court initiatives that locally and state that black men have asked for and the Dems have pushed back against. And again, I'm not saying Republicans are better. I'm simply saying that the blue team is not offering them anything, and they're the red team. Those are the facts, and that piece is what the blue team is not listening to. It's like at some point you have to stop preaching to these people and say, and give them something that they're asking for.
When the GOP where do you live?
Been in charge, right?
Where do you live? Because it's not like that.
Two people are going on left obstacle.
Okay.
And then Mr. Henry spot, and then you can call.
Rich, I have to go by that narrative, right? When the GOP have been in charge, they're like, hey, we're trying to other team. When the GOP have been in charge, the crime bill was bipartisan. Both sides wanted that crime bill to go through, not just the Dems.
Yeah, all you're saying is they both swung on me, and the one that was supposed to be loyal to me swung on me. So that's the one I'm going to remember. Right? Saying that they're also guilty does not, exonerate them from their guilt. Right? Terrible choice of words, but you get what I'm saying. And I'm in Florida. Let me be clear. I'm no novice in politics. Right? I was a lobbyist in Washington, D.C., but lobbying started in the state of Wisconsin. I remember vividly sitting in a town hall with the Milwaukee caucus, which is mostly black Democrats, right? And I remember people asking to deal with the local police department that I was a part of, right? And the response was more police. And I remember saying, why would you give why would you hire more people that they already don't trust? And it was, and again, I am no fan of this man, but the then Republican governor decided. No, here's the problem, saying respectfully, I don't have a side, right? I call balls and strikes. If someone has a good idea, I call a good idea. If they have a bad idea, I call a bad idea. Right? I'm not even talking about Donald Trump right now. I'm just simply illustrating an issue that black men had, and a Republican said, okay, fine. And in this instance, two things that the Republican governor did. One was he removed the DA from investigating their own local department, and they hired an external group to do just simple investigations when police do bad things. And they were one of the first departments to start doing that. Wait, hold on, LeVon, let Regina go and go.
Yeah, but I'm really not understanding. Okay, so he threw you a bone. Okay, but the majority of the time, when have black people excelled under which party the most?
Black men and
black boys right now are failing horrendously under both parties.
That may be in Florida, but that's not in New Jersey.
That is nationally. And the party that is supposed to be helping them is not helping them. They've reached out for help. They're not getting help. And I'm telling you the perspective.
And that's okay, because that's his opinion, Regina, and you can already tell he's biased. Go ahead, Lamar.
Yeah, I'm not biased.
Yeah, you are, because you're punishing, you keep punishing Democrats, but that's fine. We don't have to make this conversation about you. Like, LeVon, please just don't address him, because if you address him, it's just going to be back and forth, and you already know what's going on here. All right, we've already been down this road. So,
I don't know how
people talking naturally don't know what to do. Anyway, what I wanted to say is,
we could barely hear you because you have a lot of background.
I'm hoping this is better. What we're moving through now, that's insurance. I don't see black people spending down, working them out for hours, 96, 98 a week.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that they were doing anything. Republicans are doing anything for black people.
No, I don't think
I didn't say they were. I'm telling you that
exactly.
I'm saying this. I'm going to say it again. The party that they were looking for help from is not giving them help, and so they decided, what if I got to lose? I'm going to try the other party. Increased. I think Trump got the highest number of black male votes since like Nixon or something.
And so he hasn't given them anything?
No.
So you think that's an issue?
Yes, of course. But my point is that the reason that they're even trying it is because they're not getting anything from the blue team. That's what.
So you could just promise them and not do shit, and people will vote for you guys. So in other words, people are gullible and they fell for the bullshit.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Finley. I hear what you're trying to say, but that's just simply, I guess, you know what, from a perspective of a black MAGA, maybe so, but everyone else in reality can see that they were finessed. He literally put in policies, Project 2025. All the bullshit is clear as day that he was not for black people. So the fact that you say, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and try the other party that's literally saying we're going to screw you guys over.
I didn't say we, by the way.
Oh, well, you know what I'm talking about. So bottom line is, it's not, they were finessed. They were finessed. I mean, literally. They're talking about fucking around with the Civil Rights Act. I mean, look at all the shit they're doing. There's no reason any black man should have said, oh, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and dabble in this because shit, what have I got to lose? You have a lot to lose. Shit, you had a lot to lose, and he was making it obvious. So, if what you're saying is true, then all you're saying is that damn black MAGA was just dumb as fuck.
So calling them dumb and call them what you want to call them. I don't care. I don't call them what you want to call them. I don't care. I'm telling you the name call them. I am simply telling you that the blue team is failing to continue to garner their votes. That's what I'm telling you. I am not endorsing the Republican Party in any way, shape, or form. But I'm getting attacked as if I'm endorsing them, and I'm getting attacked as if I don't know what's going on. I am telling you what's going on. That's it. I'm just simply telling you it's raining. That's all.
But it sounds like you're going by talking points that I've heard all over like the media and YouTube about Democrats not doing certain things.
He is going by talking points. He's speaking on behalf of the black MAGA males. I get where he's coming from. That we heard it several different times over that black men felt like the Democrats wasn't getting them nothing. I don't see why y'all coming at him. He was just giving a perspective as to why he believes the black MAGA males was that party. I hear what you're saying.
Exactly. Thank you.
But proportionately speaking, I mean, to say that they've got nothing is disingenuous. And the fact that they don't understand their like civics and history and how we got to where we are today.
Well, they're not that tight, clearly. So.
Fair enough.
For a lot of times, and good afternoon, everybody. A lot of times, it's the challenges are, I think, I said this before in this room, Congressman Ford. I understand where Mr. is coming from to a certain degree. I think politics is always like who we've chosen, at least from a black perspective, has always been sort of a last mile problem. I still remember one guy suggesting that he voted for Trump only because he didn't want the government to interfere with black people. And there are some people with that sentiment, but the challenge becomes they don't always put, what's the other shoe coming. And I think they may not necessarily be MAGA, it's just maybe a little bit of a conservative interest or bent that is doing JD said. I think it will always be a little bit of a challenge. I think it's the idea that you're voting for somebody that you think can fix one thing, but the problem with Trump is that one thing is mixed in with other things that are so either unconstitutional or just dead wrong that your vote becomes this sort of meaningless thing. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
That too, I agree with that too. But we're dealing with people who are, for the most part, misinformed. They going by, they're basing all of their information off of propaganda that they see on the internet, and they believed that somehow they made more money during the time that he was the president before. Like, these people aren't rep tights, okay? They are delulu. You think that black males being MAGA is the issue? Well, black women being MAGA is even worse, okay? Like, the shit that comes out of their mouths, it's just, I can't believe half of the shit that comes out of their mouths, to be honest with you, but it comes, and it's like diarrhea in the mouth, and they just continue on with the rhetoric, and even when they see the mirror in their face, they look through it, and they act like nothing is going on. It's just, this is where we are right now.
I think we were coming from, because the majority of the black men, it wasn't black women that voted for Trump.
I understand, but we do have black women that voted for Trump. And even though it was a lot of black men, it wasn't as many. It wasn't, well, like you said before, was that a lot of people didn't show up. But another issue that a lot of people seem to not want to talk about for some odd reason, and I'm the only person that likes to say this, is that he cheated. Like, why don't nobody talk about the fact that he cheated? He cheated.
I believe that too. I believe that.
Like, nobody wanted to talk about it, and I'm upset with Democrats too, because you saw for 4 years, for 8 years really, because the 4 years before, before he became the president, before saying that Biden stole the election, well, let's do the same thing, Democrats.
I think if we look at it from this point of view, for 4 years they were telling this country like who this man was, right? Time and time again. And it's like, even in the face of that, people were like, yeah, we don't care. So I'm not disagreeing with you, saying we couldn't do that, but for 4 years they tried to tell America like what this man does be, and they still chose to say, we don't care. We don't care.
They did, but they did it in such a nice way. They need to pull out all of the big guns, all of the Jasmine Crockett's they could pull out, and let them run all of the fucking propaganda on the Democratic voters, and we might have a chance. But personally, I think after this next 4 years, if he's not able to become a third-term president, then we'll basically vote for Roach over him or any other Republican. But that's just me.
The Dems need to put together and run their agenda like the Republicans do.
That's what I'm saying.
They when they get power, they don't utilize it to the fullest extent. They respectfully, for lack of a better term, put a foot around it.
They put Pussyfoot.
And that's another problem that the Dems have. Like the Republicans will get power, they'll redraw the lines, and they don't freaking care. And the Dems will try to play like we're playing basketball, and they
in the end for this country. I mean, you have to kind of agree with that. Like, what do you mean? That's just getting because they're in the mud. Like, and I get your point. I'm not 100% disagreeing with you, but if the Dems are going to play as dirty as the GOP, then we just have a bunch of just dirty people doing like it's going to get to the point where we no longer have a salient country anymore. If they just going to be just in the dirt.
But at least put an agenda together and freaking do it. They could have codified Roe versus Wade. They did not. We could have had freaking healthcare or Medicare for all. Joe Manchin decides in the 15th minute after a very large donation, I don't want to do that. Like
we can send them a
right. They annoy me when they do this. It's like y'all got all this power and you do nothing with it. And as much as I love LeBron, like, dude, you had the freaking mandate. You should have utilized that mandate for more than just freaking healthcare. You could have got much more done. But they didn't.
Because they always fucking healthcare. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, yo, this guy is a fucking weirdo, bro.
I'm a weirdo.
No, 17 million people are gonna be removed off Medicaid. Like, this is nuts. All right.
I gotta be a weirdo though.
Yeah, you're a weirdo. No. Be nice. What is going on? Oh, this is me being nice. You know I'm a villain. You know I'm Ursula. You poor unfortunate son. No. Be nice. Okay.
Can I just say one thing? I think one thing I do agree with. The Democrats don't stick together. The Republicans do. When they're voting something, the majority of the time they just stick together. And when Obama was in office, they always
were fire. You can't fight evil when good. It's just you gotta get down and dirty. I understand peace and prosperity, but you gotta get your hands dirty. And I don't think that the Dems be trying to get their hands dirty.
Exactly.
It's like flower child type shit. Like we gotta for real.
But yeah, we're gonna have a country that gets basically it will definitely evolve into a civil war. It's what will happen.
It's already
They said it that way. It is.
I'm not disagreeing with what y'all saying that we should get in the mud, right? But I would like to believe that we can do better. You know, maybe that's just me being,
You know why Democrats are like that? They perform. So it's like if you look at what they did to Liz Cheney or even Mitt Romney, it's like they'll rally around their core issues and they'll just stick to it. The problem with Democrats, they think so, and we have so many different like people within our own part. Like we have like Obama would be more like a moderate Democrat, and we have our progressives like AOC, and then we have she more of a social centrist or whatever. But we have our progressive social centrists, our conservatives like Joe Manchin. Like we just have so many different people within our party versus Republicans who just rally around one base.
Even if they don't believe it, Patty, they rally around it. Look at this freaking BBB.
Alright, I was gonna say that, family. Like, you see how he put his foot on their necks to pass that bill? We could do the same thing. Imagine if they would have put their foot on Joe Manchin's neck and told him he was going to win another day in politics.
Exactly.
But they can't.
They should. What's that girl's name? Pelosi did that every time. The problem is it was outside, right? They'll talk about it outside, they'll talk about it on the media, but Pelosi was bringing the party together. As much shit people talk about Pelosi, she's an amazing ass Speaker of the House. She made shit happen with all the diverse people that we have within our party.
Yeah, I agree with you, Patty. I want to jump in for just 1 second because when I was in here yesterday, I had kind of an aha moment in here because we had one of our members in here and we were fighting about ICE, and I heard something that I've heard hundreds of times on this app, and what it was don't get emotional. Don't get emotional, as if that's some big insult, which of course is what's been
thought to myself, wait, hold on a second. What I'm feeling right now is furious, sad, scared, heartbroken, worried. All these are emotions, and it's what we should be feeling in the face of atrocities. But we've used this now. We've made it an insult, a negative thing. And I thought we always end up defending it. Oh, I'm not being emotional. No, yeah, I am being emotional. We ought to be being emotional. It just struck me, and I wanted to say it yesterday when I was in the room, so I wanted to share it now.
Thank you, Will. But that's the manosphere at work for you. The manosphere has done this. What men have to do is actually own up to them as some sort of ideology that they're a quote-unquote free thinker. They just want to go against what the conventional wisdom is, even if the conventional wisdom is helping people and helping women and helping immigrants. They think that is an ideology, and they think it makes them interesting. It doesn't make them interesting. It makes them a sheep to the MAGA shills and the manosphere that are on podcasts and Fox News. And we see it. Tactic. That's really what it comes to.
3 overall over the 3 elections, 3 points. And again, the shaming of voters never works. That never works. Like, it literally never works. But I'm gonna go back to what Patty said earlier. One of the biggest problems that Dems have, and I've been screaming about this, they have a messaging problem. The Republicans will put together a message, even if it ain't real and it makes no sense. People believe it, they buy into it. Freaking drill, baby, drill. And they go, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they will get a message and they can't remember details. And that's another reason why they lose.
When you say we
I didn't say lie. What did I say lie?
The Republicans accountable and said, I'm simply going back to your frame that the Democrats lose because of X, Y, or Z. That's how Democrats lose, because y'all people keep going back to have the Democrats lose. Talk about how disgusting and immoral the Republican Party and MAGA is, and how they are shills from authoritarianism and everything else that's going on in this country. But instead, you want to relitigate 2024, 2020, and
2024 just happened, Scotty. And clearly people don't care about the immorality.
We already done it. We've already done it.
But I'm saying, right, that Dems are still losing.
And you're still talking about it. And you're moving on to try to make a better party. They're still relitigating. And this is the strategy of what you all do to achieve.
Scotty, I'll let you win.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying this is still a problem, though, right? Messaging is a problem. You have a customer problem. You have a great freaking food in your restaurant, but people ain't coming in to eat.
So now we have a great food in our restaurant, so we have a messaging problem because people don't know. So here's the thing. Why can't we just hear the message? I don't understand why y'all fighting back with that. Do you not agree that the Democrats need to fix the messaging?
No. I think people have a problem with is that the person that this country voted for is a racist, is a fascist. Like I said, he followed the blueprint of the German people at that time, because just like Hitler arrested the judges, Trump did the same thing. He went against the law. And nobody is really stopping him, not even the courts. Not really. So, I mean, how can people not be afraid of somebody tearing down your Constitution and at least give you some semblance of rights? I don't understand that. I would vote for a donkey before I vote for somebody that presented how Trump presented his stuff.
Right, but have you ever been in a classroom and seen how different people learn differently? And how one student will receive a message completely different than student B? Have you ever seen that happen before?
Yeah, if you fall into propaganda, you know what I'm saying? Because this message was very clear. He called people vermin.
Listen, I'm speaking and you are continuously speaking. I allowed you to finish. Please allow me the same. Thank you. I'm just saying that all of what you're saying, I'm not disagreeing with, but people make it seem like a lot of people. I'm not saying that there aren't people that chose it for those exact reasons. I believe that exists. But I'm also saying that there's a population out there that exists that really bought into it, right? And had the discernment. They're like, why can't you see it? Because some people just don't have it in them to see it. They just don't.
But they can hear the lies and they perceive that. Like for example, like DEI and CRT, like the lies that have been told about that, they have been told the truth. It's like for whatever reason they want to believe the lie. And that just doesn't make any sense because they can absorb one side, but they can't absorb it the other way. Like it just doesn't make sense.
But you just said that for them, they didn't think that they needed it anyway. So why you gotta have it? I don't agree with it. That's their mindset. Again, you're seeing it from how you perceive things, whereas they perceive something completely different. They don't even think it should have existed from the very beginning. That's what they will argue. I'm just telling you.
I understand what you're saying because I was around a lot of MAGA people. Even though I'm not MAGA, I had to leave a church. Okay, because it was multicultural and it was evangelical. To me, they just didn't want to hear it because it's coming from a place of fear. Okay, because they saw some, when you approach things from the scripture. Okay, I'm giving you scripture about what Jesus said, and you're ignoring scripture. But all this time you was up there worshiping and everything else, and I'm giving you scripture that is opposite of what Trump is promoting. You really didn't believe it. And so everybody is out for their own. That's what it is.
A buddy of mine he's a pharmacist, was a teacher, and they voted blue faithfully for many years. And one of the reasons that they crossed over was they couldn't get down with the trans stuff. They felt like the blue team put too many coins into the trans bin, and a new Trump per se. It was just the red team was anti-trans, and they got down with it.
That was your that's your response to what Regina was saying, like that, like.
Can I just say something? They used the trans thing. Because they said those same talking points to me, and I came back with scripture. Okay, I'm coming back with scripture with you because you're saying you're a Christian. He did not come to judge the world. You know what I'm saying? He said, I did not come to judge. Judgment will be at the end.
This is one of the most tightly secured.
What we were to do is to spread the gospel. Okay? Jesus was walking amongst the most corrupt system, the Roman Empire, and did not address it. I'm not saying that Christians shouldn't get involved in politics, but when you make that the main focus in your sermons, Jesus did not preach hate. Okay? So your Christianity and your theology is off. You just using the LGBTQ for your own reason, own purpose. So I'm questioning your salvation. I'm questioning your Christianity. So I had to leave.
Well, this guy's an atheist, so.
All right.
Regina's there, by the way, too. It speaks to the whole idea of how the topic of messaging, how some things, I think when people aren't getting a message, it's if you focus on one thing too hard, you start missing the other piece of the picture. And Regina's example, which is really good, the whole idea of, what was Jesus supposed to, what was Jesus was about, what was Christianity was about. And you're focusing on something else. Everything else that really was supposed to be a factor is not really coming into play as much as you think, as much as it should have. And I think that's at the heart of the whole this whole thing with I think that means for us collectively, how about us as U.S. citizens, we have to think more robustly about several policies that we're looking for from a politician, not just lean up on one. Because I think if we focus on just one aspect of it, this is how you get to be pulled by all these. You need to look at it.
That's how voters are here.
I'm trying to get back in here. One second. he said a thing that is true. This is what the people who are voting are saying. And you're going to argue with the voter that this is how they should not feel? And you think that's going to push them to your side? That's the part that I don't understand in this. I don't understand if you want their vote and all you're going to do is chastise them for feeling how they feel, that says to them that you're trying to make them feel how you feel. And that's not what they want to do. So I don't know how we deal with that crux of the problem.
Can I say one thing? I agree with what you just said, First Lady. I had been out of the room, but I was here in time to hear whoever said that their friends couldn't get down with the trans thing. Here's how I would then ask is, so did they hear the Democrats I would say, so can you show me where the Democrats were so down with the trans? Or did the Republicans tell you that the Dems are so down with the trans? And did they stay on that message? Because at the end of the day, which is something that I found out late in the game, was the transgender thing was signed under Donald Trump. He signed off on that. I wonder how many people who voted against the Dems because of what Republicans were saying even knew that. I pretty much paid attention a lot, and it was way late in the game when I heard that or realized that he's the one that signed it. So I think with our messaging, those are the type of things we need to be looking at. When they can drill down to a specific issue that caused them to flip their vote. We know that they're projected. Yeah. We know these things, but we don't take the time to help them see it. And let's talk about it. Let's see who's really talking about the transgender thing like that. Because I never saw anybody getting down with the trans.
I just have to say one thing too. You have to understand. I don't want to see anybody.
One second.
I don't want to see anybody hurt.
I'm sorry.
Let's talk about it. That's all I'm saying. Maybe we got to get better at that part of the messaging, especially when we know that that's not what it is. But if that's what's before them all the time, yeah, people are going to think that. We have to kind of help. We have to train ourselves to be better advocates and change our mindsets. We got to get better at changing how we respond to what we know our lives.
So, Mr. Finley, are you there?
I'm here.
So, you heard me speak, you heard Deborah speak. What's saying?
So, this conversation highlights my frustration with the blue team. Because again, you're absolutely correct. When a voter says that, I don't like X, Y, and Z, and you're being chastised for that, because I brought up the Obama when I don't even vote federally, but when he made the comment about men basically chastise men about how to vote, I felt the type of way because I'm like, that's not how you approach voters. And I recognize that there are a lot of low information voters out here, right? I recognize that, but the reality is you still have to formulate a message to get them to buy your product. Like if I won't even let your cars, right? But if I scolded you and said you dumb and stupid for putting gas in your car because it's bad for the environment, you dummy. That is more stuff than you dummy.
Neither First Lady nor I said that. Her question to you right now is, what do you think about that going forward, sir?
I'm speaking to the global
conversation. What going forward, sir?
Count your baskets and then quietly do your entire agenda. And the trans issue was something I felt they put too many eggs in their baskets. Because again, I vote locally.
Yeah,
that harmed them locally. It was that harmed them locally.
You accept the framing of MAGA. That's what
I don't accept the framing of MAGA, Scotty. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm talking about voters.
I pretty much agree with you. I said, what if we do suggestion for going forward. And First Lady asked, what did you think about that? You're still talking about the bad messaging before. I gave a suggestion going forward. You're still talking about what already happened. I agree with you.
Can I just say one thing?
No, you cannot. 1 second. They're having a back and forth.
Restate your solution, because your solution didn't sound like a one from the party per se. It sounded like a one for like person to person.
So it starts from person to person. I was talking about the situation in particular, your situation, because I don't know who was talking, but I did say whoever that was. And then I gave a suggestion how that can go better in the future. It is if your friend, because a lot of times friends don't even talk about politics, especially if they don't agree. But if you're able to have a conversation with a friend and they tell you why they flipped from Democrat to the reason why is over the trans issue, what I'm saying is have a conversation with them, talk to them, say, hey, so let's talk about it. Let's get a little deeper into that. At what times? Who was talking about it? What do you mean specifically that they're getting down with the trans issue? What issue are that you're concerned about? Because at the end of the day, that's not true. But what happened was the Republicans made that be a Democratic issue. They talked about it. But some people not even aware, I was one of them. And I consider myself informational. It was a while before I even realized that Donald Trump signed the trans issue operations or whatever, the surgeries in prison. That was on his watch. So how does it happen? And so that could be an issue or a topic, a discussion for someone who flipped the cause. So I am only suggesting that we not be critical, that we inform, that we get better at training ourselves to inform those who believe these things that are not true. And have a real conversation back and forth rather than judge them. They could still they may never believe it, or it might not change their minds, but we don't know that. But to allow them to say it and there's no response, particularly, and it doesn't have to be the trans issue. It could be a friend who had another issue that made them flip. If they're saying something that you know not to be true, why not talk about it? Not judge them, have an open conversation, show them the facts. In the trans situation, knowing that Donald Trump signed it could have been something that they weren't aware of. Okay. Right? But we don't know because we don't communicate. We got to get better at telling the real issue and not what the GOP tells us the issue is, because that's what they do.
Fact about that. That's really a cool point. You know, I'm listening to this and I'm thinking about something that happened before the election. I was out having coffee with a relatively new friend, somebody who does not consider herself political. She told me that her fiance was Republican. She wasn't sure what she was going to do as far as voting. And we started to talk, and I was like really trying to get her on Team Blue. And I did something which I've always known to do, which is to find the personal, find the place where something really hits somebody in the heart. So we started talking about abortion, about women's rights, about women's bodily autonomy. And she's a very cool woman in her mid-50s who has a career and a mom of 3 boys and, really empowered woman. But we started to have that conversation. And I'm getting into, abortion can be a really super Christian family, and she didn't know what to do, and she didn't know how to help her, and she was terrified. And finally, just her heart knew that she needed to help the girl, and she went to her mom, and she got her mom to help get the girl the abortion. And it was like, like the dam broke, and it became very personal for her, the whole issue. And it's like, that's where you have to meet people. It's more than just talk. It's more than what's in your head. You have to find the thing that really affects somebody and gives them the understanding that this is about them. You know, I mean, people are going back again to, you can make it personal with people. That's the opening in my experience.
So, again, I don't know what law you're referring to this sometimes, but that's not the issue, right? The issue is this perception, right? It was put off a perception that, you know, I often say the Republicans are in denial about climate science, the Dems seemingly are in denial about biology. And that is the perception, right? And them, the reason, again, presidential elections are an individual thing, but it's a team sport, right? The red team puts up this perception that with respect to that particular issue, they're going to protect the kids, right? They're going to protect their daughter who plays sports from having to compete against a guy, right? That's the perception that they put up. I'm not going to get into the arguments about the fact that there's only a handful of them that actually compete. But that doesn't matter because their perception is their reality. And the blue team does a terrible job of one, taking a common sensory position, number two, and two, dispelling this perception. That's a problem. And me having a one-on-one conversation is not going to solve that very macro problem that they have.
I have to kind of agree with both of you. But especially the lady Deborah, you're right about, you know, having a conversation with people, but once they have certain things in their mindset, because if you knew, you know, Trump's base is a lot of evangelicals, okay? And their whole mindset is Christian nationalism, okay? And so when you're dealing with that type of mindset, you're dealing with somebody's strongholds that, you know, you could show people the evidence and they're still not going to receive it. You will be ostracized. You know what I'm saying? They'll even say that you're not a believer. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not voting about transgender and all the other stuff, because those are people's personal choices. Okay, we're not called to do that. So, their whole thing is to make this nation a Christian nation. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, you have to look at the behind the scenes of who Trump has there, like Paula White, and a lot of those evangelicals he had come up into the White House, and he's going to be.
Yeah, they got a devil represent.
I'm sorry, I was talking. You see how people, you know, they're not looking at what he's doing as far as poor people. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. They do have the devil as a representation. They actually said this man was anointed and sent by God. And I'm like, people are delusional. You know what I'm saying? So some people, you can sit down and try to have a conversation with them, but they're not going to hear it because they already have it set in their mind. Regardless of what you show them, what he did, and how you show them that he can't get totally rid of abortion, it doesn't matter. To them, he is like almost like their savior.
I'm surprised that you guys don't draw clear comparisons.
They tried to say the same thing about Obama as well.
There's some clear comparative teams that were appointed by God.
Wait a minute.
TC is one of them. And it was anointed.
What's going on?
Hey,
Nobody is listening to you because you was talking over someone. Wait a minute.
I was saying to the lady, they said the same thing about Obama. They said he was the Messiah, right?
Who said that?
When he became president, people were saying that we thought he was the Messiah. And people pushed back on that because we knew he wasn't the Messiah.
I never heard evangelicals say that.
Okay. So So it's when you're watching one, so what can we agree that the Republicans have a hell of a echo chamber? Like they are taking over the radio stations and the TV for the most part. When you go anywhere, you're going to any public place, it's on Fox News. And so
Name one other conservative
they have the
television
airwaves,
news outlet
they have
besides
all of
Fox
the
News.
airwaves, and they are winning they are winning the communication. You're gonna go on your TC or I'm gonna kick you all the way out.
No kicking out. No kicking out. Okay, but can we at least like come on and slow it? I mean, like fast it up. You know what I mean? Come on.
Okay, yeah. Start somewhere. What I said was not a one-all, beat-all. It's a start to train yourself to be able to tell the truth when they are speaking or believe something that's not. I'm not saying if they're only hearing that, then yeah, what else do you expect them to believe if that's the only thing that they watch?
So there's nothing that can be further from the truth to suggest that mainstream media is being dominated by conservative media. That's patently false. You can't name one other conservative news outlet on cable television besides Fox News. I mean, you have ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, all down.
There is a trial. The reason why
No, wait a minute. He did not finish.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of like false equivalences that's being perpetuated in this conversation. The suggestion that somehow Donald Trump is voters or somehow in a delusion. When you look at King David.
Sorry, so I'm not gonna tolerate this behavior today. I'm not. Because as soon as we get opposing views in, y'all shut it down and then we have the conversation no more. There's no way to move forward if you don't understand the voices from other people. If you can't have the conversation, that's fine. Leave. Come back later. But don't start everybody else from hearing what the people have to say. If they don't want to hear, they'll leave as well.
Thank you.
But I want to be able to hear the people come back exactly what they say so that your voice can be heard, not the argument. The truth. Let the truth speak for itself. It will.
Just as we are not at 50, I say some stupid shit. Let them say it. Go ahead,
Shut up.
I mean, everything that I've said is 100% factual. You can't point to any other mainstream cable news outlet that's conservative besides Fox News. You cannot disassociate Donald Trump from other kings that were appointed by God in the Bible that have done worse things than he has and said worse things than he has, and they were appointed by God and they were supported by God. So even in faith doctrine, we know that there are imperfect people that God points to positions. God, the heart of Pharaoh. He literally goes again the argument that God can't use Donald Trump or that God's providence is not in Donald Trump's life. I think you have to elevate yourself to the level of God to bring such a determination. We know in Romans, God, the scriptures is clear that all authority is given by God. And then when you push up against it, when you push back,
No, wait a minute.
What's got me on? Piercing me like my nerves, my edges. I'm going to get a facial. So let me tell you something. One thing I do, my family is a follower of Jesus Christ. I have a uncle who's a great minister in the state of Texas, pastor of a huge church there, and my mother. But the bottom line is, you cannot force. You can say whatever you want, and that's your opinion. You cannot force your religion and your values and what you think
on others. Everybody in this country is not a Christian. They're Muslims. There's all kind of other religions besides Christianity. And for you to be able to sit here with moral authority and tell us we got to accept somebody who clearly does not, values are not aligned with mine, regardless if I'm a Christian or not, is the biggest hypocrisy, the nerve. That's why this is America. People came here to this country, these white people came here to avoid or evade religious prosecution. And now we got people coming here telling us we need to kiss the ass of Satan. Because in the Bible, we said God used people who were less than to pursue. That's fine. But this is a new day. This is not that day. We're not wearing sandals and trying to get across a Red Sea. We're here. This is 2025. We are technically advanced. We are free thinkers. We are educated. We are socialists. It's you. It is you. If God wants to work with him, hey, that's between him and God. But don't force your shit on everybody else to have to eat and at the table with you and like it. That's what I don't like. Keep that shit out of it. First of all, the government and religion are separate. So don't come in here and try to make it one to suit your purposes, whoever the fuck you guys are. That's what irritates me. You just say that's what you think. Don't put it all on everybody else. Right? If you want the right one.
What Lisa is saying. I want to echo what Lisa is saying.
One second, babe. One second.
I'm done. Thank you, First Lady.
I was the one that brought up the thing about Trump and how the Christian community always want to draw from the Old Testament. We are in a different dispensation. We are under the dispensation of grace. Okay? If Jesus said he did not come to judge the world, who are we? Yes, all power and authorities, and God does use evil. Okay? But he said, I will use evil for good. Now, to elevate Donald Trump to the status that the church has elevated him to is wrong. Okay? He is a bad witness. Okay? When you have, like I said, unbelievers putting Trump on a cross like he's a savior, that tells me our witness is bad. We are asked to go out and spread the gospel, and whoever receives it, and who doesn't, don't. Wipe the dust off your feet and keep it moving. We cannot dictate morality. You cannot dictate Christianity. That's not how Jesus told us to do it. And again, I will say, Jesus walked amongst the most corrupt government. The Roman Empire, they had all kind of orgies, Caligula, and all that other stuff. If you look at the history, and he did not address it. He said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, and render unto God what is God. Our service is unto God, and our response is supposed to be different than the rest of the world. Okay? We are not supposed to dictate our religious belief on other people. That's going against somebody's will. Okay? And even God won't do that. So when they start coming with this theology about, oh, well, David, this and the king, that, I'm not saying that God does not raise up evil for good. All I'm saying to you is the church's response in elevating this man to a status in the church that they should not have. You have. So wait, sir. Wait a minute. We listen to you. I'm not saying that. I know it's hard. All I'm saying to you is Jesus said you will know them by their fruit. And what is the fruit? Love, joy, peace, gentleness, kindness. Is all of that in Trump?
All right, so you just added.
I give you my across the yellow line drawn on the ground. He was right in Atlanta, Georgia, paraded Kamala Harris on the stage, gave a whole speech on a Sunday morning. That is the hypocrisy. It stinks to high heaven. No pun intended. Like, you cannot sit here and lecture us that the church is taking an adopting some sort of idolatrous posture towards Donald Trump, and at the same time ignore what the churches, the black churches, done with Kamala Harris. It's hypocrisy. And to Lisa, I agree.
Do not cut him off. Let him speak.
You just got. I agree with him. She has every right.
Come on.
Not to have to feel preached to and lectured on about morality when her morals might not necessarily align with the next guy's morals. That's fine. That's fair. Where I disagree is when you said there should be a church separation of church and state. The government made state and church, but our history is riddled with integrations and commingling of faith and government, where the church has an outsized influence of government. You can look at the writings of George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, where they regularly and routinely reference faith doctrines and scriptures in their writings as government officials. They were sponsors of the church. The church was sponsors of their campaign. So again, I'm with you when you say, let's not force religion down people's throat and force them to adopt their moral perspective and tell them how they should vote because of it. I agree with you. Anybody that does that, they're taking advantage of you, exploiting their moral influence on your decision. Elevating him is tantamount to some type of sacrilegious, exercise. It's not true.
May I piggyback on that, First Lady? First Lady, may I piggyback?
I'm about to
go with you. I just say 1 minute. I'm about to leave. Can I go real quick, please?
You can't go. If
I ain't talking to you, bro. I'm trying to.
you can't go.
Yeah, so I'm moderating the stage.
Oh my God, Chris, I need a drink. I can't drink alcohol.
She's coming in here trying to
I have to leave, man. Please go.
This bullshit.
Listen, you can't go. Chill back. Everybody just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. It's okay. All right. Chill back. So, listen. Who said that they were gonna go after TC? I didn't hear anybody say they wanted to go after TC. So what's wrong with going to Matt Fennedy? The fact that he asked?
Because they hate me.
Yeah. You don't help the situation.
I'm such a victim. No, but you
I have to leave. I'm going to a memorial.
We'll go to the memorial. Right. Come back later. Come on.
Unnecessary disrespect for no reason.
I got it, class. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to almost reiterate what TC said in the sense that I agree with Lisa. I even agree with what Regina's saying. You should never impose your views on other people. So it's important to be said. If you impose your views or your religion on anybody, that is not in the likeness of Christ. That is not following the example of Christ. So anybody that's imposing, you're not following the example of Christ. And in terms of the separation of church and state, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but TC, I completely agree with you. The separation of church and state is something that is not found in our founding documents. Congress shall make no law establishing one religion over another. Christianity is not a religion, it's a way of life. That was in our founding documents, they mentioned God, but I just want to make that clear. The separation of church and state is not a thing. That was something that was created in the 40s, okay? Not in our founding documents.
So, hold on. That's bullshit. You talking about founding documents? What was in our founding documents, man, that we don't practice today? You want to go back to the founding documents? Is that what you're asking for? He said the separation of church and state was not in our founding documents. It didn't appear until the 1940s. Okay, but what was in our founding documents?
Okay, so the term. Hold on, real quick. But the separation of church and state, okay, is a term that came up about in the 40s to describe. Actually, it comes from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote. Excuse me. I'm sorry. It came from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote, but it was not part of our founding documents. It was a letter that he sent to a group of Christians. I can't remember the context. Why can't I finish?
The term separation of church and state is not in our Constitution. It's not in the Declaration of Church.
Dang, I went to the bathroom. Oh my God, I can't even.
Okay, so I agree with y'all. I gotta go.
My bladder.
Okay, good luck.
I can't even empty my bladder. Come on, guys.
No, yes, it's being disrespectful. That's what I'm also trying to get across.
Yes. And then we have our weekend where it is just us, and we sit back, we kick it, and we laugh, and we kiki. But then when class is in session, why are y'all disrupting the classroom like this? This is very disrespectful. It really truly is. I understand we don't agree with their points, but we're preparing for the midterms. And all we keep doing is going into the midterm hating stuff versus understanding.
No, I love that I'm getting mixed up with you because your voice is beautiful. Mine is ghetto excessive. Okay.
No, it's not. No, get the classroom together. No.
Well, let's be clear. I didn't interrupt him. When I said,
I don't know.
I waited for him. I waited for him to finish, and when he continued to say, he said exactly what he said that I responded to. I was actually having dialogue. That's what you call dialogue. What I was doing, I was asking him if that's the case, then what was in the founding documents that we no longer practice today, and why? Or do you want to go back to that? That's the question that I had.
Wait. We know Ma'am Kennedy will not have a dialogue. Once it's a spiel, get it all completely out. We're not moving in space. That is not the person to have a dialogue with, because he's going to stop complaining about being interrupted and start all over again. That is the reason why First Lady said, okay, Ma'am Kennedy, you're next. Everybody who's in this space knows for a fact. He said, including the periods of semicolon and the commas. Well, if you didn't know that, people will speak. Because if we just argue amongst ourselves, we'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about how we hated what he said, and he's not even fucking in here. We need to be adults at some point and listen to the other side, because they will always hate themselves. Let them talk themselves up. And then like,
What's going on?
And on left or off their mic for whatever reason. What is going on with you guys today? Is it happy hour? I know it's GA was somebody else.
Speaking like Ma'am Kennedy.
Oh my God, this is okay. I'm done. I'm getting done. You guys, what is wrong with you, baby? Go take your medication.
All right, so thank you, GA. I appreciate that.
So I'm open to understanding
Brooklyn.
the part of when these people. I'll go after you.
Oh yeah, I just want to say the cherry pick certain things to make their MAGA points. They have to bring up the whole thing, the feeding the poor, the welcoming the immigrants, and all of the other things that the Bible is very clear about, including adultery, which their leader has done several times, but they don't want to talk about that. They want to cherry pick to try to make their point and saying they are going to the church. They're hypocritical Christian nationalists.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say, Rose. One second. That's all I be asking for. Well, when you sit there, you start throwing it out, nobody's hearing it. It's just like the little chihuahua. But the point that you just made was absolutely brilliant.
Number one, I want to second what you just said. That was absolutely beautiful. Spot on, Scotty. Just 100%. Just want to give the room a PSA, which is, I'm listening to this, I'm feeling all of this, and I mean, just fucking kudos, pods to manage all of this. I think what's going on here is that over the past 2 weeks, the level of cruelty that we have been witnessing between watching kids drown and watching people being snatched and watching the big fucking horrible bill pass, all of this stuff, we're getting more triggered as there's more cruelty. As the cruelty goes up, we get more emotionally invested and more triggered because we care, which is the good news. But it's also, I think, coming out in situations like this where somebody says something. I hear some of the Bible thumping. I'm Jewish. I get triggered. I believe in separation of church and state. Sometimes it's hard to not jump off the mic because we're triggered. So I just wanted to just stay to the room lovingly, just, be aware of our own self-regulation because it's coming from a hard to good place, but it's coming out and it's something that makes it more difficult to share.
Exactly. And as your resident heathen in the room, I feel offended for the most part when people bring up religion and politics. It just really, it makes me sick to my stomach because it's like you're actually trying to make sense of something that is actually senseless, and you are definitely cherry picking it to like that's like, why do you play in our faces on a daily basis, right? I'm wondering, and I'm probably gonna offend people, but I don't mean anything by it. I'm just a regular New York girl that talks this way without any give a fuck about anything. I am not politically correct. I am incorrected in the motherfucker, okay? Let's just start there. So, TC, like I was saying to you, sir, the nerve and audacity of you to now this be your reasoning as to why it's like you are a grifter to the highest power, TC, because you wasn't church and politics when you was Biden, and then when you switched over to Kamala, when you switched over because Kamala was up for grabs, you was like, oh, it wasn't about that. It was more about the men, the women not being able to run the country. But now here you are because you've seen all of the egregious things that your president that you decided to vote for has done, and now you want to make it biblical? Nigga, are you what? This is the problem that don't play in the faces of your people, TC, because as much as you want to not be black, you are, okay? And what you're doing is you're playing in our faces. We see you for who you are. It's okay. We see you for who you are, and you continuously do it. Stop doing it. Just be who you are. Accept that you made a mistake. And let's move past it. Let's try to do that. You've made a mistake. And that's just that. It's not going to add up. But it is when talking. And that's that. And TC doesn't get offended by me. We're friends. All right, bye.
I just want to say one thing before I go to TC. You're talking about, David. God sent a prophet. We're not a theocracy. Okay? So unless God spoke to every single person in that voting booth and sent a prophet to anoint them, that's not how Trump was put in by God. Okay? So we're not a theocracy. The Old Testament, they were under a theocracy. Not all the kings around them got a prophet sent to them and anointed them to be an Amalekite king or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We are under a democratic society. We're not a theocracy. So that's where I believe Christians are getting mixed up. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to mix two types of organizations or whatever together, and it's not going to work because the way that our system is set up, it's like a system of Baal, and it's always going to go against what the Bible is saying.
So here's the thing for me. I don't even know why we all the way in the weeds with us. TC, you want him to be the king now? Is that what you're rooting for? Hello? I just want to understand it. Is that the direction that y'all are switching over to?
I really don't want to.
I know he ain't still on mute. I know he ain't jumped off mute.
I'm actually reading the Bible. I don't think anybody's advocating for theocracy. We don't seem to be ruled right. We're not looking for a king. But what you can't divorce yourself away from is the fact that the founding fathers realize that the type of strong executive they were implementing in our two branch of government was going to be tantamount to a king. So you're the king. Giving him authorities and yes, like
I told you.
you guys don't take it from me. Listen, just maybe do a Google search or ChatGPT or Jersey.
The slave never felt. Why are you talking about those documents?
So because
Wait a
those are
minute, be quiet, let him finish.
documents that
Those never make sense, right?
Shut up.
Why should I shut up? He was talking the whole fucking day.
because she asked me to speak.
He asked you.
I don't know who you are.
I like the bitch.
Evil
The reason why
person
you would
who
reference
like
federal
that.
is because those were the documents that gives the intent of the founder when they were writing the Constitution and the Declaration of
I don't know who
Independence.
you are, but only.
You understand, the intent is very interpreted.
We know the original intent of the document. We know what the amendments did. But there's another whole story and layers and layers of this cake that we are now in our writing. It's unrolling. Hold on to unrolling it. It's insidious.
Can you guys still hear me? I'm three things at the same time, so I'm not going to be able to like stay in the conversation as long as I want. I'm still listening, but what I don't understood that the executive role would be similar to in nature and authority and principle to a king, even though his powers would be checked. That's what the became wrong. When they look at history and they look at the intent of the Constitution, the framers did not want a king. Yes, they did not want a king, but they still gave the Article 2 branch executive the powers of a king. Only that those powers would be checked by two other co-equal branches of government. That's where the mistake happens. Yes, we have something similar, akin to, very like a king in the president. Sorry, you can't get away from that. No amount of like virtue signaling or speaking over somebody will erase that fact. The Article 2 branch is the equivalent of a present-day king. That is a fact. That's the power that the Constitution gives the Article 2 branch. But it also gives powers to Article 1 and Article 3 branches to check that power. Now, if the Article 1 and Article 3 branches decide to cede those powers, which we know they have, to the Article 2 branch, you're going to...
Okay, yeah. Respectfully, TC, no. The founders hated kings, right? They absolutely hated kings. And kings are omnipotent. There is no check power to monarchs. That's not how that works, right? So I don't know what
Is it me or is he in the Matrix?
Am I in the Matrix? Okay. Yeah. Like monarchs don't have check powers. Like the founders easily corrupted, right? And we didn't. And most constitutional scholars will tell you this, right? Because that's what it was. And so you're just wrong. Now, where have we gone wrong with this constitutional power? Starting in the 30s. Most would argue that he could have used those powers for good. That's what we started with, this executive power. It's just kind of worse in the last 60 years or 70 years, right? And so, but yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Respectfully.
Where's Tom?
Alright, so look at Federalist, you hear the author, Alexander Hamilton, speaking specifically about the authorities and the powers of the president, and giving those authorities, giving those powers akin to that of a king. So again, I don't have the document in front of me. I'll be happy to reference it when I get a second. But yes, those authorities are irreversible and unchecked by another branch because the king had this power. The president should have the authority as commander-in-chief of the military because the king has this authority. They were given direct relationship between what power they give to the executive relative to the powers that the king has.
Point of order. Lisa.
They gave a strong executive.
Lisa, you are needed. Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa, emergency.
Okay, so thanks.
I'm sorry, Dust, go ahead.
Yeah, TC, okay. I know you don't have things in front of you, but I only
tap in when I have actual things to actually treat that. First of all, Thomas Paine actually wrote in Common Sense in 1776 that monarchy and succession have laid not in this kingdom, not in this or that kingdom, but only the world in blood and ashes. Thomas Paine wrote that in 1776. Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence, the history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having indirect object and establishment of the absolute tyranny over these states. These are direct quotes. So I need to refute everything that you said. John Adams also governed in 1776. A man must be excessively stupid as well as uncharitable who believes that there is no such thing as a Republican honesty in the world, the dignity and stability of government in all its branches and the morals of its people. Every blessing of society. That is in James Madison. The Federalist Papers that you keep quoting so lovingly, Number 10 and number 51 in 1787 and 88, the accumulation of all powers in the same hands may justly and be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. That's James Madison in the Federalist Papers that you keep quoting. Alexander Hamilton, the former refuted in 1775, literally says, he quotes, the sacrifice of my sons are not to be known or among parchments of musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam by the hand of divinity itself. They cannot be erased or excused by a mortal monarchist sentiments in Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, James Adams, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and I can keep going, sir. Everything you're stating, including the papers in which you're quoting, speak directly and succinctly against everything you're claiming, sir.
And that's when I had, well stated, J.A. I was going to add that J.A. pointed out specifically how two of the other authors of the Federalist Papers kind of pushed back against this idea of a king, number one. Number two, there are the Constitution Convention, and you're quoting essays written by 3 people. Stop it, respectfully.
TC, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Are you getting
to follow the laws of life and entice the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the war incident, so that the plague struck the Lord's people? Verse 17. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man.
quick?
As a king, that's what you guys are debating. What I said was the founding documents defends the position and the authority of the executive and gives him powers that would liken him to a king. And this is outlined in Federalist 69. I'll read you, let me pull it up. Federalist 69. The president is to be elected for 4 years. The king of Britain is a perpetual and hereditary prince. Again, making clear and consistent comparisons, as I said a minute ago, to the king of England. They're establishing that the executive, when they're establishing the authorities of a president, they weren't looking to a legislative body. They weren't looking to like a Roman form of parliamentary government. They were looking at a king, an emperor, if you will, and giving him powers that would allow him to effectuate his responsibilities swiftly and effectively. Founding members established a king. I said exactly the opposite. They gave him the powers of a king, but then checked those powers with 2 other co-equal branches of government and put limitations on those powers, such as term limits. That's what I said.
TC, this is
you guys are debating a straw man.
And I heard you. No. I heard what you said. But this is what we fundamentally believe. You read the same documents I read,
and you read them and you interpret, hey, we want him to have the powers of the king, but we don't want him to be a king. And all of the documents I quoted and what has been said historically, and the other 10,000 documents that I could pull up, say all the founding fathers say, we hate kings. We hate everything about it. We don't want anything in our country to be remotely close to a king. We want to establish the furthest thing from a monarchy that we possibly can. To the point that when George Washington actually took the oath of office to begin with, he didn't want to be the first president. Second of all, he felt so bad and had such an issue with the president hear him simply because they had such an aversion to everything kingship as it is. Personal journals, and you line them up with their personal diaries, line them up with what they said in public and their speeches. They hated everything and did not want anything to do with the kingship. And I'm sorry, sir, you're way out based on this. And you know what? If you're right, I'll agree with you, bro. But you're way off the left here.
It's coming from a certain type of teaching. Evangelicals. I'm telling those evangelicals that.
Where did they establish him as the commander-in-chief of the military? Where did they derive that authority from?
Let's not go back into the religious thing.
Oh, that's not. It's nothing to do with religion.
That's where he's coming from.
I'm just talking about religion. I'm just talking about religion.
No, because you're being disingenuous. Now you're being disingenuous. Because what I said was 100% clear. What I said was,
I wasn't talking to you when I was talking to you.
Okay, but
what I'm saying is,
I'm saying I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. You don't have those authorities unless they got it from the likeness of a king. Again, the power of the pardon came from a king. They literally, like you did to King George, the ability to pardon, okay, to grant reprieves, to establish treaties, the powers of a king, okay, the power to be the commander-in-chief, the power, they get those authorities from a king. Now they check those authorities, like I said, they check those authorities, but they got it from a king. They're likening the executive to a king. They didn't want just a parliamentary form of government. They didn't want a pure democracy. They wanted something that was a blend between a monarchy and a republic, is what they wanted.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted. In fact, I'm not trying to. Hold up, let me just say this, TC. In no way, shape, or form am I trying to take your mind. I want you to believe in what you're comfortable. Everything that I stated was for the benefit of somebody who does not know the history and does not know the back end so that they don't be misled. I am in no way trying to change your mind to convince you to think and follow this. Trust me, I know you are completely, to your dying day, going to believe what you believe, especially from your background and how you've been indoctrinated with the people that you deal with. I'm not trying to change that. It was, my diatribe was for the people in the group that need to know how it's actually worked. That's all. So I'm not debating with you.
I appreciate the patronization. It's not lost on me that your soft, the soft punch there. It's not lost on me. Go ahead.
You're comparing. You're saying that they took some of the monarch ideas and instilled them into the president, right? The pardons. That's probably the only unilateral power that the president has. They cannot unilaterally sign treaties. They can't even unilaterally declare war, even though he is the commander-in-chief. The president can't, on his own, declare war. He needs congressional approval for that, right? So what you're doing is you're saying that because a bicycle has wheels and a automobile has wheels, they were trying to make an automobile like a car. Like a bike, and that's just not true. Just because they have similarities does not mean they were trying to make one or the other. They were so again to to GA's point, if you read their personal writings, then they hated kings. It's one reason why we have this, because they didn't like centralized power. It's one reason why we have these federalists versus states' rights people, right? Because in our country's DNA, like they're so worried about concentrated power because they don't trust it. It's in our freaking DNA. But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna continue on because GA makes a good point. We're not gonna be able to change your mind in this, and so I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, there's no change in the mind. Like again, it's okay. Fine. Let me do what you're doing, right? Hey, folks, the founders resisted tyranny. TC is advocating for tyranny because TC is suggesting that the founders wanted a tyrannous executive.
That's not what I said.
So because he's given authorities like the pardon power that's not checked. That's the only example of how he can be a tyrannical executive. But TC is wrong. The founders actually resisted tyranny. Like, bro, check your arrogance at the door. Again, you're debating a straw man. You're not debating any of my points. I've said it 3 times now, but you continue to do this as if you're winning some sort of argument. Nobody has made the argument that the founders established a king. The founders gave the executive king-like powers because they wanted a strong executive. They did not want a parliamentary system of government. As I said, that's the reason why we don't have a prime minister. We have a president. But you continue to go ahead and spin the narrative so you can get the applause from all of the biased people in this room because you're preaching the virtues of limited government and restrictions on the executive's power. I agree. There's no dissension. There's no debate. Founders did not want a king. You want a brownie, bro? Like, the fuck? I've said this now multiple times. But what I also said was, which you can't refute, is that the powers he was given in the likeness of the authority that a king would have. Such as the power to grant religious authorities. Such as giving him the commander-in-chief role of the military. Such as the ability to enter into treaties. Yeah, this debate is it's not even a debate. It's just we're just simply grandstanding by Mr.
So I'm not grandstanding you either. I didn't grandstand you.
Boy, that spirit of wanting to debate is gonna take you down, brother. All of this, you said.
I made the position, First Lady. David wasn't trying to repeat what I said.
Listen to what I'm saying. The fact that you are caping for this particular thing and saying, well, it's like him being a king, goes back to my original question. And even though you don't think you sound like that, but you're making an argument for it to be, knowingly or unknowingly, that's what you're doing. And people can't articulate that to you because they're just going to keep going back and forth with the points of what you're making. And I always tell people the devil's in the details, right? But let's get to the meat and potatoes. People are listening to what you're saying. People are trying to make sense of this, which then begins to create a vision of that possibly happening. And that there is how things manifest.
So let me say this, First Lady, and this is going to be the best example that I have to this conversation. Look at the anti-federalists of the time that Federalist 69 and Federalist 70 was written. If you look at the reputations and the criticisms of the Federalist Papers, and you look at the written documentary evidence that exists, you'll find the very same people that were anti-Federalist Papers were making the same arguments that I'm making. Essentially suggesting, that Mr. is making and GA is making, because they argued that even Federalist Papers were giving too much power to the executive to make him a king. Again, you don't have to take my word for this. You guys can Google this. There were writings by anti-Federalists that criticized the Federalist Papers because they were saying that
best defense of anything I can say, because it just shows that in the context of history, even the people that were there when they were reading those documents, they had the same criticism, such power, and gave him kingship authorities. But I'm wrong. You guys be telling me that the founders had no relationship with executives and a king.
In the best case scenario, you make an argument of 3 founders, or there were more than 3 founders, and they were in the minority. Even if they were all in favor, they're in the minority.
Okay, so I read Federalist 69, and I read Hamilton's argument. What TC is talking about is what was called at the time elective monarchy, right? And Hamilton is reassuring people that his elective monarchy is unlike the monarchy in Britain. But TC is correct, he does equate it. What TC is not telling, or maybe he doesn't know, I don't know, is that his proposal, right, of elective monarchy was resoundingly rejected at the Constitutional Convention, right? When was it? 1787, right? He had almost no support for his idea of elective democracy, elective monarchy, I'm sorry. And other founding fathers did not share this idea. So, yes, Hamilton did propose elective monarchy. He got rejected.
Which is in more detail.
That's fair.
Which is in more detail. But that's a more detailed example of what I said. I said even if they, I said
bro,
even
no,
if
bro, I thought you were trying to debate, bro. I thought you were. Now you're telling me what you said.
Even I said
now
even
protest too much.
I said earlier. I said you're giving the opinion of 3 people, right? And I said there were what do we attribute? What, a dozen of the main characters as our founding fathers. I said and the majority of them did not support that idea, the idea of a king. And then I said of the 50 plus delegates, the majority of them did. And I reiterate, I said even if all 3 of the Federalist Papers authors agreed with this idea, that was not the opinion of the majority. And you're asserting that it was.
TC, did you know that this proposal for elective monarchy was rejected at 1787?
I know that there were a lot of defenses of Alexander Hamilton's positions that were not adopted in the documents. Sorry, I didn't know you were speaking. Sorry. Yeah, I have to respond back to you guys later. I'm going.
Sorry. But are you withdrawing your position?
No, I'm not withdrawing my position at all. What I said was, I don't know how long you've been in the conversation ever, but what I said was, we were talking about the king, and I think First Lady said, you seek to be ruled by a king. And what I said was that the Constitution, Article 2 branch, gives powers to the president that are checked by limitations on those powers, as well as the other 2 branches of government that would liken him to a king. Doesn't give him the authority to be, but it's likened them to a king. And so the reason why this goes back to us referencing King David in the scriptures, and somebody made this argument, made this point about we're not in a theocracy. And I gave an example that God supported kings in the scriptures and gave widespread latitude for kings that even transgressed the law and still resided with them and still supported them and still taught those kings up. I gave the example of King David. I gave the example of Pharaoh and some others in which God had a direct hand in directing their actions and their movements. That got down the rabbit hole to what we're talking about now, essentially equating the president to a king. I said, as much as you guys don't like it, the president is the present day example of what the king would be.
And you still repeat this day. Casey,
Can I? Hey. Casey, you can equate in your personal opinions whatever you want to equate with, right? but the historical record that you reference does not support what you're saying. So you can obviously have your personal opinion about King David and likening the president to King David, but the historical record that you presented, right, referencing Hamilton's idea that was rejected of elective monarchy for substantiation of your personal beliefs is historically incorrect because you didn't provide the full context. Specifically, it was rejected.
Now, did you say this is in the Constitution?
It's Hamilton's idea of what he wanted. Like he had a vision of
an idea that wasn't adopted.
Yep.
So I don't understand why TC even used it as an example. You see how you playing our faces?
TC, wouldn't MBS and Saudi be much closer to being a modern day king than the president of the United States?
Yep.
He didn't answer. That was easy.
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer CEO. And I think that sort of just wrapped up the conversation and the standpoint and the more Governor Morris, who was involved in writing a preamble for the Constitution. He said the majesty is not the king. The king is the people. And that's the through line to all of the documentation that TC doesn't want to hold up to. In that sense, he's trying to draw some of it. So that's the standpoint. And the only thing I was saying to Jay before is let's still wait for the religious conversation and let you actually understand and let you train in hermeneutics of theology and you've been through dispensationalism. We have people, there's stuff that I hear people quote and pull up. It's so far off base because it's just like our laws and documentation. When we take a smidgen of something, like so we're saying, and you don't recognize the whole of it. In the background of it, it's just a trash piece of a train wreck of a 32 piles of car wreck on 94 in Grenade. It's bad. So let's just steer clear from that because 98% of what I hear on Clubhouse is wrong to some people. Let's just stop there.
Yeah, I think it's more like a 26 car pile up to be exact.
Somewhere in between somebody and
But the idea is this a new mega point that's getting ready to come out and it's getting ready to start being discussed? Is this the idea that we're playing around with this king situation? Is that it?
I think that's a tease.
Sorry.
This is old stuff. This is old stuff because the conservative evangelical conservatives was claiming King Caesarea. That's mentioned in the top 3 and doing that when he was running. When the 200 evangelicals pastors got together and prayed on Donald Trump, they were claiming that historical reference before.
Yeah,
so that's what the thing is. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an old idea, but it's getting trotted out again in conservative circles. Like if you read their quote-unquote philosophers, right, like this Hamiltonian vision of Caesarism, which is a few steps away from Bonapartism and a few steps away from fascism, right? The idea of Hamiltonian Caesarism and unitary executive is very much revived for Trump. So yeah, they're talking about it. I don't think it's reaching very much the liberal circles because it's, it's just talking points that are dealt with, and I don't think it's reaching mainstream yet, but maybe it's normalized. Since TC is talking about it, maybe it's going to get normalized.
That's the danger in it, how I see it. But did he say, so the idea is in the Constitution? Is that what y'all
very specifically written by Hamilton. That's what TC was referencing. He was defending that idea because people were concerned. He was saying, like, I don't want a monarch. It's going to be like an elected monarch. It's going to have all of his powers, but it's going to be fine. And he's writing in defense of his idea, and later on his idea is rejected at Constitutional Convention. So it's not in the Constitution.
So it's a non-segue.
Yep.
Just sending us down the rabbit hole just to talk about it. Ain't talk about nothing. So how do y'all feel about him removing this day on Martin Luther King bus?
For real? Wait, what happened?
He put it in a different area. The bus of Martin Luther King. MLK.
Where did he put it?
Is that not true?
Where did he put it? Where did he put it?
He put it downstairs.
He put it downstairs. No, see, she's not right. She put it downstairs facing the wall behind some things. Actually. And my thing is this. Why are we surprised? Why is this even shocking? I mean, I'm surprised it took it this long. I'm surprised it left it there this long. I'm surprised Obama's picture is still up. I'm shocked. I'm surprised that all of the White House staff is not, published with that. I'm just saying, why did it take so long? That's the only thing I'm shocked at. I'm not shocked at where it didn't. I'm shocked that it took him so long to do it.
So does this make him a racist?
No, he's been one since 1946. So you talking about? This didn't make him anything. I'm just saying. I mean, if I'm a criminal and I finally get caught, robbing bank, didn't we get caught making rumors? So I was a criminal for the 16 decades before that. I just didn't get caught. That's crazy. I'm not black because I take the box. I was black before I take them out, before I got the phone. This isn't making anything. This is what people like to do. I'm shocked and we are shocked.
Speaking of Obama, did y'all read the report on Trump and Obama talked about at the Jimmy Carter funeral?
No.
To play golf? Yes. Trump invited him to play golf. That's what Obama was laughing about, apparently, because Trump was bragging about how great his golf courses were.
Oh, yeah. Obama was like, nah, you want your golf course, man? Be shooter.
Well, Obama's like, you say, bro.
Oh, y'all just go for him? Y'all just going to know my...
No, I think it's more like even if Obama wanted to, as soon as he ran that idea by Michelle, she would look at him crazy. Yeah.
Oh, Tiger Woods too.
Hey, Mr. Finley, how are you? I just noticed that was you.
So good to see you. I'm doing good. And I'm gonna say it again. Yeah, Obama didn't want to get shot at.
That's not funny.
It's hilarious. They were shooting at Trump. Of course, at Trump. No kind of song. Just kind.
It would be bad optics. I mean, shit, they were giving the Obamas hell for just being able to have a giggle with George Bush. You can only imagine playing golf 18 rounds, or 18 holes rather, with Trump.
I cannot believe how a president is trash and freaking George W. Bush is so freaking beloved today. They treat you like the old grandpa, and that dude was probably the worst president in my lifetime.
Until now, yeah. You remember we had a guy who ran rather too? That was
And even if it's only going to take this into account, Bush was nowhere near as dangerous as Cheney was. Bush was a patsy compared to Cheney, and we have never had this guy 45-47 damn paranoid. Up until then, I say Bush was nonsensically not really harmful. Cheney was the problem.
Cheney was like that.
I actually agree with that. I think if Cheney was the VP, Bush's presidency would have been very different.
Yeah, it would have been nondescript. We just would have gone past it. It would have been nondescript. But Cheney ran everything. He was a dangerous one. And we didn't have anything to compare them to because up until Cheney came around, we had never been a VP that had an office at the CIA, the FBI, had an office at the Justice Department, and at the White House. We never had that before. And everything else come on in.
Okay, we had worse presidents, right? But we didn't have as stupid a president.
We had worse than who?
We have worse presidents than Trump in terms of, like their lethality.
Only one, I don't think so.
Andrew Jackson.
I don't know about Andrew Jackson.
The Johnson-Jackson thing, they're very similar to Trump, but I would think that Nixon was kind of bad too.
Cannon was pretty bad too.
I don't know. But see, my thing is, at least they were intelligent. I really think at this point we have not had someone with a lower IQ. I mean, that's an issue. Somebody with a lower IQ and clearly is clueless about how government works. I mean, anything obviously clueless about how government works. We've never been at this level of desperation before.
A clear Nepo baby. Nepo president.
I mean, we've had people with bad intentions, people that specifically wanted to screw up the country or had bad policy ideas, but we've never had somebody so willfully clueless about how government works and how the world works.
Wait, so we've never had a president do car commercials at the White House or do crypto scams?
But again, like I said before, that's woefully clueless about how government works. That illustrates the point. Is that anybody who is intelligent enough to know how government works would never ever put themselves in that position front of the country. They would never do that. You know how this thing works. Clearly, he was not.
I only got one thing to say. 2 Corinthians.
I got a question for y'all. Do you all think when people say we have to take pretty much like a chapter out of MAGA's book on how they stay on code, should we just become a damn cult ourselves? Should Democrats become a cult and left-leaning independents?
Absolutely not. I mean,
I'm not a cult. I'm moving favor.
They need to stay on code though.
Yeah, but you see, this is my thing. I knew Mr. Phillip was to say something. Because look, the reason they stay on code is because they're a cult. Left-leaning independents, Democrats, they don't behave that way. Look, we always critique government. That's what we're supposed to do as a people. We're supposed to critique our government. Not just because of the that. Mind you, this is a kind of like an unprecedented, this is a different situation right here. We have to do something different because look at what we're up against. But competing against MAGA is going to be difficult. It's shitty right now to be a Democrat and left-leaning independent because you're going up against a party who can do whatever the hell they want, and their people will side with them no matter what.
interesting though about your point is that, like, if you ask MAGA, what's the greatest strength of Democrats, we'll say her unity and ability to stay on code. So it's funny how, like, both sides think the other side is so great about staying on code. It's true.
CEO, fam, look at dude. I forget what senator it was. Dude said nothing for the bill, right? And then Trump said, "Well, you ain't gonna never get elected again," and dude resigned. And then people like Josh Hawley, who were huge critics of this damn bill, fought for anyway. They got on TV and lied to him. They got on TV and lied to himself about how the bill is good. And I'm not saying that Democrats should do that and vote for bad policy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about when it comes to electoral politics, stay on freaking code.
But
pick some talking points to say to them.
Listen, like, one part of this Epstein thing is on code, and you have huge different camps. Like, Laura Loomer and Candace Owens are in each other's throat. Musk is at Trump's throat right now. There's a whole divide around Bondi and all this and that. There's a lot of division right now. So
the Epstein thing doesn't impact the regular budget table shit that people are worried about. They're not worried about that. They're worried about feeding a family, getting housing, shit like that. The Epstein thing is just a fucking distraction.
So are you talking about in terms of congressional votes staying on code? Is that what you're referencing? Like the congressional votes? I mean, what do you mean?
I'm talking about running for office. Everyone stays on the same page. Like Dems do not do that, and their messaging is trash. It's embarrassing. Even in conversation with Dems, it's like, oh my God, y'all sound like the elected officials.
Messaging, of course, very simplified message, and they all stay with those slogans.
And the Dems need to figure it out, because y'all got some good policies, but you cannot get the masses to support those policies because I don't know. Y'all let
Finley,
Hamilton's out.
You know what will happen, Finley, is that, like, if you look at it, Bernie and AOC do have it together. So if nobody else gets it together, then the messaging is just going to default to what they're saying, because they are the ones who are speaking clearly.
But the point I don't get, you keep saying all this about the Democrats, but here's my thing. You keep talking about how much time has the Democrat lost? You make it seem like the Democrats have a history of not being able to get to the messaging. Do you understand this last election? Kamala had only so many months to try to campaign and all this and that. Like, do you not understand that?
I thought for the most part she, did pretty well given the circumstances she had.
She wasn't on the She beat the shit out of it was not on her.
So you see, this is how you get people like the really cut out. Look, you literally just said she wasn't gonna win because of history. So is it because the message? Because she was a woman. Or whatever you just said. It keeps coming out new things.
No. So you guys are focused on one office. One office. I'm talking about all the offices, right? Dems get their butt. They're getting their butts kicked, and they should not be. On policy, we're honest. They write way better policy and way better for the economy. They should not be losing to Republicans. But the reason Republicans win is because Republicans do a much better job of freaking messaging, and they do a much better job of staying lockstep to win. Democrats don't do that. And my reason for Kamala losing was vice presidents. It's hard for vice presidents to win right after they were vice president. It's hard for them to run president to win. Things happen twice in history. So that's why I was saying we respect. And then we were being a woman.
I do think Democrats need to fix their messaging, but I disagree that Republicans do so much better. Because I'm going to stick to they're a cult. They don't have to have good messaging. They just have to talk. Well, yeah, they have to talk.
Call them a cult doesn't change their electoral outcomes, fam. Like it doesn't change right? It doesn't change anything because during the Clinton, but the same sentiment was during not Clinton, during the Obama years. The same sentiment. Just like the party that loses always or wins always eulogizes the opposition party, and that's never going to be that way.
Well, I mean, in fairness to what JD's saying, is like Trump is the messenger. We're just aligning a little bit. So it's not like there's a ton of clarity voice. I mean, it's like Trump and basically MTG are the biggest voices in the party right now, right? Outside of that, you're not hearing any real original thoughts among the elected officials.
Right, but they're getting aligned. They're think about it. The Republicans have aligned with a guy that's not even conservative. He ain't even conservative. That's lockstep, if I've ever seen it.
I think I figured it out. This is the 5D strategy. They want to deport immigrants. They want to devalue the dollar. They want to disenfranchise the middle class. They want to blame it on the Democrats, all authored by Donald J. Trump. That's it.
Fam, you're ranking 5 voters in 2025 think Republicans are better at the economy than Democrats. They believe that.
What is hard to get over, though, is that the MAGA versus Democrats focus on fears and hopes as opposed to facts and figures.
Wait, hopes?
Because Joe sounds a lot better than global.
Not good hopes. Like Harry and wish list. I got it. What I want to know is why people who have X amount of hours during a week who are allegedly against MAGA don't want to spend time talking about MAGA, but instead want to talk about what the Democrats don't do or what they didn't do or why the candidates suck or why the messaging sucks. And you actually have a choice. When you actually have the choice to talk about how terrible the policies of MAGA, how the individual MAGA politicians are detrimental to our democracy and all that, but instead they want to talk about Democrats in 2024.
Well, Scotty, there is a reason for that, though, right? It's just basically that I think there's a lesson that just tearing down the other side doesn't create winning. It's basically there's got to be some inspires. So there has to be an inspiration.
Yeah, there's also
right? Like I think I'm gonna ask Scott one second. I was gonna say I think that the Dems should actually just follow what Newt Gingrich's playbook was in the 90s when he created that contract with America. That was very popular. But Dems should just create a vision like that, and they all run on it. That would be killing.
No, CEO, you spend hours upon hours talking about policies and your job creation and how other people are uneducated, uninformed, and 3.4 million Medicare cuts. No, talk about all that boring crap that most voters ain't gonna remember in 15 minutes. No, that's a winning strategy. And then when people call you out for having a bad playbook, you say, "Oh, you just hate us and you like the other team."
You see, when you keep bringing that up, we're not the politicians. So when other people are, quote unquote, what you would say, chastising the other side. So what? I mean, we're not the politicians. The Democrats ain't up there chastising, for the most part.
That's what they do.
Chastising.
JD, I have friends with a bunch of elected Democrats, a bunch of them. They used to be lobbyists. Like personal friends, and I scream at them about this trash messaging and how they spend all this time talking past people and talking at people. I'm like, yo, you can't win like that. There's no way you win like that.
Well, what is true about the Democratic Party is that there are plenty on the left, if you want to call them leftists or whatever. I don't think a lot of leftists are Democrats, but they want to eat their own in the Democratic Party, and they want purity politics, and that is an issue that the Democratic Party has in terms of being able to win in 2026, because you have people like David Hogg saying, if you don't vote a certain way on these certain things, we're going to primary you. And I don't think that's actually constructive for the Democratic Party, because there's a lot of people who, in this great country, that are not on the left, that are Democrats, that win in their districts, that are purple districts and sometimes red districts, and they know who the voters are there, and they vote in pretty much lockstep with the people that they represent. And there are leftists or people on the far left in the Democratic Party who somewhere in another state are telling them how they need to vote in their district for their community, even though they are committed to the Democratic Party and voting along with whatever the minority speaker wants them to do, whatever the party wants them to do. However, they are chastised by a lot of people on the left saying that they are not really about that life, and that is a problem with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they are target boycotters. That's how I illustrate the Democrats, right? You gotta do everything correctly. If you don't, we're gonna shoot you and we're gonna sink the ship. Target freaking passed the minimum wage $15 before any other company did, right? They were progressive. They were doing DEI before most companies were. They were progressive. They friggin' banned the box before any other company did, right? Any major company did. They were progressive. But they don't do one thing, and then we gotta boycott them and then sink the friggin' ship. That's the Democrats. That's the Democrats, and it's embarrassing.
Right, and I'm also saying, and I agree with you, and I'm saying that we can talk about that 20% of the time, and the other 80% talk about how shitty the MAGA politicians and the policies are. I don't personally believe in going after the voters, but I do think the politicians are fair game, even though I think some of the voters are stupid and unpatriotic, and going after the policies. And I spend 80% of the time doing that, 20% talking about my own.
Let's get into the portion about the vision again, about what are the plans instead of like just.
No, I agree. That's
what's the proactive part.
No, there has to be a plan. And I actually agree with you on the contract with America. There has to be almost like an alt government, like a resistance party with a vision that people can say, okay, I don't know what the MAGAs are doing. I don't like it, but this party over here is moving in this forward direction, and I can jump in with those policies, and I agree with that. So I'm on board.
Hey, Mr. Philly, did you vote Democrat?
I don't vote in federal elections. I've not voted in a federal election since Obama. I speak lobbyists, but I do vote state and local, and I vote for Republicans and Democrats.
Okay. Yeah, that absolutely.
Yeah, I don't believe. I believe in good policy. I believe in good policy, not good partisans.
Me too. So the question is, are you complicit with pedophilia and your alignment with Trump and the absence of Epstein files? I mean, where are you in relationship to that?
In fairness to Mr. Finley, and chillism, he's considered a Democratic chill.
I am. They do call me Democratic chill. When I'm in more blue-leaning rooms, they label me MAGA. It's crazy.
Yeah, to me, so for those of you who haven't been here earlier, he was arguing us down that Republicans have been better to Black people.
Didn't say that. Did not say that.
No,
never said that.
In a nutshell.
Nope, never said that.
I'm just giving a recap.
And you don't stay on code.
Yeah.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat, JD.
Yeah, you're literally saying Republicans are better.
And when I'm in chillism, they say that I'm saying Republicans are bad.
I'm literally like saying what you said earlier today. A few hours ago.
Yeah.
And now you switch it up.
No, I'm not switching anything.
It's just that messaging is bad. So I'm just giving a recap to the room because I realized that this is foolishness. And so I'm like disengaging. But
no, I think.
What happens is.
Hold on, Finley. I think, Sam, what happened was. Yeah, I wasn't really listening. He wasn't arguing for MAGA at all. It was a question that was posed, and he answered in the way that he thought a MAGA person would answer. So, based on what he said, I also heard Black MAGA men saying those things. He wasn't speaking from his own perspective because he said it several times that he didn't vote in the federal election. He said it several different times. So he was, I think to your point, Finley, I think the problem is that you're in the middle, so you can see both sides. So you when you're arguing with, say, Democrats, you're arguing from the side of MAGA, and when you're arguing for with MAGA, and you're arguing from the side of Democrats, and that can cause you to be attacked, and that's just what happened. Yeah, he wasn't.
Were you able to talk about Reagan and his policies and all that? No, yeah, so like he was like that black men didn't care about that.
But he did say that, but he was speaking from the perspective of the black men that said that they don't give a fuck about that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fair in all of it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I've literally been listening, and I can say from my perspective, from listening, was different. That he was right, I've been here too. That's what I'm saying. The entire time, I didn't leave or anything. I've been here and mostly just listening. And when he was speaking, I didn't interrupt because I wanted to hear what he was saying. And when I heard what he was saying, he was definitely speaking from the MAGA view, like because I could have said the same things because I've heard them say exactly what he said. That's what I'm saying. So it was like you heard him speak, and I think another problem is with you, Finley, is you have the cadence of a MAGA native for some reason.
What does that
Like
mean?
you kind of talk like them. You know what I'm saying? That I don't know. It's like something in your voice. It sounds a little MAGA-ish. And I'm just saying that might be the issue. Like, it sounds like you're going to be MAGA, but he's not.
It's unproductive. It's unproductive when you have someone who is not voting, at least in the federal election, that tries to play middle, that tries to claim to be the expert of both sides. It's unproductive. You didn't vote. But you're in here trying to tell them, no, hold on.
I do vote.
You come in, screaming. I said,
why are you screaming?
Anyway, so the problem is it's unproductive. And you know what? There's a lot of independents. Look, of course I voted for Kamala because of my dislike for Trump. So of course I'm going to be labeled a Democrat. Trust me, I'm an independent. I am an independent. His views on how he sees MAGA, I don't agree with. But the problem is, when you talk to him, it's something like, no, he's the MAGA expert. That's why he's coming off as MAGA. Because he's pretty much acting as if he was MAGA. Because somehow he can be an independent in the federal election. He can be in the middle and somehow be an expert on what black MAGA and MAGA want. But me, who's a true independent, right? I'm not a Democrat. I am an independent. I don't agree with his points on what he's saying about MAGA at all. I really don't.
So how do you wait? I got a question. How do you call yourself a true independent, but I'm not? And my biggest, I'm not a Democrat. I said I'm not a Democrat.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not a member of either registered party. So because I vote for both. Because I believe in good policy, not good partisans. So and again, and this is my problem, right? With both sides, is when you say that we're struggling here, right? And I tell you, well, this is what your voters are saying, and why they're voting that way, because I listened to them and I parroted that. They think that I'm doing that for my own. Yes, they don't listen.
What's my first name?
I don't know your first name. I just know your. No. I'm talking. So
she's a mother.
If people are listening, they will be able to understand my perspective. And she said, I'm not a MAGA person. No, I speak for MAGA. I'm just simply telling you what they're saying and why they're voting. That's it. And then I get pushback. I'm telling you what the customers are saying. I'm reading the reviews.
All right, folks.
Mr. Finley, you need to keep coming in here because I only catch half the hell I normally do when you're in a room.
You're a little bit different though, CEO.
Yeah, we know. We don't need any more middlemen.
You say stupid shit and then you run too on top of that. He stood down and stayed this whole time, even though people was yelling at him because they didn't understand his point.
Go on and get your fucking shot.
You run for hours.
I get yelled at. No one was not understanding him. Right? He switched his point, right?
You didn't.
Never switched my point.
That's what I'm saying. Like you wasn't really listening. Y'all was just really talking past each other. If you were listening, that's not what he was saying. It was basically the question was posed, and he was asked like, "What so we do different?" and some shit like that.
At what point do Americans separate themselves from pedophilia? At what point do you separate yourself from being complicit with someone that is complicit with pedophilia?
That's the conversation. Will you stop saying that? Stop.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were talking about Epstein.
We're not talking about that. Hush.
Well, you should be. Trump said don't talk about it.
Trump said shut up about it.
You people are complicit.
Okay.
I think there are a lot of times that we be talking past each other and not listening. I'm even guilty of that sometimes. Because I be already know what some of these people gonna say, so I just, shut down and don't want to hear them, and I interrupt, and I have an attitude and all of the things. But if you were really like listening intently, because something I really interrupted was, right, that's what I'm saying, like it's,
We get it. That's what we get.
I'm just saying, like,
she repeated it several times.
I think the bigger question is this. You've seen me ask people who, like El Dildo, Normal, whoever. You saw me ask them on stage, what is their opinion of lavender, and you saw them run. So I think it's only fair Americans ask MAGA supporters, are they complicit with pedophilia and Epstein disappearing? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
No,
comments on it.
Intent that conversation now. I already just said no. Why are you doing it again?
I stand for
It's in the hallway somewhere. It says chillism there every day. And they have the MAGA supporters to the heart, so you can ask them that. I don't think none of us support Epstein, nor Trump, nor none of that shit.
So why did you tell me this earlier?
Context clues.
Yo, Brooklyn, I get jumped in
In
there.
Islam, we believe that when we are born, the day that we die is for all for you.
I don't even go in there. I will crash the fuck out. Clearly crash out.
He's just being like, but you know what? And I thought about it. You're doing the Lord's work. You fight.
I be bored and I enjoy conversation.
Hey, this is Alderman Daniel Espada.
I think you guys are complicit.
Hey, this is Alderman Daniel. All right, folks.
There's other places that have conversations.
I've been around a few.
I'm staying low. Turn it around.
Oh, okay.
Argument. I can't go to church with them at all. Like even in here, it's mostly democratic, but it's other people are allowed to speak whenever they're allowed to speak. Or sometimes I might vote them depending on how I feel. But still, like at least give them the space to say the stupid shit so I can then refute it. So they don't do that over here.
I feel like it's the DMZ.
But that's part of the thing that we've been talking about, how Democrats are more critical of our own party. Well, the party is, this is a part of the process of politics that the constituents we get to judge and and critique voted officials. So I think it's fair, to be honest with you.
And really, that's what I was saying. It's going to be harder for us as, like I said, left-leaning independents and Democrats, because we've always critiqued our officials. We're not a cult. We're not going to just
nothing beats a Jet to holiday. And right now, you can save 50 pounds per person.
Right. I agree with you on that.
Nothing beats it.
It's harder for us because because we are independent, we're independent in thought, so we can see the bad things too, along with the good things. We can see the bad things too, so we're gonna critique it. But I think it might be time for us to kind of use some of their even the MAGA people. I don't know. During the election, some of them had critiques for Trump. I guess some of them.
But I agree with you. It's time to come show us.
Yeah, it's time to fight fire with fire.
Pick 3 or 4 central principal positions or political positions and fight tooth and nail for them and fight the long game for them. The Republicans did that for abortion. They've done it with gun rights, and they've done it with taxes, right? And they are successful at those things, right? And they'll sprinkle in a little bit of, we're going to try to repeal the 14th Amendment here, and, we're going to ignore the Constitution there. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of racism, like they sprinkle in a little bit of the other stuff. But they are central to those ideals, right? Democrats can't do that. They can't do it. Like healthcare, criminal justice, and friggin' wealth disparity should be like essential to like the Dems platform, and they should run the long game with those things and get it accomplished. And sprinkle in a little bit of, we're gonna sprinkle in a little bit of infrastructure here, and maybe deal with the the school funding problem there. Like they can't, because they try to do everything at once, and everybody's all over the place, and nobody gets nothing done. And it's embarrassing.
I see. Let me ask you this question, Billy. Do you see this? This is what you just said was facts. The Republicans have been playing their bullshit game ever since the 40s and the 50s because they could not sell slavery. They couldn't sell slavery, couldn't sell segregation. That's how hard you sell. So the way to actually move around that is to sell abortion. But nobody can get behind that. I love what you're saying. Here's what I have seen in my 53 years. The Democrats have been consistently, they can't focus on one thing and ride it up like the Republicans, because every other year they're fixing on the Republicans. Well, so they can't focus on an agenda. And what happens is the Republicans shoot us in the leg, and the Democrats for the next 4 years trying to get that leg to heal. And the Republicans come back and they shoot us in the arm. Then we actually, the Democrats go back and try to react at all. The Democrats never have an opportunity to develop an agenda and to play something along there. Because they're like, please like us. While we get to what they go.
That's a good.
For the last 20 years.
But that's a good point that you made, and I was gonna go to what I was gonna say before you spoke. I was gonna say that part of the problem too that I think we all agreed on was the fact that when the Democrats do have a win, they don't boast about it, unlike the Republicans, that might go far. Like a lot of people don't, a lot of the normal everyday citizens don't know all of the good things that Biden did because they was focused on what Trump was talking about instead of the Democrats focusing it and boasting about it and speaking on it and praising themselves, patting themselves on the back like the Republicans do. They downplayed everything and let the Republican talking point go over all of their accomplishments. So that could be another thing that they can do to kind of help their, help them win.
Well, another thing, and I agree with you, Jay, I agree with that point, but another thing Dems should do, in addition to fixing, so again, Republicans get elected in office, if they got 112 things that they want to get done and they only got 15 minutes to get done, they get done 100 things in 10 minutes, right? Democrats will have like 6 things and they got 15 years to get them. I'm being hyperbolic to make the point. They got 6 things and they got 15 years to get it done. And they'll do one thing one thing, and it takes Republicans no time to undo what they've done. And that is another thing that drives me bonkers. Like, and then they rig it. Then they try to rig the game so you can't like undo what they just broke. Like fix what they just broke.
Do you ever think that voting in a presidential election means anything? For example, like I'm a single. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you why I vote in a presidential election. I'm a single issue voter, and that single issue is the Supreme Court and federal judges. And because of that, I've been voting Democrat my whole life because I found out that single issue vote actually matters because the Supreme Court matters. So everything that you were talking about that you may be criticizing MAGA for because the Democrats are feckless and can't get done, a lot of that is allowed because of the Supreme Court allowing it to happen. So if you want to talk about Citizens United, you want to talk about abortion, you want to talk about rights for immigrants, you want to talk about health care, you want to talk about any other thing that has been happening over the last 40, 50 years is because of the Supreme Court and the fact that people like you are too much of a coward to actually vote in a presidential election for the one thing that could fucking matter for this country.
So let me respond to that by telling me I'm not a coward. Watch your mouth. All right? I'm tired of it. I've been nothing. You don't even know why I don't vote. Right? I spent 6 years in D.C. as a lobbyist. These elected officials. They do the bidding of the wealthy. That's why they will beat this thing like immigration. They switch positions. They'll sprinkle a little cultural war in there so we can infight over the cultural wars while they then continue to rig this capitalistic economy that is not beneficial to us. That is the bigger problem than anything else that you said, because when people are crunched for money, they don't care about civil rights. They don't care about none of that stuff. The era in which, with the exception of black people, that Americans got the most done with respect to people's civil rights, like the 50s and 60s and 70s, the economy was amazing for everybody but black people. And I understand that to be the bigger issue. And that's why I don't vote federally. And I'm in a red state, and I'm like, it's not a swing state. And so I'm like, my vote doesn't really matter anyways. And so before you call me a coward, right, understand why I principally don't vote. Now, if I were in a swing state, I'd probably have a different opinion. But I'm not. I'm in a very gerrymandered, hyper-red state.
But you vote, though, right?
I vote state and locally because my vote makes a difference state and local.
Right. So why not move your finger with the little pen or stylus to vote in the presidential so that people can see that the margin is a lot closer because people like you have moved the stylus over to check the Democratic box on the same ballot right above the other people you're voting for. It's really not that bad.
We hear people say their vote doesn't matter, and guess what? Look what we're going through now. We're going through, immigrants being unjustly, detaining and deported and U.S. citizens, right? Look at all the shit that's happening, right? We got this big, beautiful bill that's now cutting off services to the people that are in most need. But I gotta say and listen to how my vote doesn't matter. If your vote don't matter, you're trying to tell us all of our votes don't matter. I didn't tell anybody else what to do. If everyone stops voting, guess what? I guess, you know what? We'll just do a free-for-all. Just let this shit free-for-all, and you know what? Good luck. Let's just see what happens.
So again, this is where you're not listening, right? I didn't say everyone shouldn't vote. I said this is why I don't vote. Just like earlier, I was telling you why certain people voted the way they voted. And instead of listening to understand, you criticize. All right? So Scott,
let me just correct the one thing you said, Alita. You literally said, of course you want to keep on with this, you're not listening to understand, you're listening to speak, blah, blah, blah. All I said is, you didn't vote, so I guess, G-U-E-S-S, all of our votes go back. Did I say the words? Mr. Finley said, none of our votes matter. I said, I guess. So you need to listen to understand it. You just want to come up and hear yourself speak, I got it. But you probably need to spend a few seconds listening.
The projection is not necessary, and the slippery slope is also not necessary. If I try to pick my words carefully, if I believe that nobody should vote, I would say that. I am saying this is why I don't vote. Because I saw how the sausage was made, and it is a waste of time in its current conception, right? If you want to be honest, if the Dems were honest, they would undo Citizens United, but they won't, because Citizens United is more detrimental to a lot of their voters and a lot of things that they want to get done. Because they also need that they also want that super PAC money. They also want that super PAC money. They're not going to undo it. Right, to the gentleman earlier, I didn't cut you off, Scotty. I did not. I didn't cut you off, Scotty. But just like the gentleman said earlier, because here's where not being in either camp, you can see freaking clearly. The other gentleman earlier said, and I agree, I'm a Christian. I agree that evangelicals should not put Trump on this pedestal and use the faith for which to get votes. But I also agree that Dems shouldn't come into the church pandering for votes. I agree on both levels, right? But no one can call it down the middle like that because they're not going to ignore what benefits them. And so I'm not saying nobody should vote. I'm telling you why I don't. In Florida, it does not matter. We're a red state. All right. It's like a Republican saying, that's like we're saying in California, well, just one more of you voted. Instead of losing by 5 million, we lost by 4,999,999. It's an exercise in futility.
Yeah, I want to call out the lie that you said Democrats are for Citizens United because they benefit from it. I want you to point to me where the Democratic president appointed Supreme Court Justice voted in favor of Citizens United, and I will wait.
Doesn't matter if they appointed him or not. What are you talking about? This is how y'all can't see the forest for the trees. It doesn't matter. If they truly wanted to repeal Citizens United, they wouldn't accept the money. Right? They would not accept the money. Number one. They would start number one. And number two, they would number one. I moved out of your way, Scotty. They would start number one by not accepting the money, or they would do like the Republicans did, and every other session propose a bill to repeal Citizens United.
Right, that the president will sign. I get it.
Yeah, that didn't stop the Republicans from trying to repeal Obama. That didn't stop the Republicans from trying to repeal Obamacare when Obama was president and Biden was president.
You know why? Because Republicans like to waste their voters' time. They don't have a plan, so of course they will do all of this nonsense because they don't actually have a plan to help people. So the Democrats, in fighting to overturn Citizens United, which, by the way, they cannot take less money when they cannot have a different playing field than the Republicans have. That's the reality. Of course they would want to overturn Citizens United. There's probably bills
in Congress right now to do just that. But they're not going to get it passed because MAGA is president and because MAGA controls the other branches of Congress. So this is the reality. And you do not get to be on some moral high ground because you work in D.C. or because you have friends who are Democratic politicians, you see both sides, and you don't vote in the presidential election. You are not morally superior than...
Never said I was.
Well, you certainly have some moral high ground because now you can see both sides. You have the clarity.
I don't call it a moral high ground.
Because, no, you have this clarity that none of us have. Because we're too entrenched in our party. Because we only fraternize with Democrats. Well, if your opinion's wrong.
It's an opinion.
It's your opinion. To be fair, your opinion's your opinion. But it's misguided. Because we only fraternize with other Democrats. We only fraternize with people who think exactly like us. We do not have any family members, any neighbors, or anybody that we work with that has a different point of view. None of us do. That's why we are in a cult. That's why we cannot see with clarity what's going on in America. Only people like you who don't vote in presidential elections do.
As I said, it's my opinion, right? It's my opinion. It's based on my observation of watching Democrats move. And I know Democrats aren't going to give it the money because they benefit from the money. Why would they? Right? It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like having a side chick and then promoting marriage. If the side chick ain't gonna say anything, why would I give it the side chick? You know what I'm saying? They don't even take a principal position. Because this is and they're being paid by the same big business folks that they do the same bidding for. It's a reason that guys like Manchin didn't fully endorse Medicare for all. It's a reason that a lot of our infrastructure bills are filled with pork. Like it's a reason why Democrats still openly support choice schools when they're detrimental to the teachers union that they call themselves endorsing and loving, right? Because they're gonna play both sides of the fence because they're gonna dance to the piper that pays them.
Well,
that's a fact.
You're consistent in that you spend 99.9% of your time criticizing Democrats and then lying on them, like saying that they're all for Citizens United and they're not going to do anything. So at least I really applaud your consistency in this room and in other rooms that you go into, bashing Democrats and really suppressing the future vote and anything that they can do in this country. Because this is what you people do.
You people?
You tell everybody how terrible Democrats are, how they're failing at everything, and you don't focus one iota on MAGA or Republicans because that is just not the clarity.
I'm sorry, Scotty.
One second. Scotty, Finley bashes Trump and Julism all the time, so that's just not an accuracy.
Well, that's okay. I don't go into.
I literally hate the man as a man. I literally hate his existence. What are you talking about?
Okay, good.
Oh, so he's always he likes to go in the opposite room.
Yeah.
No, JD, what I do is if I'm talking to Jordan fans about Jordan's weaknesses, I can say on one hand he's one of the greatest players ever to play, right? And I can also on the other hand say he had limitations to his game, right? I can say that. But what Jordan fans over here is you hate Michael Jordan and you like LeBron or Kobe or whatever GOAT player is they compare, they juxtapose to Jordan. And the same thing with LeBron fans. I do the same thing, right? And I'm just simply pointing out that your player has flaws. If you want to be honest, have an honest conversation, let's have an honest conversation. But that's the problem with partisan. They don't want to have an honest conversation.
I got it. You can list a million. You know what? I would believe you were having an honest conversation if it were just a few points. You've literally bashed like a million points about the Democrat. You hate the Democratic Party. Just point blank. You haven't named one good thing. You literally, man, I can't even count on two hands what you bashed about the Dems. I can count. I need more hands. In fact, everyone raise their hands. I need to borrow your hands on how many points of the Dem that this man is bad. You've bashed the Democratic Party so much, you clearly hate the Democratic Party. So maybe you're not a Republican, but you damn sure ain't left-leaning. You damn sure are more right-leaning.
This CEO.
Well, maybe.
I wasn't doing about 5 minutes with being treated.
You're looking for comfort from CEO.
I'm not looking for. I'm not.
Hold on, everybody. Get a hold of your britches, okay? Maybe, just maybe, we didn't have any magic for him to argue with. Matt isn't here. Matt Cole is here, right? And I know everybody hate Matt Cole, but this would be a perfect opportunity for a Matt Cole or a Matt Pavo, whatever the fuck his last name is, to come up here. Any Republican MAGA people, this is an opportunity. You got somebody dead smack in the middle to argue with. Come on, let's go.
And JD, can you tell the truth? Isn't Brooklyn booty clapping for Finley?
Yeah.
Listen to this though.
I'm not booty clapping for nobody.
You know what? If MAGA came in here and was talking shit about them, yeah, we need to hear this side. We're listening to a man that has no side. So how is his opinion going to help us? He has no side.
So
he doesn't.
So would it make? I don't vote federally, sir. Stop saying I don't vote. I don't waste my time voting for elected officials that don't do the bidding of people. Why would I do that? I feel it's a waste of my time. So make you feel like
Finley, you don't vote in the Senate races. You don't vote in the Senate races.
No.
The Senate races are going to be closer.
So let me make you feel better. So should I tell you that they've elected a felon that isn't even qualified for office, that doesn't know what the hell he's doing, has no idea what the Constitution is, doesn't read the Constitution, doesn't respect the Constitution, or a Supreme Court that's now paid off, that's endorsing him and kind of moving out of his way to let him do his will, and the fact that this guy is actually challenging the constitutional law like the 14th Amendment, that even during the most racial of times, the Supreme Court said, hey, wait a minute, you're going too far, they were born here, he can stay here, he's a citizen. Should I start with that, or the big beautiful bill that the party of fiscal responsibility, right? Remember that party? The party that claims to care about the budget and how leaving our kids and grandkids, they're going to explode it by $3.5 trillion by doing the greatest transfer of wealth to the wealthy in our lifetime. Should I talk about that? Would that make you feel better? Huh?
Well, Finley,
is that better?
You're not voting helps Hamilton win.
No, it doesn't. My one vote does not change, does not move the needle.
Continuously speaking, dragging the Democrats. Yes, that makes me feel warm and tingly inside.
Right. So I'm saying,
And for him to say that, his vote doesn't count, it's like really ridiculous, because if everybody thought that way, that's why we're in the situation we're in now. And I'm listening to you guys arguing back and forth, and this is a very good example of why we're messed up right now. So I'm gonna wait for you guys to continue, because I like to listen before I speak, and just getting a feeling. I'm gonna tell you guys how I feel, but I just want to break in and let you guys know that I'm listening intently, and this is why we're in the problem.
You're making that choice.
Hello. I mean, first of all, you have no impulse control, because it's really unfair that somebody who has been silent all this time, and then when they start talking, you just want to overtalk me and interject. But what I'm saying to you is that if everyone, I'm not advocating for it either, but if everyone had that mindset, just imagine what type of situation we'd be in our community with 12 to 14 to 20%. I don't know what it is, because we don't even adhere to the census. We're not even serious about putting ourselves out there and letting them know our numbers. So if we all, the way we're being represented or not represented, the lack of representation, because we don't want to participate in the governmental perspective to be able to get representation as a group. No one even takes us seriously, because we don't take ourselves seriously. We don't take the governmental process seriously, and our numbers are dwindling. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game in politics. It has nothing to do with what you're thinking and it's the numbers that's going to help us get anything done.
So everybody subtracting 1, 2, 3 here. I'm not gonna vote. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it like that. I'm not gonna vote. I don't believe in it. It just diminishes our numbers. And when our numbers are diminished, I think when they hear you say shit like this and the way you say it with such authority and so much, like you have so much intellectual prowess behind it, they're like he don't vote. Why should I? No, everyone should vote. Even in the process, so we can have those numbers and we can move the needle. That's all I'm saying, okay? So I'm going to sit down and let the men talk and listen more, and then I'll give my, what I really want to say after you guys are done. I apologize for jumping in at this time. Thank you.
Sometimes, Mr. Finley, I have a thought experiment here. Did you vote for anybody before this last election?
The last presidential election I voted for was Obama.
Okay.
And I voted in every election but presidential elections. I don't vote in federal elections.
Okay, so for Biden, you did not vote for Biden?
No.
Okay, so here's what the thought experiment is. If we have to blame him for not voting for Trump, we have to, in that success, then we have to blame him and say he didn't vote for the success of Biden. Either way, that's a Neil conversation. Move on.
Yeah, people appreciate about voting, not about voting, as if I don't understand how the game works. When I tell them,
I think
federally, they ignore the fact that I vote in every other election. And then I'm always giving these speech about the electoral process and all this stuff, and they don't realize that I've written checks. I've helped people get elected. I'm very well freaking connected, right? So with respect to my vote and it having influence, I have far more influence with my telephone or the fact that I can walk into a congressman's office, even today, than me casting one vote for one office in a very red state for a lot of red politicians that I don't freaking like.
Well, you did lose me a little bit when you said you don't vote for the Senate race, though. Why don't you vote for the Senate race, though? That's weird.
Because federally, they are so, I'm going to say this over time, CEO, they are so entrenched to young, impressionable minds. I don't do that. I don't tell people that vote regularly that are my friends don't vote. I don't tell other people to do it. But ask me mine.
Well, you know what you got yourself into. This is an echo chamber. Everybody has a very specific way. Well, why is this room like this? This room has always been this way. So I just think you need to really consider that. Brace yourself. First of all, sir.
First of all, hold up. This is what we're not gonna do. Let me stop this shit right now. Because because the moms are not speaking, you're getting a little loose and free. Don't come in here and label this room as nothing. You're not a motherfucking founder. You don't know what this room represents. It has never been an echo chamber. That's why your ass is up here. Because if you want to label it as an echo chamber, you're free to do that, sir. But don't ever come in somebody else's property and start putting labels and signs up and shit unless you're part of that and you've been a founder or at least a contributor that somebody in here gives a fuck and respects. So you know what I'm saying? How disrespectful of you. Just to make your point, you're gonna try to diminish somebody else? You niggas amaze me. That's why you're in the situation you are right now.
You know that was damn, right?
I don't give a damn.
I just want to.
I know who it was. I just don't like that as First Lady when people do that.
I don't like it either.
I don't know what the fuck was going on.
He's been showing out all week long. He can't stay off his mic. He just keeps on talking. Just putting the ideas out there. I don't know what's wrong with the guy.
I just don't like anybody disrespecting the work that you guys have put into this diligently. You come in and you provide the space every fucking day. And you put in your time. Like, you disrespect of somebody's time and energy that you just did was amazing. You're not running the room. You're not giving your energy, your time, your knowledge, your voice, your spit, your hours. We could be doing something else. You think we don't have a fucking life? You don't think we don't have things we gotta do? But we know that this is important. And we're on this app not for entertainment, not for your entertainment. We're here basically to bring information and to bring knowledge and to educate. So if you thought this was the fuck off room and people just come in here to fuck off because they ain't got shit else to do, you're wrong. You're misinformed. Right? I don't open up my room every fucking day after I get off of work and helping people in the operating room to have you motherfuckers come in there and tell me that, I'm just doing it because I'm a clown on Clubhouse and I need attention. I don't need attention. I am attention. I get attention wherever I go. And I don't need to come on Clubhouse to get more of it. I need less of it. So I'm sorry to disrespect your space. And I'm not like that. But when somebody comes and say this is an echo chamber, you better know what you're at when you're that. I don't care how you were saying it, or you should have said ha ha. But hey, Brett. Oh, somebody got my infinity block. Which one of y'all got my infinity block?
Hey, Lisa, that was a good line. I am the attention. I like that.
That was good. Who's got my infinity block? Who's gonna confess? Sen, JD.
It ain't me, lady. It's not me.
If you got him blocked, what's next? Yeah, I'm just playing, lady. You my number one.
I'm not sure about that. I think somebody else is there, but that's fine. Yeah, he was here earlier, but something could have changed. I don't know. I was just asking. Go ahead, CEO. What were you saying?
Ali is innocent. Lady.
Oh, it's me. I'm sorry. Someone go on.
Oh, so you gotta leave, sis. Hey, Matt. Hey, Marshall. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to everybody too.
Thank you. Happy Saturday to you.
We got Matt, Marshall, then Infinity on his way, but apparently we're in echo chamber yet. It's wild.
Amazing.
Your Marshall. I've been labeled a dim hater for him. I've been labeled MAGA, Marshall.
I am from chillism. I'm very surprised.
I am too.
Usually the dude arguing for the Democratic Party, believe it or not. Like you rated high on that. Watch the listen-o-meter.
So I think if we did an experiment or paid attention to this doing something completely different. But when you take the emotion out and you actually listen to the words and the context and the message of what somebody is saying.
Lady, it was the cadence, wasn't it? I said it was the cadence.
Oh, you said
it was
that
the
too?
cadence. Yes, it was the cadence.
What the hell? Y'all made me sound up?
No.
I was saying
the cadence, family. You have MAGA cadence.
Allegedly.
No, the progressive thing.
See, I got the same cadence, though, to be fair. See, I got the same. Yeah.
That's deep. So why don't we figure out a way to get to know what somebody actually says before we pass the judgment and respond accordingly? I think that's a good thing to start with. Can we do that? Can we start there?
That's very ambitious.
It's very ambitious. And the left, you've been really showing out lately.
Can I join the MAGA Kingdoms group? I want to be a part of that group.
I want to know, did you eat some bad fruit? What's going on?
Well, I saw some bad stuff today on the streets of LA. Yes.
What happened?
Well, LA's got some things going on. It's ice, baby. But there's also a Tesla supercharging station that is actually a 24-hour charging station, but it's a diner and a move. What do you call it? A drive-in and a diner. So there you go. So my apologies if I jumped on anyone or anything. I was so MAGA. I can't take MAGA, right?
What does that diner and a Tesla station have to? What are you saying? Is somebody going
I could move those? So much of it. It was heavy on my mind, and then when I came into the room, I just heard all the MAGA sauce, and then I flipped out.
sus. It's crazy. I wonder why. Well, I know why Matt Cool don't come to me because he's scared of y'all, but Matt Cool, this is your opportunity and you just won't take it, and I don't understand.
KC is hard for me, and I hate to center people, but for someone that works so hard at like trying to make his point valid and using obtuse references, and all of that, and you just want to slap not him, but you want to slap the concept,
So what I can't understand is, instead of us being triggered by him, find a way to actually argue back with him with the intelligence and the facts. I don't get
obliterate him.
Because obliterating is cathartic. Talking is not necessarily cathartic.
Okay.
That's true.
They always get beat in a fucking debate, though. And that's nothing new. But he just doesn't believe it, so that's really a waste of time. You gotta just stop him from spreading misinformation like he did earlier.
Well, I think we got to the bottom of that, don't we?
Yes.
Exactly. And we found a way to do it without all the, calling names and stuff. I'm just saying your message is heard when people can actually hear it. But all that anger and stuff like that, it's not helping. And Mr. Finley and what he was trying to say and what he's bringing is what a lot of other people have been trying to say that's still kind of in the middle. But the more we keep pushing, you're pushing them further and further away. And I get it. People are like, fuck them. We don't care. But then it's like, but we need them. So it's just like, which way are we going? Are we going to be like, well, we just don't, we already at the point that we don't trust them. So we like how Israel don't trust Iran at this point. And it's up in the sky.
Stricter protocols in North might help.
I don't understand that. I mean, I'm just saying, is it up in the stuff? Is that what it is?
It's various ways that things can flow, and when you got a big group of people that wants to have talk about a topic, and they're all in the queue, and it's building up. There's a certain amount of anxiety and frustration. The thing that's been the thing of the thing of the thing so many times before.
I don't get what you just said, but through the crowd, and if one person got ran over, did you see that? Nice.
Yeah, I saw that first lady.
You saw it?
Yeah.
That was crazy. I tried to find a clip on it. I couldn't find a clip. I'd be scared to Google certain things, so that's probably why I couldn't find a clip on it.
I'm at the nail salon when I get home. Lady, when I get home, I'm at the nail salon. When I get home, I'll run it.
How many times
It takes that long.
What's going on?
What happened? What?
Why do y'all keep getting your nails done like this? What's happening?
I haven't been in the nail salon in a while with you guys. Like today, I waited till the facial thing first. No.
I heard Ming Ling in the background talking.
Ming Ling was doing something else.
Breaking news.
This is already chill back. Y'all always want. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all be looking for the excitement. What's going on? Y'all want the fight. Y'all can't wait to fight. Everybody can't wait to get in the battle. Where y'all want to fight? All the time? Dang. Can't even get rest on Sabbath. My. What's going on, Dan? You came to apologize, or you doubling down? Which one is it?
The Lord says, peace be still.
Amen. That's a fact. I can move forward with that.
Amen. That's a fact.
Damn, I like you. Can I just say this real quick? I like them. I don't have anything personal against you at all. I like you.
It's just to me, and this is not my space, but it was hurtful because I know how much energy and time that these ladies put into this platform. So that's the only reason I came like that. And I apologize if I injured you or something like that, but it was just a moment of.
Finley, you want to? No, that's cool. My apologies too. I try to be careful with my words, and I think that was just a poor choice of words. That was a triggering kind of phrase, so I need to be more just thoughtful. So, but yeah.
Amen. Look at God working.
Oh no, Finley responded to Brad in the chat or something.
Oh, okay. Hey, Brad, how are you?
Now, what Brad is this? This is the white Brad that be talking poorly about black women.
Brad is talking poorly about black women, and this is what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, that's what I asked.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Because then we put stuff out there on people. We need to be able to.
I'm exhausted, but I'm back home after a week of.
You been hiking?
I was down in Kirk County, and I've been down in.
I knew it.
I've been down Center Point.
I was just gonna say he's probably down to help rescue folks.
He's been part of the rescue effort in Central Texas the last week.
Brad, is that for work? Or were you hunting or something?
No, he's literally just helping out. He was part of the first responder effort in Central Texas.
All right, kudos to you.
Thank you for your service, Brad.
I didn't attack him. That's why I asked what Brad is. Okay. And Matt Cole.
For the record, if you would have said it's Brad that attacked white women, you'd have been accurate. But yeah, he has a problem.
Yes.
I
wholeheartedly. Oh, man.
I now have a new group that I hate too. It's idiots that come down and do TikTok videos pretending that they care, and they're just sitting there with their little camera on their phone and taking selfies and showing how much they care, and then they turn around and leave without even so much as picking up a stake, a shovel, a rake, a chainsaw, and they don't even get dirty, they don't get muddy, but they sure look good on fucking Instagram or whatever it is.
Exactly. They're getting their influencers, right? Influencers got their content. That's dirty work.
That is dirty work. That's disgusting.
So, do you know the total now, Brad? Is that a total?
I don't have those numbers. Like I said, I just got back, and I see messages from time to time, and I was letting friends that I'm really close with, like, updates on here. The one that I was aware of that we found was Friday night, and they were deceased, and we pulled him out and found him in a debris pile underneath a bunch of crushed RVs. So that was the last I was able to do, and I learned a valuable lesson. For those of you that never think you're going to need it in life, horseback ride. Pause.
Did Brad get booted?
All I heard was my ass is so sore, and
he's scared. You back in there? Somebody boot Brad? Shout out to horseback riding lessons. Shout out to rural Florida.
Wait a minute, there's some.
All right.
I heard they were up to 121, but I don't know if that's changed. 119, 121, and 170. But
I know that
170 be missing, Brad. 170. That's a lot of people. I mean, have you ever been around 170 people? Where could they possibly be? Are these just people who haven't reported in to their family, or they can't get in contact with? Because it almost seems like an impossibility to have 170 bodies. The number 170 bodies that are missing in Kerr County, in that particular place in that riverbed.
It's several counties. It's not just her. Oh, okay. I apologize.
And the river is like, what, 250 miles long?
250 miles long?
They could have been
It's in the first couple of days, you go through really fast. You're just trying to listen and you're trying to poke and prod, just trying to find anything that's moving or you can hear voices. And then a long time before a lot of those individuals are covered, because it's just, I don't think people understand, like, whole cars are just now covered in dirt and rock and trees. Like, it's their whole houses that are just obliterated. It's just, there's the center point, the entire town is pretty much gone. There's nothing left there. And there's pretty much nothing along the banks. And the surge itself happening in 45 minutes, nothing was able to withstand that. Nothing in its path was able to withstand it.
You know, what I did what I did learn was that one of the first responders was actually in the river, in the flood, rescuing a lady, and he was summoning for help, and he was asking, what do you call those operators, the 911 operators, you're going to find that there's a lot of, not just incompetence and failure to act and processes that are filled with holes. You're going to find that was evident because the mayor, for whatever reason, whoever the supervisor was not contacted to activate that code red, which definitely could have saved lives.
Well, should we focus on that right now?
Yeah, well, we're in recovery. When are you going to focus on it? We have a market season coming up.
And still 170 lives.
Yeah, and I pray and I wish, and Lord knows I pray that they recover that. But I'm a realist. I deal with code blues and codes and people who die all the time in the health field. Even though I pray for miracles, I know what the science says. I'm hoping for a miracle because that's what they need at this point. But I think we can chew gum and walk at the same time because we have upcoming hurricane season. So if they were failures and we know these events, we don't know if it's going to be at that extent, but could possibly happen again. Then we need to know what they are so that we can go ahead and plug those failures of putting processes, update the processes. The FEMA, there's a national type of, I think it's called the IEAW, to be fixed. And I don't know if you don't start looking at it now and updating it, then these things are going to happen again.
Not just that, LaVon. I don't know if you can hear me, LaVon, but not just that. With us being in our profession, can you hear me?
Yes, darling, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, and with us being in our profession, we were having these rooms and we were talking about ignoring warnings, ignoring signals. When I have those monitors, when they have these warning signals and these buzzers and these alerts, they're put on for a reason. And I hear them all day, every day. And we have to learn not to ignore or to devalue when there's any type of warning systems that are in place. I know they tend to be, you consider them a nuisance. You consider them to be something that, I get them all the time, so I'm just going to ignore them. If I said if they ignored the low oxygenation warning buttons or the arrhythmia warnings or all the other things that are set in place in my profession, then I would get the same results as what they got that night of that flood at the river. So we have to, at least give your warning signal a second look or a second consideration. And that's why you guys ask for them. That's why they ask for the alerts for the children who are being abducted and the Amber Alerts, the this, the that, the that. You notice how we don't even look at that anymore. If anybody else in here agree that when they have our Amber Alerts, we look and we're annoyed and we just keep on moving down the road. But they were put in place for a reason. So anyway, it's going to be more if we continue to be apathetic about
the ones that we have in place currently. Yes, they could be updated. Yes, they could be improved. Yes, they could be elevated. But at least the basic warnings, we should at least have consideration of the basic warning that are currently in place. Because it's going to take years, if you agree, for them to get to, and it's not going to happen next week. It's not going to happen next month. It's not going to happen before the next rainfall or the next flood. So at least we can be a little bit more diligent when we're getting the alarms that we ask to be put in place that are currently available to us.
So there was something else with the alarms, right? There was also FEMA appeals. Buildings were identified, structures were identified to be removed or moved, and they were not. And there's a lot of that kind of backlog still exists. So I think that's another area that's not really being talked about right now. They were reducing regulatory oversight and flood insurance requirements.
Well, Christine has this new thing. I don't know how that's going to impact recovery and help that unless they change it. Any expenditures over $100,000 she has to personally approve. But that seems to me that would be every request because this is like millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of resources that they're going to need. That seems to
need to be more involved. This is a tragedy that affects our entire country. But, the people in Texas, I don't know. You live in Texas, Brooklyn?
No, I'm in Florida. Texas.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I know that you live in Texas. But yeah, because the way that this president treats California or treated California,
with the climate bubbles we're having today, there has been over 20,000 buildings that have been removed. Okay, so there were buildings and structures on the Guadalupe River that were scheduled to be removed or to be moved, but they were not because that particular county decided that they wanted to have those buildings there.
Is my mic working?
All right, I hear you.
First thing, you got a hot mic.
Because I'm asking y'all a question. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, no, we couldn't. My bad, we couldn't hear it. You sound far away, like big echo.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out, have you done the research? Have you verified that this is all true?
Yeah, just FYI, Trump just released a new statement about Epstein as a doozy.
Oh, wow. Make my day.
It is. It's long. All right, it's long. I'm just warning you now. What's going on, my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more? They created the Epstein files just like they created a fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on them to me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics, hold on a second. Okay, they haven't even given up the JFK or MLK files. No matter how much success we have had securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world, corruption, Act Blue, a rigged and stolen election in 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals, instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old
radical left-inspired documents on Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and so on, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG, and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
He is misreading his face.
In the world because of
First of all, you see how he threw in how the election was stolen. You see what I'm saying? And we ain't saying nothing about him and Elon stealing the election this time around. So yeah, he's continuing to rhetoric.
He's totally misreading his base. This is the first.
He's not misreading you all. You know that y'all stupid and y'all gonna fall for it. He knows his base match.
His base doesn't
Yeah.
facing you.
His base is retarded. We get it. He knows.
Where did he? Was it Texas that he visited? Right. Someone got arrested for posting something on Facebook saying next time, or that he would not miss. So, even on a platform like this, that could happen in one rush.
What I'm saying is he's misreading his
We
base.
just playing in your face and y'all believe him. Look at you, man. Look at you.
His base.
Go ahead, man. I'm after you.
I mean, in the administration.
The fact of the matter, I said I was after Matt. He's not hearing the ladies anymore in the show.
They muted for like 1 minute.
Well, no, seriously, if you want to go that back, go ahead. I'll yield to you. Let me know when you're done. I was just gonna say that if we just that Trump message was just the more of the same. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know if it surprised you guys that he would come out and say what he said. We need to keep saying and keep reiterating that the reason there is this so-called list is that he's on it. And the reason there is a Epstein is because he was enjoying the fruits of his services that he was providing. He was there. It's been confirmed that he was there. There's pictures of him there. There's a court case that is trying to be buried of a 13-year-old, was he 13 or 15 child that was raped between him and Epstein. So, I mean, we can sit here and allow him to come and say whatever he wants, but we will fight back with facts and the proof, and we will continue to tell the truth. Sometimes he can tell whatever he wants, and now let's counteract it every single time with dates, with facts, with pictures, with proof, and let's keep it rolling. MAGA's gonna say anything, and you notice how he knows MAGA, they trying to ruin our thing. Well, yeah, I congratulate you, MAGAs, because you know what? One thing you don't have thought process independent thought, but you're good sheep. You're able to be told what to do, and you're able to continuously numb yourself to reality and intellectual thought and debate and follow anything that this person says for you to do. If he told you guys to meet up on the cliffs from California and jump off, I'm sure you guys will be on time and respond. It's all personal. Well, I mean,
You mean what? That's personal files.
You think it's false?
Yeah.
Differently. But when I'm called the Democratic Plantation, and I'm called the Democratic Shield, and I'm called one of the other names that I'm called because I feel one particular way about people that I consider to be important enough to have my vote. I mean, I don't know how else to respond to that. Am I just supposed to say?
I'm saying you always want to have the conversation with the MAGAs, and
all the time.
They're taking the time to insult them personally. That's all.
I consider it observational, but maybe it is personal, and I don't know, First Lady.
I would be the majority of this nation that voted for Donald J. Trump.
Slaves on a plantation?
No, not that phrase. I've said other things.
Okay, so what makes your observations much more important or elevated than mine?
But he didn't say it in this conversation, so you trying to ask or to say something.
Brad and Lisa interact. I've known both of them for a long time. They have different perspectives. They're both intelligent. Let the two of them interact for a couple minutes.
I don't know. I've never introduced the CEO.
I'm gonna interview.
I mean, that's the 2% majority. Did you guys think it was a personal attack? That's right. I don't want to fight.
When you like the fight,
you don't want to fight, go your own space and go fight. But that's not what I'm about. I'm not about fighting.
And First Lady, I apologize if it is seen as a personal attack. But when people say, and I don't know Brad, and I apologize if I get dog is hollering right now, but when I'm just saying overall, when we separate ourselves into these camps, I have been as an independent Democrat or that Democratic independent, I don't know what to call myself now, because everything is negative, but wherever I am, when we have these conversations with MAGA, they're quick on the draw of calling us, this, that, and the third as a whole.
Right now, in this moment,
he was responding to something. What were you responding to? But Brad, what were you responding to?
I was responding to your own comments. I was responding to your comments that you called MAGA people. So you called MAGA people sheep and that they would all jump off the building if Trump did. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. There's a wide variety of reasons why people back Trump. There's that's
So,
not personal attack. If you've never actually asked a Republican, conservative, or a MAGA.
What did he say? What did he say, Lisa?
I said if she didn't bother herself to actually learn what MAGA wants to talk about, or the views.
Let them two have that conversation.
Please.
Okay. Well, then fine. Y'all can have a conversation.
No, but I got a question.
They weren't having the conversation. Are we serious? They're having the conversation. I was asking a point of clarity. What did he say that was attaching to her?
Well, I look at it like this, Brad. I think it like this. You said if I would bother myself, you don't know, investigate or whatever, but you're making a statement and an accusation and accusatory telling me if I had bothered myself. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with you, and you've never had a conversation with me. So let's just start out by I'm gonna put down my shield, even there. But other than that, I can hear where this is going.
And hey, it was Patty that said let them have the conversation. It wasn't no Brooklyn, it was me. So if you're getting upset about that, I'm just telling them let them have the conversation because people were saying stuff in between.
Yeah, I was the one that was saying something because I was trying to foster the conversation so that the two of them can have the conversation.
Well, I got you. But I was just saying let them have the conversation because it's kind of like, because I don't like when Lisa does this shit. I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I'll leave sometimes. When Lisa do that shit to her own mind, I be like, yo, like, this enough. I got to go. Because I'm not going to be in the middle of that shit.
Yeah, well, then that's the reason why the conversation goes to hell real quick. So if that's
right, and then that's when we can stop it.
Go to hell with it.
You can stop it then. You can stop it.
If you want to come off the
I said you got it. Lady, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. Okay? I'm not going to argue with you. You can tell when everybody wanted to act. No, you came off the mic and got smart. I just said, yo, this is Patty. I was just telling them let them have the conversation. Now, if you want to get feisty, son, because it doesn't move me. Not one.
Nobody's trying to move anybody.
But I'm just saying, lady, like, you is really bugging right now. Like, I don't like when Lisa do that. I leave. When she do that to her own mind, like, you can have a conversation with them. I got it. Fuck the conversation. But damn, like.
What exactly did you hear me say that made you?
No, I came off right, and the only thing I said, hey, I'm back,
And then I said, oh, let them have the conversation because someone interrupted. Then you got smart. And I'm like, yo, who's she talking to?
What did I say? But you said I was getting smart. I'm trying to figure out when
well, I explained to you and I explained
She was talking to me, not you. She was talking to me, and that's fine. But when y'all done, can I ask my clarifying question?
Wait a minute, but the clarification is between Lisa and Brad right now, right?
Correct.
So go ahead, Brad. You were responding to Lisa. Lisa was responding to you. Lisa, you want to pick up, or you want Brad to pick up?
Brad can go ahead, because maybe I am out of line. That's just my personality, but I can moderate myself. So, and I'm learning something from Patty because I wasn't really aware that was going on with me in my mind. But now that she's pointing it out to me, then I need to address it. And if I feel anxious to, and I appreciate you guys. Sometimes we don't see ourselves when we don't hear ourselves. So I appreciate the correction, and I'm waiting for Brad. I wasn't waiting. I'm waiting for Brad.
Honestly, I forgot what we were talking about. I'm like on.
I think you're
Okay, so we
talking
can
about
understand. Remember, if it's uninteresting enough that you can't remember, we should.
Y'all were talking about MAGA and are they sheep? That was the conversation.
Oh, yeah. So I'll apologize, but I'll retract my statement of saying that had you never sat down with MAGA and bothered to learn about that. But I will state this, that even in the conservative rooms and in the Republican rooms and the MAGA rooms, I can critique this, that they're not open to definitive ideas. Like, we can take a look at this latest disaster. I will agree with some Democrats. I will agree that, the town council playing with FEMA funds and deciding on that, and the people advocating or against some of those ARPA designs that the gentleman spoke about there. I can see it too. I have questions about it. If I was a resident, I'd be asking myself, because no one wants to spend, 100 hours out of the week searching for bodies of children. And there's a lot that can be held accountable for this disaster. The same thing in California with the LA wildfires. We can ask questions and say, hey, there needs to be some criticism, because right now we all pay a shit ton of tax dollars, and we have an expectation that there is some kind of emergency management system that is going to be there to at least alert us or to help guide us in an event of a natural disaster or impending doom. And we should have that expectation, because we are the wealthiest country in the nation, and we should be able to rely on those systems, and they should be updated. That should be one of the first priorities of any elected leader. But currently, the only state that seems to get it done right, and it's unfortunate, but people won't like this, is Florida in response to hurricanes. They seem to have the ability to react and motivate. As soon as the storm's lifted, they are moving in. They don't care. Their warning systems are on par. The reaction times are good. They're going in with cleanup crews immediately. They're staged. They're ready to go. So maybe a lot of states and a lot of these areas, we need to start looking at lessons around the world, because there's other countries around the world that do a better job than our own elected leaders who virtue signal all day long.
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Can I just wait, hold on. I'm having a conversation with him, and I will be very brief. I apologize if I'm stepping in here, but I just want to get this over between me and Brad. So, Brad, I have a question. Are you a resident of Texas?
I am, yes.
Okay, and I'm a co-resident of California part-time, but do you guys have some type of warning about this particular event? Don't you guys have what it is? Do you have warning systems in place for that area for floods, and weren't they activated at some level for that event?
Yes, they do have alerts and systems in place. Are they effective enough? No. I should retract that. I don't know if the most alert system in the world that I have seen in place would have prevented this tragedy, or would have spared maybe 1 or 2 lives, and that would have been worth it. It would have been, I don't care how much money, it would have been worth it. I don't know, and I can't honestly give you a correct answer on that. I don't have all the details. And again, I've only been working on the ground. I can only tell you what I see from the ground. I haven't been privy to a lot of the news. And even when we have leaders of other search and rescue organizations and politicians walk through, and influencers, and you got like fucking rappers and singers and country music stars and Instagram models trying to tromp through the area, I don't get much information. So the thing I'm learning is learning it on the fly. But right now, I don't know if any system in the world would have been able to do necessarily what you're asking in 45 minutes. 30 feet in 45 minutes. That is just that's a volume of water that you can't expect.
So last thing for me, as I'm learning, and after this I'll go on mute and listen. There was a report from the Hill. I think I read it from the Hill. I'm not at home, so some of this information might be spotty and less than 100% accurate or helpful. But I read that 24 hours before the storm even hit, that the meteorologists in that area warned to absorb the amount of rainfall. That was the first warning. So with that in mind, within 24 hours, me, and maybe I am Tuesday night quarterbacking, thank you. Tuesday quarterbacking here. That would have given some indication to a campground that if the meteorologist is saying that the amount of rain is coming, or not, your ground wouldn't be able to absorb or support it, that we might need to activate at that point some type of contingency plan that have to do with campers and children. Am I sounding like I'm making sense, or I'm just babbling, sir?
No, I mean, it sounds good. In theory, I do believe, from what I've heard here, that there were some people were aware of the alerts, others were not. Cell phone coverage is spotty. It's how those alerts are communicated. Also, I'm going to be honest with you, since I've been in Texas, the number of potential flash flood warnings that meteorologists give out that to no fruition is an alarming amount. It also comes in massive rains, like flash rainstorms. They come through and they drop for 2 minutes and then they just stop. It's the weirdest crap you ever saw. In fact, I don't know if that would have helped if they had to go out into the storms anyway.
I land. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. We can talk more about the political parties, I guess, in another situation or space, because we're talking about the storm now, and I don't think people understand if we just start going back and forth. But I appreciate talking to you. I've never mentioned before, and I am going to apologize because I'm a homegrown adult, and this is a different day and a different topic. So I would like to, at some point in time, be able to have dialogue with you about what we originally started talking about. Okay, sir? So I'm going to start following you. Yeah, I'm going to start following you, and maybe we can get into rooms together where we can have that dialogue about the MAGAs and whatever. Okay, Brad?
Absolutely. And again, I apologize if I offended you, and I'd love to have a discussion on the various sides of right-leaning on MAGA to conservatives to Republicans.
Are you there, Brad?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you happen to know a guy on the app by the name of Sig?
Yes.
Do you host rooms with Sig?
Yes, once in a while.
Hey, Brad, I wanted to jump into something you said when you talked about Florida. I'm in Florida, and I will tell you, we learned invaluable lessons from Hurricane Andrew. And if there's any state that could be the template, and I can't stand DeSantis. I can't stand him. even before him, all of our governors from Andrew, Lou, or Lisa was talking about being in the medical field. I can tell you, when we have patients, especially in the ICU, so many bells and whistles and alarms go off. Right? The alarm, let's say for instance the heart rate, if it drops below a certain level, it's supposed to alarm and blink lights. If the ventilator, they have a low pressure alarm or a high pressure alarm, that not only alarms, it's going to blink. And I will tell you, if any nurse turns those alarms down or off and I find out, they're going to be fired. I will definitely write a counseling recommending that they fire, because as leaders, we have a higher responsibility to the patients that we take care of who are weak and infirmed and under our care. So why am I saying this? As leaders and county managers and city managers, they're held to a higher standard. Yeah, we have something called the population can have alarm fatigue, but the people in charge cannot afford to have alarm fatigue. They're charged with the responsibility of their constituents. And that's why I come down so hard on if there appears to be these gaps and delays. And from what I'm reading, there was definitely delay. The NAAS, and NOAA, they do their job. They send the alerts out. But when you have a first responder, and I'm talking specifically about Kern County, not the other counties. When you have a first responder calling in that they're rescuing something and asking for their, what do you call the person who answers the call, to activate the code red. And I know that, yeah, the dispatch operator, and I know they're following procedures, so my beef is not with the dispatch operator. She has protocols to follow, and she said, I cannot do that. I need to get approval. Okay, I need to get supervisor approval. Okay, from that point, push the damn buttons, make freaking calls, and get the damn approval. You can't have a mayor saying that he was not aware of that code red request until 45, 50 minutes later. We all know what happened.
So again, yeah, there's a lot of criticism to be had about the systems and the operations and the guidelines that are in place, and those will be critiqued. And you're right, everybody's right to critique them, especially the residents of that area and those that were directly affected. They have an absolute high priority to be critical of that. My only thing is I want to caution you is that not necessarily.
The fuck's a hypothetical?
The hypothetical is based on reality.
The hypothetical, which means the reason,
why do you have to
none of this exists. The war doesn't exist. You didn't have the 6-day war. You did not have the 6-day war.
Qué pena, tu boca sucia.
Mira, pendejo sucio, cabrón. Mama bicho, cállate la boca, pendejo.
Oh, tú. Okay, let's go back to the conversation. What's the point of your question?
It reminds you of something on the
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Look at the flip-flops.
One at a time, guys.
You see my PTR?
I know you need attention from it.
No, look at the PTR. Look at it. You have something that happened a few days ago.
Amir Baba, how could you have a war? Amir Baba, how could you have a war? How could you have a war with nobody, Amir Baba? What does it mean?
It's a hypothetical, you fucking idiot.
If we wanted to, no, it's not a hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Now, according to the, as far as being American about that, right, because Netanyahu brought it up, aren't you supposed to go after the trees and everything? That's what I heard.
The tree thing comes from the Quran, not from us. The Jews hiding behind the trees and the rocks, and the trees cry out.
No, that's you don't know the Torah very well.
That's what combatant, by the way. That's not for every Jew. It doesn't say every Jew. It's for combatant.
And Amalek.
Yeah, it's for combatant. You gotta go learn that.
I did. It doesn't say combatants.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, in there.
Well, ask a scholar.
In the Hamas charter.
Yeah.
The Hamas charter doesn't say that.
Yeah, it does.
No,
No, it doesn't.
Edward,
Being in the rock.
if you actually look into the Torah, Edward,
Don't
and
deny
you look at what the Amaleks did and compare it to what's happening in Palestine.
No. That's an old charter. The revised charter doesn't contain any mention.
That's what I'm saying, like Amalek, that's what they did.
That's literally.
Yeah, say again?
You're the Amalek.
You don't think you're Amalek?
You are. You and your people are.
No problem.
Tell me what did
You're
they
not
do?
Amalek, you're in good
Tell me what did they do according to the Torah?
I'm not gonna teach you Torah.
I'll teach you Torah if you want. I can teach you.
I study with the rabbi, not the Torah.
According to the Torah, the actions. Yeah, but according to the Torah, you guys are the actions. According to this book, he is him. They're the Amaleks. It's them.
You are
the Amaleks. You are
Let's talk about the news, man. Forget him.
Things happening. I wish the Romans were alive, but they're not. Yeah.
Go ahead. It says, there's some people, for some Israelis back war ending deal to free our hostages. Now, the issue here is you got 82% of Israelis don't explode titles. You got 70% of them no, it was a recent survey. Which one? The one with 853 respondents. It was done from the U.S. University in America. 563 surveys in that survey, Amir. No. It was a survey. 53. We got 510 people responded. And 56% of them, they want to expel Arabs or Israelis. You didn't get 600 people. Hold on. No, back in 2016, there was another survey done from research that says 48% of Israeli Jews they want to expel Arabs. No, you know what I'm saying? No, that's not accurate. Do you want the Pew Research? I definitely do. Do you want it? Okay, it's from 2016. It's not even after 7th of October. Let me put it in the chat. Definitely put it in the chat. Sure. I'll have a look. So what's your question?
They're bleeding, bro. They're bleeding. Nobody's getting expelled. They're getting expelled. Yeah, you're getting expelled, bro. You're getting expelled. History repeats itself. You already made it into the death triangle zone inside of Gaza. Similar to 2014. Do you know what the death triangle is?
Okay, no.
Go look it up. That's the reason why you guys are facing a lot of losses in the last 10 days. Yeah, but I'm just letting you know who you are, you fucking scumbag terrorist. That's what you are. I'm talking about you Amalek. Yeah, Amalek.
They got a death triangle in 2006 by the Hezbollah too.
Yeah, they made it to that zone. You know that?
Put the survey link on. Can you go read up the survey?
About your mother,
so the question is, according to the Amalek words, after you get rid of the Palestine, you gotta get rid of the trees as well. It's not just one-way street. So they do have some olive trees and they just stole olive tree by the way in the West Bank. I heard about it. So are they like you steal them or burn the olive trees down? I cannot follow what you're asking. Give me the. I said Amalek words talks about the Amalek children. Yeah, the Amalek words from your Torah. The Amalek words or words? Words. So in third. Yes, it talks about. Wednesday has a lot of noise on the microphone. Mike. Okay, so the Amalek is, it talks about the trees and a whole bunch of other things. So once they get rid of the Palestinians, they won't go after the trees and whatnot. And then you do have these surveys in the Israeli community on this. The recent was 82%, 2016 was 48%. You see what I'm saying? So there's a hatred in Amalek and
you and your people, you and your
look at what's happening.
You and your people, you fucking scumbag. You and your people. You're the Amaleks. You are, according to your book, you're the Amaleks. According to your book. According to your book, it's you. The reference is about you fucking idiot scumbag terrorist. The reference is about you. You fucking scumbag, Vic. The reference is about you.
Telling us to kill ourselves.
Yes, your book is talking about you. Yes, yes. Corruption. Yes, yes.
We're our own people.
It's about you. Yes, you're Dominic. Yes, yes.
We're not the Jews.
You read it.
I see. Okay.
Read it
every day.
Tell us what's the definition of Amaleks. What did they do?
You'll have to read it. I'm not
You tell us. Tell everybody here. What does it say?
No,
What did the Amaleks do? You fucking pig.
I don't teach Torah.
Tell us. Connect it. Tell us. Connect the dots. Tell us. You can't. You're a coward, bitch.
Innocent women and children.
You're a coward, bitch. You're a coward, bitch. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to get you.
Amir, if you
I'm getting kicked out of Spain right now.
You fucking
no.
I'm getting kicked out everywhere.
Actually,
read it. Tell us. Educate us. Educate us. What's according to the Torah?
everybody's yelling at once, Amir.
Educate us.
Feeding time at the zoo? Is it feeding time at the zoo now? I thought you wanted to have
They're feeding you and San Yunus, you fucking scumbag, bitch. They're feeding you.
You got some nerve to be like this. You're a fucking handsome guy.
Amir, is this what you
Fuck
want
out
to
of
do?
here.
So, you tend to project these things, right? And zoo, I mean, look, just because you
I said, is it feeding time?
it's not projecting.
I'm not projecting. Everybody
It's
gets your
inside Israel. What's the percentage?
I don't know if that. Every Jew is really religious, though. Not just
Okay, how could you be religious?
Well, that's not the way that you think.
It says in your scripture.
No, it doesn't say that. You're wrong.
It makes him a coffin. Anyways,
we don't have coffins to do this.
yes.
How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel?
That Judaism is a fucking religion.
Guys,
you guys are the ones that keep on trying to say it.
Anyways,
so you guys are all converts. You have to believe.
Stop trying to make us believe that Judaism is an ethnicity and a religion.
I never said that. I never said that. I said we're a family, a tribe.
You're not even part of that fucking tribe. You're a fucking European.
No, we were in Europe. Just the same way you're in America, but you're from Boston.
You're getting sunburned in Israel.
Nobody's getting sunburned.
You're fucking allergic to olive trees, you fucking big. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know you have the highest rate of skin cancer.
So I did have one question.
You're supposed to be indigenous. Your life expectancy is nothing. You're the one whose land is put up. The land is fitting you out. Look at concept.
No,
We saw that.
Hang on. We don't believe in your book. Your book says it's fitting it out. And that's what's happening. You know they're leading to Cyprus, right? You heard about it? The Cyprus officials are pissed off, right? They're mad. They're tired. They're like, these people are coming in, taking over our land, stealing the land, freaking buying the land. Yeah. That's
they do that in South America too. They kicking the whole thing.
Can we not shout, please, guys, not shout, man. Yes, and then
So what's your question, Amir?
Wow.
Let's have a talk.
Okay, what did we do about the 2 Palestinians that were beaten there, that were killed by the settlers? What did we do about that?
When, where, how, why, where?
In the West Bank. Good thing that you guys didn't know that he was an American. So America will get it there. Go look it up. It's available we put it in the chat.
I'll look at everything. Okay.
A Palestinian American gets killed by this entity.
When?
This was a couple days ago.
Okay, I haven't seen it. I can't help you. You don't seem to know about it yourself.
Yes, I do. I read it.
So it happened in Judea and Samaria? What town?
Yeah.
What town?
Not Judea and Samaria in the West Bank.
We don't have a West Bank. That's a Jordanian term.
International university. Everybody knows it's actually the West Bank.
Palestinians
Nobody knows Judea and Samaria. That's your understanding.
Palestinians don't call it that, Amir.
Yeah, read it. It's Palestinian American.
No, it's a Palestinian.
News calls it Palestinian American. Go read it. That's the Israeli newspaper. Israeli newspaper calls it Palestinian American.
One of them was born in Florida.
I don't know what you're
Go
talking about.
read up this. What happened to this?
Okay, Amir. So you don't know where it happened still?
Read it. I gave you the article. There was 3 incidents.
You wear it.
Free, amnesty, free.
Did you see what happened is what's happening in Khan Yunis. Look at my PTR happened in Khan Yunis. Look at it.
I'm not interested.
Look at it. Khan Yunis. Look at it.
Are they having the
Look at it. Look at it. It happened in Khan Yunis. Look at my PTR. You fucking big. Look at it with a flip flop. Look at it.
You want the attention of the.
Look at it. Look at it. This is what happened. You fucking big.
So the settlers are killing. Hold on, the settlers are killing the Palestinians, right? Okay. They've been doing this for a while.
Is that what you think?
Check the link in the chat. I posted it.
Okay, where did this happen?
So are you gonna? No, just read it. Read it yourself.
You don't know.
Oh my God. Let me give you the city name. You want the city name or you want the area name?
Did you read the article?
Yes, I did. Did you want the area name? Okay. I'll give you the name. The person's name is Muhammad Rizq Hussein al-Shalabi, 23.
For the 10th time.
Died after being shot, during the attack, and had to bleed for hours.
Where did this
I'll
happen?
give you the name. He was born in Florida. I'm about to give you the name. Just saying, it was north of Ramallah.
The article.
A village north of Ramallah.
Say again?
A village north of Ramallah.
So you don't know the name? It's
I told you, north of Ramallah. Oh my God, I just gave him the name, the city.
Area A. Area A.
You said something happened, and I said, where? And you don't know. What is there to talk about? You don't even
It
know.
doesn't matter, area. These settlers are coming into zone A. The whole fucking thing is occupied by a Zionist entity. It doesn't matter, zone A, zone B. I know on paper you have zone B, half of it is occupied by the A, half of it is occupied by the settlers, but it's not. The whole fucking thing is occupied by the Israeli settlers.
So wait,
From zone A to zone C.
Charge in area A?
In charge. Okay. Let me ask you this: if one of those, hold on. If one of the Hilltop boys comes down and attacks a house in zone A, can they call the PA?
Yeah.
No, they can't.
Sure, they have a police force.
They can't. They do not have jurisdiction over a fucking settler. When they call the IDF, when they call the IDF comes around, IDF fucking protects the motherfucking settler and protects the settler and arrests the Palestinian. Just an idiot.
Some Palestinians.
You can shoot me.
Oh yeah. Why don't you tell everybody the story about how the Palestinians were in Area A and
No, not area B.
no, Area A.
No,
but
not
you said
that.
they were on the border of. You were on the border, and you were not in Area A. They were in Area A.
You're incorrect. You got it
No.
wrong.
This is what you said.
No, that's not what I said. I remember it. I know exactly
Oh.
where.
They never came up to you. You're such a fucking liar, Norm.
I'm telling you what happened. I'm
You're a
there.
liar, bro. Everything you
How am I
say
a
is
liar?
It's not what you said. It's not what you said when you were in Israel.
Yeah.
And you were proud of the thing. You said, "Oh, I can't wait to get my gun too." And they were in Area A, and you were on the border. Because I asked you, I said, "Are you on? How are you in Area A?" You said, "I'm not. I'm on the border."
That's right. The village is on the border. The entrance is in area B.
Yeah, this guy is a waste of time. He's a piece of
Yeah,
shit,
I
man.
think so too. I mean, I don't know.
He's a piece of shit, man. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking big. Go, you fucking big. Get the fuck out of here.
They give me a headache on Romo. You're a very dishonest person on this app.
Daniel's there. Daniel's down there.
Daniel's here.
Okay, so
Daniel, I'll send you the invite.
Daniel, in the other room earlier, Yael was talking.
And Dave, if you want to come on up, I know China called me. They said, "Where's Dave at?" They were asking me about you, Dave.
That's the one that everyone has those pictures of her. Her naked pictures.
Yeah. She was saying, how basically how.
By the way, I know those boob. That's a fake. That's a boob job, but that's the worst boob job I have ever seen in my damn life.
So and Galilean too, and her were talking about how, when they talk about children and doing things to children and raping animals, and Galilean was saying how, somebody earlier today wanted to, stick a gun between her legs and kill her kids. But the thing is about children, and they both said it, that's a red line. Daniel comes up and says they're anti-Semitic. Yael is Jewish. And by the way, Yael, thinks Palestinians are disgusting, so she's not like, But she's anti-Semitic, and about the children, he said, well, what about the children in the IDF that have to serve every day? Those are the real children. So he's conflating soldiers to be the children or doing anything to children. So to Daniel, children are not off limits, and he has a very skewed perception of what is and is not a child. An IDF soldier is not a child.
Come on up and, if you want to defend your position and relate to the children, at least for the sake of children, you shouldn't be saying these type of things. And look at this Chinese Dave. China called me. They said they will tell you to come back to China. Majority of the Chinese, they support the Palestinians. They don't support Israel. I don't know where the hell how could you find a Chinese person? I don't need support from the Chinese. We have Dave down in the audience. He supports Israel. I didn't say I need support from the China.
So, who do you need support from?
I don't need support from anybody. Everybody's looking at it. They're going based on the evidence. They're doing it on their own. I'm not begging anybody for support. You see me begging? I do talk about the news and whatnot, and the recent news. We have the Smotrich, right? I think Smotrich basically runs a fucking what's that? Many of you they're getting in the way to destroy the peace ceasefire.
I'm with you in this. I'm Charlie Hebdo.
Okay, who are you?
Okay. What do you need to know more? When I said Charlie Hebdo,
I don't know Charlie Hebdo. I don't know.
Are you a walking dildo? I thought I heard he was a walking dildo.
Okay.
A butt plug for gay men.
Omar. And
That's what a drunk Indian sounds like.
So we have.
I think he needs to just admit the fact that he's a butt plug for gay men.
Nobody's shaming the Indian. We're shaming the Christian, Islamophobe, piece of shit. I come across a lot of Sunnis, but these fuckers, they hate Muslims. They like to oppress and suppress not only Muslims, even from Christian. What'd you say, Azim?
Yeah, that's what do you want to ask? Well, how do you pronounce it?
Let's focus on what happened today, bro. They killed over 128 Palestinians.
I wanted to say what kind of butt plug is he?
Most of them are
Hindus hate the Muslim, bro. That's what
Get back to
your voice. Look, we're gonna pivot. So let's talk about the news. There's a lot that came out. I think the ceasefire. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not. Right? They're working on it, and this particular article, many Americans.
I think that's one of them was American Amir, not both of them, but two were killed.
Yeah, two were killed. One of them was actually, Palestinian American. It's not just one. It's not the first time. There's multiple people there have got killed. And that's what I don't get. How do why do they have a free pass and America doesn't even investigate? Daniel, if you want to come on up, I did send you an invite. Hey, what's up, Omi or Chucky? Chucky, I sent you an invite as well if you want to come on up. What else? If anybody else want to come on up, any other Zionists want to come on up, we can have a conversation.
And what happened in Gaza today?
They killed over 128, and most of them are women and children. And they're targeting all these children and women that are going to get help from these aid sites. As soon as they make it there, they just bomb them and open fire at them, So far, at least, it's over 128, but I think the number is a little bit more than that.
Wow.
But also, on the other hand, Khan Yunus is actually teaching them a very good lesson so far. And
an IDF soldier. Like Daniel, who thinks that.
I think Daniel should fly out there and join the fight.
But Daniel said that the children are the IDF soldiers. Those are the children.
Let Daniel, he talks a big talk, right? Let him go out there and fight against Hamas.
Daniel showed up when Iran bombed the Shmuli's dildo shop, and the dildos went flying everywhere. And that's when Daniel showed up there to catch a few of them.
He get hit in the face with dildos today. They left that. So, Daniel, that was the case after Iran was straight where
who's talking about?
On the other side, in the bucket, the guy's literally recording and butt naked, half naked.
Why do your people keep humping everything? It's crazy.
Because they're scared they're going to get wiped out, so they want to try and reproduce quickly. Let me see. No, they're not the video in the chat, Daniel. You want to see it? Yeah, they're shooting blanks at them. Yeah, you see, Azim, you see this bitch, his Islamophobia is coming out.
Yeah, throw him out of
Hashtag go on my blog list, fucking bitch. I hate Islamophobes in this fucking guy. Get lost. Get away from my room. Get lost. Yeah, I need to.
I had a question actually, because it was mentioned before. What is Holocaust porn?
They made the Holocaust porn to mock the Holocaust.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's the Israelis did that. They made the Holocaust porn to mock Holocaust.
Like a porn? Like so, it's based around the Holocaust and it's a porno.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I didn't know until Lee brought it to my attention. And this is the problem, man. A lot of these Israelis that live in Israel, right? People look at what happened to the Holocaust, but a lot of Israel. You see what I'm saying? And you want to come on up, son? No, not today. We changed your picture, I did, right?
128 Palestinians that wanted food.
We're going, waiting for food.
So sick.
Using food as a weapon. It's disgusting.
The food is actually the sick thing too is, somebody is getting paid. Like somebody had to get money from the Israeli government, whatever government, whoever paid for it, and pay this private foundation, and they're getting paid to render these services. So they're making a profit out of this. And they wouldn't even let the Palestinians get food and water out of it. But they
said that it looks like a mousetrap.
It's like a maze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn up the hand raising if anybody want to come on up. Just unmute and come on up. I'm almost not here. I'm on bitch. And guess what? This is a kind of crazy. You have the several IDF troops hurt in Gaza fighting as Palestinians reported killed at each side. So they're killing the Palestinians and their IDF troops are getting hurt. I think it's the same thing. Remember what you shared yesterday, Edward? They're ambushing some of these IDF soldiers, right? They're trying to take them in, right?
Yeah.
And I think that they're not ready to come out and say that, look, this is what Hamas is doing now, taking our IDF soldiers. So we have to be careful. So now they have to be worried about their own safety,
Yeah, they are. The IDF soldiers, they're worried about, and you know what they're worried about? They're worried about if Hamas ends up touching one of them, their squad mates or whatever, or company, whatever they call them, will say, Hannibal directive, and shoot the Israeli soldier dead. So shoot their partner, whatever.
So one of the worst Israeli IDF losses that took place in 2014 is happening near the areas that the IDF are getting into nowadays. And they call it the Death Triangle. Look it up, it's very interesting. And they're making it to that area right now as we speak. And they're bleeding, they're suffering badly, But yeah, this is what's happening.
Yeah, and they're not saying how many, are being killed either.
They don't publish that.
But in the videos, you could clearly see that, it's more than what the Israeli government is saying. By the war, and then They announced December 2023, end of December 2023, that they'll start publishing casualties in real time. And then Hamas started hitting them really hard. And so they didn't publish them in real time. And from January until like June, the numbers pretty much stayed the same, 2024. And then they went up, one here, one there, and that's it. But, thousands were killed. 900. And that was in the middle of last year. So, wait until all the numbers come out. That's when the Israelis are going to go crazy.
Not that anyone gives a fuck, but I'm very curious to know what the numbers are.
So, I forgot who did the counting. I was going through. This is the beginning of 2025, or when the ceasefire happened, February 2025. I was on YouTube, and someone went through all the videos that the resistance posted, and they counted. I forgot what the number was, 10,000 something or 11,000 something that were killed from the videos.
What about that commander? The ID commander came out. He said it's a 5,500 some change, and Jacob tried to debunk it. He said he had somebody read the newspaper in Hebrew, and it doesn't mean that. Do you remember it said 5,500 and some change?
No, 5,900. Yeah, 59. I read the actual. He said it on TV. I read the actual transcript and what it said. And it said 5,900.
It didn't say number of soldiers. He said number of families involved. It's not, but maybe it's too difficult for you to understand. But it's not the same. Because
number of families that were affected was 5,900.
Yes,
you wouldn't.
This one of you, and maybe it's our.
No, we know you. We don't kill you so easily.
I will tell you why.
We know you well enough to kill you.
I will tell you. I know exactly because every soldier who died, we know about it. There is no possibility.
No, that's not true. Not every soldier that dies, you know about it.
To hide the dead.
You literally wipe off people off the record. You wipe off soldiers off the record.
The number IDF published are the exact number of soldiers who died. The exact number. To the one. There is no one soldier who is not published. And every
so is that why they have them? That's why the government has them have group funerals. Yeah, group funerals. And they tell them to keep them quiet.
It's not possible.
Great.
You believe Hamas dies?
The whole world understands who you are now, bro. It's not only us.
I understand who Hamas.
We're not even talking about Hamas, bro.
You don't understand. You are stupid.
Your mom is stupid, you fucking scumbag son of a bitch.
And if we're stupid, why is it that your soldiers with all their technology are dying?
Your mom is stupid. Your whole family are stupid.
Your soldiers are dying. Get out of Gaza. Get out of West Bank.
But the number is exactly the number.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to tell you the belief of you in your own lies.
Yeah,
there you go.
Check it deeply and you will see that I am correct.
There you go. You never checked the videos, though. You never looked at the videos.
So let's draw an analogy right here and give an example.
Every soldier is published in all media.
You hear me out, please. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So let's say the IDF says they've killed 20,000 members, right? 20,000.
I'm talking about Gazans. I'm talking about
No. I'm going to draw a number.
The numbers about Gazans are not exact for any.
Okay. Whatever it is, everybody on this side.
That's the number of.
Can you listen to the analogy, please? Miguel, can you please listen to the fucking analogy? They've killed over 60,000 people. Hold on. Bro, can you stop? Listen to the fucking example. Like, what is he on about? Are you on fucking crack?
Israel do not know the number of.
Oh my God! This idiot knows exactly. Keeps on speaking. Keeps on speaking out of it. This guy. Had a handgun, and they end up killing each one of them. It's 5,000 right there. You know, it's a 40,000 Hamas. I just don't get it. This idiot is not able to understand. 60,000 people are dead. Out of the 60, nobody's saying 40,000 is fucking Hamas. You idiot! We're going based on the Hamas casualties, the amount of Hamas killed according to the IDF data. You stupid fucktard. Oh my God! This old man. I hate cursing at him, but he's this. You know, keeps on speaking out of.
You have to look at the you have to look at the Hamas videos.
You do not know about anything about this.
Okay, if you're intelligent, why do you only go with one source and not verify?
Every source, every possible source.
No, not every source. The Israeli source. The Israeli government. That's one source.
Every source. Check
no,
every
the Israeli government. That's one source.
Not Hamas source, but every other source.
Okay. What if there are videos? What if there are videos? Listen. What if there are videos for the operations that Hamas has?
Are you crazy?
Okay. What if you take the videos that Hamas puts out, and you could see the battles, and you could see from the videos how many Israelis were killed? That's not a source.
No,
that's the highest source.
For numbers of
actual video showing them. That's the actual source. That's like the original source. Right there.
Manipulated. You don't.
But they're not. They're vetted. If they're manipulated, people would.
You are talking nonsense. Checking this. It's a serious source.
Okay. If these videos were manipulated, like you said, Israelis, all the pro-Israelis anywhere in the world. And anybody with a computer and knows about video editing would do. I heard what you said. Israel said that.
The same way like Hamas attacked Israel, thinking that they will be able to destroy Israel.
That's not what they were thinking.
Gaza is destroyed.
No, that's not what you. That's not what you
think. It's the same way of thinking.
No, that's not what they were thinking. If Israel, okay, if these videos that I'm talking about were fake, wouldn't you have heard that they were fake a long time ago? But the videos show. Which, how many people were killed?
Not sure
they
how many people can
yes, they do. No, they do. Everybody's seen them. They've been doing it for 2 years.
Hello everyone. Hello, Amir. Amir. How are you? Hello. So I have quickly 2 requests from you people and brothers. First, Amir, since you are here, the host of this room, I highly suggest you to not, allow it. And just to remind a lot of you, and I'm sure a lot of you are aware that a lot of Zayus here, they are not here to discuss, they are not here to hear the reality, they are here just to heckle, to stop, and to bully people spreading reality and talking about it. I know these bastards. I know a lot of them. I know it normal. I hope that Daniel Banstev is not the same Daniel on Tandem because I've been, debating Zayus with other people for a long time. So I know these bastards to the heart. So again, Ego, you are here. You keep denying reality, which is something that a lot of Zayus do. Which is called gaslighting. You shut the fuck up. Hey, give me the mic afterwards. Let him finish. I won't stop until you shut the fuck up. I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Good, great. So that's the point. I highly, it's your own. You are the host, and people who are more who come here more commonly than I do. You are, I know that you're a group of people debating and trying to spread the reality. It's the objective of everyone here. But I see a lot of them, they come here, okay, with all this nonsense, denying all your arguments, and they are not really, they don't come here with, a good intention and good hearts to just have an honest talk, an honest debate, or maybe, a real conversation. It's just, something that they do,
okay, and they keep doing that. It's just a whole tactic, okay? They talk to their rooms, hey, go to the other room and tickle them, and try to deny or to doubt or question all their arguments, all the info they are presenting. Just like you yourself, you can see that. You came just with a bunch of numbers, a bunch of info and arguments, and they just keep denying it out here. So, since you are the host, I think maybe you can keep them aware that someone who's trying to do that here is not welcomed. And yes, you are an honest guy, wanting an honest conversation with everyone and respecting everyone here. You better stay among listeners. I respect that. It's just a suggestion. I'm not lecturing you what you should do. No. It's not my business, but again, it's just advice. And since I presume that all of you, at least by this time, know these people.
I think, brother, we know these people are not here to have a genuine conversation. I look at a lot of them as punching bags. So while we're going back and forth, people in the audience, you never know. From the pro-Patty side or pro-Israeli side, they learn Israel, outside Israel, because inside Israel, it affects the Palestinians directly. Anything happens in the Knesset, it affects the Palestinians. You see what I'm saying? And when we're debating that back and forth, people in the audience, they're learning from these, that what is true, what is not true. And when they get cooked really badly. You see what I'm saying? Like Egan, he gets cooked multiple times. He's an elder. I don't like cursing at him, but sometimes he curses at me. I curse at him. He just is. I don't know, man.
No. If someone curses at you, just ask him to behave. All right. It's not our values as Muslims to curse others.
I believe in tit for tat.
Brother, let me
He's genuine on one point. Wow.
But then you started to say such a nonsense, which so every soldier who died.
Go look at 2014.
Is published in the ultimate. I'm talking about.
You literally have military
It's
centers.
only the internet.
Please allow us to read, and then we can go back and forth. Go and finish. You see, I'm an honest person. I'm giving you the mic. You need to mute up and Tariq speaks. Okay.
Every soldier who died in a war is published in all the media. The name, the full name, the place where he is from. There is no possibility. It's not the way Israel does, because it's not possible to hide the date of a soldier. It's not possible, because everyone knows the names of all serious sorrows that you will see. That's the truth.
Except for the mercenaries and other Jews from other nationals who come to fight for you, you can't publish their names. And you don't. We've never seen it. Let me finish. We've heard about soldiers from Italy, Spain, France dying during the fight in Gaza. They were declared by their countries, but never by the Ministry of Defense of Zionism. They didn't declare that. They kept it secret and announced it. Okay, bring me a name of a European citizen who was declared, or at least published, or his name was published by the IOF.
I can give you names of soldiers who came to serve, of Jews who came to serve in. No secrets.
There
are no secrets in this case. No secrets. You are. If you think there are secrets, you do not. They are recorded.
Wait a moment. They are not published because they are not. Soldiers in the IOF. They are completely in the first generation.
No, they are soldiers. Only soldiers participate in the war. No, there are no civilians who participate.
No. Sorry. Hey, look. Italy, France, Britain, a lot of their MPs,
Please welcome Fawad Jalani is in the room. Welcome Fawad Jalani.
Permission or any communication, okay, with their authorities. So they are considered to be mercenaries and not soldiers.
They are part of IDF. There is no outside units.
Right. Just for you, it's all in paper. Yeah, we since he's a Jew, even he's a French guy, we can just add it to the list of reserve army. No problem. Yeah, right. You can. Let's get the crap. Okay, bring me the names. You said.
Did you just hit your hand on the table, Tarek? Did you just hit your hand on the table?
Oh, for this guy? Never. Come on.
Okay. I thought he hit you. You got mad at Tarek.
It's my hand on my table on my desk.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I want to say a great hello to Fawad. I have a secret crush on Fawad. I've had it for a while. So, who's Fawad?
Did you say hello to Fawad, man?
I don't know who Fawad is. Oh my God, Wednesday. So lovely.
What are you talking about?
It's Fawad Jalani. Igal is here. Edward knows who Fawad. Edward, do you know Fawad Jalani? Did you say hello to Fawad Jalani?
Who is that? Good morning, and I have just. Oh, great.
I think we were having this issue with Igal versus Tarek. Igal is saying the numbers are less than 1,000 people, 1,000 IDF soldiers. Tarek is saying it's more than 10,000, right, Tarek? IDF soldiers that were killed.
That number is the number which IDF published. That's all. This is.
But Igal, you don't think it's a lie?
Fuck you.
Come on, be honest. You're leftist. You can tell me now. You don't think it's a lie? The IDF number is a lie? That was funny. Fuck you. See, I didn't push back at him because he's enough. See, Tarek, sometimes I don't feel like cursing him out, It's like whatever, he's Israeli.
Should not. Ask him to behave himself.
No, brother, no, I don't want them to behave. I want the expose. I want the expose. I want the whole full on. I don't mind getting.
Okay, brother. That's your turn.
Freedom of speech, limited freedom of speech.
Expose and the expose.
So Tarek, you came from a different app. You know Daniel from a different app. Daniel, what are you doing going on a different app? I thought you were attached to Edward.
I hope.
And I heard you.
I hope it's not the same Daniel that I know. Because there's someone, okay.
Is he gay? From Germany and Israel?
No. I think he claimed that he's from the US back then. And actually, we all knew that he was lying. And then he said that on the 7th of October, when Hamas, attacked, this, the settlements around Gaza, he said that he was there, and he wanted to secure his, sister, to protect his sister, and killed like 3 Hamas mighty commandos with his pistol and something like that. Okay, so. Voice like a gay sound, something like that.
It doesn't sound like Daniel. Daniel's never talked about being in, in that area, and he's never talked about that.
Well, why don't you come up and maybe if he hears his voice, he can say yes. Do you remember it? Definitely remember this Daniel's voice.
So I do want to tell you guys one thing. So Daniel has replaced Edward with Mikhail. So Daniel, this is a big news. Daniel was was attached to Edward. They were debating on a lot of points. Edward is a Palestinian. Daniel is a genocidal maniac Zionist, right? And they used to do this, back and forth. And I think when they parted ways, he realized Edward changed on him. So now he's grooming Mikhail. Are you grooming Mikhail, Daniel?
Of course.
Or Mikhail is grooming you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can I give you my hypothetical? I understand. So,
Forbes.
he has a type.
Well, I could tell you that I have a type and it is not men at all, and I just want to make that clear for the record.
Yeah, but it's a crush. You can't vote who you crush.
Oh, but you can.
Like for what?
No, I wear my heart in my soul.
Oh yeah, I think Edward loves what? No, but Fawad is good.
For what? Edward, do you know how hard Fawad is? Do you know?
Fawad has never actually said he was straight, so we can't assume.
I don't know if I remember his voice. I wish it would come off mine. Haven't you heard him morning? Oh my god, that voice is just...
What?
Oh my god.
Breath.
Marcus, please.
I've heard Fawad's voice before. It's very manly.
Listen, Morning Wednesday and I are willing to share one man. That's
Listen,
that's how much we love
Fawad is probably gay. Fawad is probably gay. He hasn't denied or he's not refuted that someone is saying that he's gay, so he hasn't refuted it. So what's that tell you?
I think you're jealous of Fawad. That's what it tells me. Just relax yourself, please. Relax.
Fawad, stop projecting, Edward.
Nuggets, next time Mikhail puts you down in the audience, I'm not going to bring you up and debate you.
Stop projecting.
Huh?
I said, fuck my fucking couch after Fawad. Who needs it?
Does Daniel
Oh my god.
I was straight as an arrow? Like, I heard he was a clubhouse whore. Like, these women just showing their vaginas and breasts and stuff.
To Fawad? No way. Are you kidding me?
I don't know if Daniel knows that.
Fawad is gay and he does certain things to cats. We shouldn't speak about them.
Wow, you see, he just gave a heart symbol to me.
Thank you, Fawad.
If he was gay, he would give you a heart symbol. Heart emoji. I know Edward.
I don't know why we're doing this. Why am I doing this?
So we gotta go back to the numbers. Okay, let's talk about the numbers. Now, in relate to the numbers, right? Numbers. General, did you say hello to Fawad?
Good evening, salam alaikum to everyone. Shalom, Fawad.
I knew it.
Anyways, going back to the numbers, this was very interesting with Tariq, and Tariq brought up some new point. I didn't think like that, Tariq. You planted some new questions in my head today, and relate to questioning the whole freaking narrative that people that came from outside of Israel, like Turkey, more than 10,000 Turkish citizens have said an idea about the 7th of October. Now, were their names posted? There's even some Indian Jewish people that actually served in the idea. Were their names posted after they got killed? Or did they get killed?
And we don't know if they, if all these mercenaries are all of them Jews actually. After all, mercenaries they ask just for money. It's not really issue. It's not like they don't care about religion or your ethnicity or they don't care about that. They just all what matters for them is money. So basically, Zionists they can recruit any mercenaries from the US or Africa or we don't know about that. After all, even if they did, they won't even talk about it, and they won't even show any of these soldiers or So we know for fact there's these are facts. It's there are a lot of Jews from the US, Europe, I don't know about Russia and Eastern Europe, but like from mainly Italy, Spain, France, Britain, US and Canada, they went to fight in Gaza, and some of them they were declared as casualties by their governments. We've seen politicians up. These people are coming, fighting, overseas for other governments. I don't think that. And even if they were not, as the previous guest was suggesting, even they were not, from, belonging to their, IUF, they would just, add their names maybe, or just keep it, quiet. Like a lot of countries, they lose, either soldiers elsewhere, and they don't really declare them, their names, because they went for, special operations, or secret operations. So, like, for instance, as that happened with some members of the SIS in Britain. So it comes with the argument that the Ministry of Defense in the Zion state cannot, hide casualties. That's just absurd. That is just nonsense. They absolutely can do that. It's not really rocket science.
Yep, that's true. Right, with kids with the makeup on or whatever, and they've streamed it on Twitter and a whole bunch of other places. They even opened up a website called Gazawood, Hollywood, and it's all owned by the Zionist entity, right, to spread their bullshit narrative. To discredit anything that comes out of Palestine, that these people are still living good life and whatnot. There are some Israelis that are like anti-Zionists. The Haredi minister dances to anti-Zionist song, drawing a bipartisan calls for his firing. I mean, there's a lot of people, not a lot, there's a small minority number of people inside Israel, they're anti-Zionist. And they don't really get a voice, and they have to be really careful what they post on Instagram and this and that. They can get arrested. Even on this app, some of the right-winger Zionists, they're after Amos. They have Amos' information, and if Amos makes any other wrong move, they're recording it, Amos' room, and he can get arrested for, the so-called democracy that they have. It's all filled with nothing but bullshit.
I mean, you mentioned something very important in your initial remarks with regards to the so-called Hollywood and Gazawood. If we go back to Nazi Germany and the rest of the world to an extent, they were denying what was going on in the concentration camps. They were literally saying that the reports are fake, that the Jews are being gassed. This is exactly the fucking same. They're in denial about the murders and genocide of the innocent people of Gaza. They literally are saying the same shit the Nazis and the rest of the world were saying when the Holocaust was being.
Yeah. Apparently, they're claiming today's news without naming any names, right? Without giving us any details. How he was connected to Hamas.
They're trying to show their people that they're winning.
Yeah, that's a good picture.
He actually says something very.
I'm saying about his picture. He's got a good PTR. Watch it.
My PTR is actually something that happened 3 days ago in Gaza, by the way. And have control over Gaza, and no one inside of Gaza can do anything. But look at what's happening to them. They can't admit it. They're losing. They're bleeding. We're suffering a lot from our side, which is not going to change. Like, we will suffer a lot, but at the end of the day, they are losing. It's slow, but we're going to get there. We're not going anywhere from Gaza, yani. That's what
but remember, I don't want to say this, but when they say that the Zionists always come out with, the Palestinians are paying a heavy price. The free world paying a heavy price to deal with these scumbags in Tel Aviv and this Zionism, this cancer of Zionism, to be fair. But the world is waking up, Delulu. But actually, it's woken up. And the politicians are going to find it very difficult to keep spreading the same bullshit that they've been spreading for 70, 80 years. They can't fool the people anymore. They're having to change this. What policies are going to be changed? Don't worry about that. The Zionists, they can either wake up to a very terrible dream, or they can wake up to a very terrible dream, because there's no other choice for them now. They can keep fooling themselves.
Okay, I mean, just, for public knowledge and to everyone here, whenever a Zayu comes to you, like our previous guest, and claim that the numbers published are true, you can just interpret them to he made a declaration back in February 2025. And it was published in new magazines, like, for instance, here, MSN.com, which is like an online, it's like Google published news, the Cradle, and the new Arab UK. So he made this declaration, say, there were at least 5,942 registered bereaved families at the end of October, with some likely having more than one family member killed in the war area in Gaza. These are the declarations of Zamir. Here again on MSN, IDF chief admits armies made by Zamir himself. It didn't came from an anonymous source or maybe someone who leaked info. No, it was a public declaration by the chief of staff himself. Like just following his coming to the rank as the chief of staff. So to hide that and to go into denial that numbers are correct and so on, it's just nonsense. Without forgetting that back in December 2020, disparity between the number of wounded soldiers reported by the IUF compared with hospital records. So to come today and to deny that, it's just nonsense. Like the proofs are are overwhelming, and the guy, like, when we asked it, I asked it personally, not just to come with an argument that would how can I say this, would support his claim. I asked him just to come with some names, or few names of non-Zayus or European Jews who fought in Gaza and failed in fighting. He wasn't able to answer me, and I've been waiting for him, and he ended by assaulting everyone and leaving. So again, I can just send you the links, guys, if you are interested, and you can check that out by yourselves. So it's up to you. However,
when your soldiers casualty in Gaza has become a matter of significant debate, with claims ranging from widely accepted to deeply disputed. Like the official figures versus disputed estimates, right? Official IDF reports as of mid-2025, Israeli officials reported 431 IDF soldiers killed in Gaza, of which around 29 were due to friendly fire, over 2,600 wounded. Right? This was in Wikipedia and a bunch of other sources. Reviewing 2024 figures, the IDF acknowledged 363 soldiers killed that year, bringing the total since October 2023 to 891. Right? Forms were newly added to the bereaved families list in 2024, far higher than official public counts. This disclosure on underreported. And now it says, why the discrepancy, right? Public morale and political imperatives underreporting may serve to shield domestic support and maintain political stability. Number two, accounting methods. IDF typically reports combat deaths. However, the bereaved families List may include, how do you say this word? Bereaved or bereaved? How do you say it? General or anybody? How do you say it?
What are you trying to say?
Bereaved. It's bereaved.
Bereaved, right? Bereaved.
Like lamenting, crying.
Oh, thank you. Bereaved families list may include additional categories such as missing soldiers or non-operational death. Number 3, friendly fire and non-combat fatalities. Up to 70% of casualties are and internal versus external records. Discrepancies may stem from different bureaucratic records, e.g. Internal Defense Ministry versus public IDF statements. So is the kill count accurate? Public IDF figures are verifiable, consistent, and credible on their own. Yet internal testimonies, notably from Halabi, suggest a far greater toll that hasn't been publicly reported. Analysis conclude that there's a credible likelihood. Bottom line, the official reported figure of 430 to 900 IDF soldiers killed alive in public IDF communications. However, starkly different internal figures suggest that the actual number may be significantly higher, potentially thousands more. And this is, so that's where I end with this, the report from the ChatGPT. So Daniel, even ChatGPT disagrees with the numbers. It's heavily disputed. So I just don't get it. How could it be only 800 or 1,200 soldiers? It's been, more than a year and a half? I just don't get it, man. They chopped off a breast of a woman and they were playing, their Hamas was playing with like a soccer ball, a whole bunch of crazy shit that they've said, a bunch of lies. And there's a guy on this app, his name is Tom, and he believes in this. He came in here, I'm like, fuck you, man. And then I had to kick him out. I'm like, stupid fucker.
Of soldiers among those countries, like, raising and like until like most of them actually they were soldiers. Like they acknowledged that Gaza Kitover was destroyed and most of its soldiers and a lot of its soldiers therefore as prisoners of wars. And just reminding everyone here, me neither, I know that, but I had to check this. That's a division in the military, vocabulary. It's basically a military unit, that includes 10 to 15,000 soldiers. So to say that it was destroyed when the number of casualties it's 1,200, it's really unlikely that most of these people were actually civilians. No, I would say even that maybe some of them were civilians and probably these were killed by they spotted that a lot of Apaches, they were deployed and they actually attacked the area of the festival. A lot of videos leaked from the helicopters were shown the area that was leaked there, of that Merkava tank that shot, females, women. Okay, with their kids, they were not kept as hostages there, but they were kept there, and some Hamas militants didn't want to hurt them. They just went there to hide. Okay, and instead of negotiating with these militants, okay, or asking them to release these women, or maybe leave the house where they can fight elsewhere. The tank commander, I can't even find his name now, he just asked his soldiers to fire on the house. He destroyed the whole house with those militants and the civilians and and 2 kids died because of that. It was basically a decision by the IOF itself and not by Okay, so again, I can bring you now like the exact data if you want to, but yeah, there are a lot of rights to discuss here. Just
we want to see the data. Show us the numbers, man.
The data what?
the data about the day, about like those attacks and how Zayu civilians were killed by the Iranians.
You mean 7th of October? 7th of October?
Yeah, on the 7th, yeah.
Yeah, that was Hannibal directed.
Yeah.
Helicopter that carried that has a capacity of 200 bullets.
I mean, I'm referring to the Merkava tank that destroyed that house and killed these women with their kids. And
that's what I'm saying. They went from they were in a Merkava tank as well. They did a whole bunch of shit, man. These Israelis. And there's even testimonies from the IDF, from the Israeli side, right? They saw a chopper. We had Shalomi in here. So Shalomi was a captain under Hamas. Do you know they killed about 200 Palestinians to save Shalomi? Can you believe it? One hostage, they killed about 200 Palestinians. He said, and I asked him about the Hannibal directive. He said yes, he did see Apache helicopter shooting, bullets and whatnot, and it has been applied multiple times, and that means, look, Hannibal directive doesn't just mean shooting bullets. It means they can go from different houses, outside, inside. It doesn't matter.
Hannibal directive is not denied even by high Zayu officials.
So the first time it was applied, I believe in 1987 or 86, he was a doctor or something. He went to go serve in IDF and whatnot. He found out that there's an option called Hannibal directive, and then he told Haaretz. When Haaretz wrote a story on this, Haaretz newspapers, one of the oldest Israeli newspapers, they wrote a story on this, and the story was out in the open. A lot of people, right, they saw the news, they were like, okay, whatever, they agreed on it. The Israelis, they actually agreed on it. Instead of getting taken as hostage or whatever, right, by anybody, you'd rather just kill them. And this is the way people think. There was no objection. Slaps an option means take everybody down. Los Angeles is on their target. New York is on their target. A whole bunch of cities and countries are on their target. So if they go down, they're going to take down a whole bunch of other countries. You see what I'm saying? And this entity needs to be controlled. We need a big control on the nuclear and this whole Hannibal directed bullshit or whatever they believe in. We got to stop that. This entity cannot have a fucking nuclear plant. That's dangerous for America, dangerous for all the nations. And how do we do that? You would have to get in there and get rid of the nuclear program or damage or something, because we can't have this disgusting criminal Zionist entity to have any type of nuclear facility inside Israel.
I highly doubt that they would give up their nuclear arsenal. I think when you have like a nuclear arsenal, you should never give up on that. Personally, out of this, context of Gaza war and everyone and everything else, I highly believe that if there would be some Arabs or any other entity, it would be the Jews themselves who would destroy their nation or their so-called nation, because it's the problem.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, the problem is beyond nuclear weapons, Safardim. All there's this how can I say this? It's an heterogeneous picture and society, with different political, conflicts, and there's a lot of hate, and there's a lot of plots who would control, the future of that entity. Would it be like a secular state or a Jewish state? And the religious Jews, they play their part of the game, their nasty game, and so on and so on. So I think it won't really matter for if the Zionists have these nuclear weapons. After all, there are no use for them. Just look at the war, the last war with Iran. Tel Aviv never witnessed such destruction. Never witnessed such how can I say this? Such failure, and the whole world was just watching watching, that unbreakable army, falling down in front of these missiles and these attacks from, I think they couldn't do anything about it. Just flying a couple of, aircraft, like a part of the Iranian territory without being able to do much. So it won't matter. I don't see how in single case there would be a single scenario where it's really dangerous. Yeah, maybe I need to realize this. Maybe if some crazy bastards, just like Greer and Smotrich and all these guys, someday they come to power, they would nuke, maybe they would use a very stupid idea,
Bro, they believe in the Greater Israel Project. It's disgusting. Ben Gavir, Smotrich, they even believe taking over half to Saudi Arabia.
I know that.
Look, this argument that nobody will support them, I'll debunk your argument on this. So in 1947, okay, when the UN partition plan, when they denied it, right, they went from different villages to ethnically cleanse them. The Jewish militia, they went from one village to another, right, to ethnically cleanse them. And, people didn't agree with it, right? There were some Jews that didn't agree with it. Guess what? In 1948, when they established a state called Israel, do you know the ones that disagreed, they agreed with it? They had a majority vote that, yes, we agree on the state of Israel. Okay? So, and some of these Jewish people, they even sold out their Arab neighbors to the Jewish militias. Right? So it's the same argument. Let's say tomorrow Ben Gavir, Smotrich takes over the office, okay, and they want to do a Greater Israel Project, whatever. Even though you'll have people like Black Rabbi and all of these psychopaths, they might disagree at first, but once it happens, once they take over these places and these areas, they will all side with each other. And this is the problem I have. This is the way of being. This is how they think. First they condemn it, and then they start becoming buddy-buddy. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of leftists were involved in creation of the Jewish state. Do you know the leftists are anti-Netanyahu? And some of the leftists, they don't agree with the settlers in the West Bank. They don't agree with the occupation, some of them. But again, when it comes down to Israel, and when Netanyahu was attacking Hamas, aka babies, they all agree on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, lefties, Zionists who claim to be lefties. I'm really, I've never.
Not all, Tarek, not all.
Yeah, but because.
Yeah, Shuki's on the right, Harry Bolzek is on the right. You have Shimi, that idiot that comes in here, Genocide Maniac, is on the right. I think Daniel supports Netanyahu as well. The Al-Normo supports Netanyahu. Yaakov, I don't know about him if he supports Netanyahu or not. I got a whole bunch of these people, they come in here. Caleb is an anti-Netanyahu. But when it comes down to, Netanyahu fighting Hamas, they all support it. They all side with him. And that's what ended up happening in 1948 after the creation of Jewish state. Majority of the people that disagreed, that condemned them, according to the international law, after 1945, you cannot take over somebody's land and call it yours. It was in violation. The state was created by force. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the same type of story here.
But I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but can we at least agree that all these names that you mentioned are a bunch of psychopaths on Clubhouse? They're
all genocidal maniac because they all side with Netanyahu, including leftists, people on the right, centrists. I want to talk to Amos's brother. Edward said Amos' brother feels bad for the Palestinians. He supports the Palestinians. I actually want to have a conversation with Amos' brother, right? I want to see what his take is and maybe ask him some questions of what does he think of this plan. It's better to talk to new people, man. I'm getting tired and fed up with talking to the same disgusting Zionists on the side.
As for the crazies, the guys you are referring to now, I guess maybe the way to deal with them is just to, and that's it. I don't see any other alternative, to be honest. It's just maybe it's better to not, give them space when they try to heckle and to, to bully and to assault and to do all of this nonsense, especially this gaslighting stuff. As for like the part of what happened in 1948 and other events maybe I'm not aware of. Okay, what to say? Like I got nothing to say here because you see the point is, Amir, is like look, if you take for instance Irgun, okay, it was recognized by Britain as terrorist organization, and when they go on the internet, and it's well known. But then when you learn that all the members of these, the terrorist Zionist militias, they merged to form the Likud party, which is not the leading party in the Zion entity. You would learn that the world is really going crazy. Not going, but it went crazy since 1948. And to ask, the Jews to oppose that, it was like basically, okay, they are opposing the establishment of a Zionist state or Jewish state because okay, for theological reasons, because the Torah, denied them that right. Okay, they would still acknowledge that a lot of Jews who supported the Zionist state and all these terrorist organizations, they were like hopeless at some point of history. They just went through the Holocaust and all this, context to understand what happened back then. And to say today that, maybe someone like Smotrich or Ben-Gvir comes to power, with his, party, and we have just an extremely, fascist or like government in the future. People having access to the most destructive weapons on planet Earth. Okay, and this would explain why we should be disarm Zionist from nuclear weapons. Yeah, that makes sense. But to be honest, if you, how can I say that? If you project that on the current political situation around the world, the American influence and the influence of, Zionist lobbies in Europe, in the US, you would find that it's quite a big challenge, and there must be an alternative to, asking just, to retrieve the weapons. Now, I think, if some of you like here living in the US, you would know that a lot of Americans know that they are becoming aware that AIPAC is taking over their country and controlling the politicians, the congressmen, the White House, and so on, and yet they can't do anything about it. They can't. They are Americans. They are, citizens. They can't speak loudly. They can't even, change the history through elections. And yet they can't do anything. We've seen a lot of, people in the media, in YouTube, and on your podcasts, asking to recognize AIPAC as a foreign organization, as, lobbying for foreign power, okay? And no one could do anything. It's like no one is listening to them, or even if they listen, they won't even answer that or react to that. So things are like from, we got all countries to help us, from France, Norway, all of them contributed in the Zionist program. And today, like, everyone is hacking Iran to give access to its nuclear facilities, But when Iranians say, hey, we would agree with that, and let's do the same with the Saudis, well, they are not, they are not even answered, they are not even listened to. So, I don't see like how such a thing would happen. I hope maybe one day like someone would have the courage to to put that fire on table and hey people, let's talk about this, let's discuss this. But I highly doubt it, at least in the next 5 or 10 years.
Hey, what's up? Welcome, Andre. Anybody else want to come on up? Just unmute and come on up. We're just talking about how you have the psychopaths in the Knesset called Smotrich and Ben Gvir. They're actually anti-ceasefire. They want to continue, kill more people. Smotrich even came out with a statement that we don't care about the hostages. We're gonna kill everything and this and that in Gaza. It's a disgusting. It was reported at the New York Times of Israel, and he's a disturbing person. And he's a government official. You had the Herzog. Herzog said something as well. Even though he's not a government official, apparently the president of the United States, or the president of Israel, is not a government official for some reason. I don't know how that makes sense. An American president is a part of the government. And even he said it that we lost our focus on hostages and whatnot. I went back and forth with Daniel going on in Gaza, and you would put two together and yes, make it sense that it is what's happening to them is actually what the statement is saying. And even the IDF commander, the Yoav Galant has said it, no electricity, no this, no that. And it's like pretty much Trump, even when Trump was about to take office, Smotrich and Ben Gvir, they thought that Trump will give them West Bank on a gold platter by annexing the West Bank because they look at West Bank as Judea and Samaria. The state of Arkansas in America passed a bill. They call it Judea and Samaria, right? There's a bill in the Congress as well, not the West Bank. And it's very disturbing. So is this a Jewish state or is this a Christian state or is this what? I thought we started with the Christianity. Is it becoming Jewish? Is this country? I just don't get it, man. Because of today's scripture.
Who said the president's not a member of the government official? Who said that?
Israeli president, Daniel said it. Daniel was here. I debated him last time. I found out by searching, Israeli president is not a freaking part of government. And I was in a shock. I'm like, how could he be a president? No, he's not a government official.
Head of state.
Yeah, he's a symbolic head.
Countries where presidents have executive powers, the US and France being prime example.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. Yeah.
I mean, I'm reading here on the Knesset. It says they sign laws and things like that. That seems like a pretty powerful position to sign laws.
No, actually, in the Zaire entity, the president has no executive power. The executive power.
He's similar to the royal. He's similar to Charles.
Yeah. It's actually like a monarch.
Yeah, he's more of a traditional head of state.
The Knesset legislates fulfilling the duties assigned to him in the basic law. The government, including the role of assigning a member of the Knesset who agreed. Yeah, so he has to sign laws. So our king doesn't sign laws.
He does.
Actually, he does.
He does.
And they actually have power to say.
Sovereignty lies with the king in parliament. That means the king, the House of Lords, the House of Commons.
Yeah.
Most of the actual power lies with the House of Commons. The king would never not sign a law unless advised so by a prime minister. If there is a flying change of government between the law being passed by the parliament and the new prime minister coming in and advising the king not to sign it. But that hasn't happened in recent history. So no.
Does he do it directly then, or does someone tell his power?
Actually, it's a commission in the House of Lords that does it on his behalf. That all assent is proclaimed, and then it's summarily kind of given assent through letters patent, by the King and Privy Council.
So my question is, what's the definition of a government official then? If someone signs laws like the President of Israel,
He's the head of state. He's not part of the government.
How can you be not part of the government if you sign laws for the country?
No, he's part of the parliamentary system. And I don't know whether the President of Israel appoints Prime Minister or whether election by the Knesset is enough. But he's not part of the actual executive branch in a sort of, at least not de facto, de jure perhaps, but not de facto. It's completely separate.
So that's what I was debating last time with Edgar and Daniel as well. But then I moved away and I used what his statement is saying that let's kill everybody and this and that, the hostage don't really matter. And that was crazy, man. Anytime you want to look up anything, Edward, you want to speak?
But you could tell that the Israeli government is really disorganized, and because when you have like the minister going outside of their lane or their purview to say publicly things that they want to see happen to the Palestinian people, to me that's an indication that the government itself is really dysfunctional. Because you don't really, like in America, you don't really have that. You don't have the Secretary of State coming out and telling the Secretary of Defense what he wants to accomplish in a war. So to me, it's a sign of dysfunction. It's been getting worse. It's like all
that's lots of crazy shit there.
Well, Donald Trump can though, but he's commander-in-chief. Okay, well, Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief, so he's not crossing boundaries. It is within his purview.
He is crossing. Come on. when like an organization that follows the orders of the White House, that's not really correct. I don't see how that be respecting laws and so on. Trump at some point, maybe now he's busy with all these conflicts and all these geopolitical changes around the U.S. But when he would be done with that, he would keep the job going. He started with changing, removing all this independence for some organizations. Again, a good CIA, and God knows what would be the next step, right?
So my point wasn't about Trump. Trump can go to whatever department or agency he wants and do what he wants. Whether anyone is going to fight him on that legally or not is a different matter, or if it's ethical or not is a different matter. Netanyahu could do the same thing. It doesn't mean it's right. But what I'm saying here is the agencies themselves and interfere with another agency's responsibility, especially the equivalent of ministers, which will be the secretaries here in the UN, was that I read a few weeks ago, that are talking about destroying Hamas and wanting that's not even your purview. It's not your job is heritage, your archaeological sites. What are you talking about? And that's what I mean by dysfunction. So they're not in their own lane, so to speak.
I don't think that was really, for instance, dictating some other minister, what should he do, okay, or what should be like the policy of the state. But I think it's rather like a populistic declaration, like, hey, all you far right, I'm the like the bloodiest future MP or maybe minister or even like prime minister that you can elect. I think at some point they have some sort of competition, like who sounds more radical, who sounds like more crazy, who sounds like more Zio and bloody and anti-Palestinian. If you see the level of craziness, and it's not just among the ministers, even like among Israelis MP. Like this one, I call her the crazy witch. I don't know her name. I just mentioned her name. Like she's I think she's like she's a lawyer.
She's the one that says there has to be a winner and a loser, and either we have a decisive victory, or not, and if we don't, then it's a failure, and everybody's. This was last year. Everybody was like, all the time. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It was that one who called to starve Gaza, population in order to have people who deal or give information to the army. Gosh, forgot her. I have it here. I hope I can give you. I think she's Iliad or gosh, she's always screaming and yelling at the Knesset.
That doesn't narrow it down. Screaming out.
Yeah, I call her the witch. I don't know what she has her name. I call her the Jewish witch. Oh God. So yeah, like these people, they make all these crazy kind of declarations. I think for their future elections, or maybe to mark some political goals, I don't think that they are trying to interfere, or maybe to provoke.
Brother, sorry, were you talking about the human rights lawyer? Most of the conversation. Is she in the Israeli Knesset?
Yeah, she's an MP in the Israeli Knesset.
Maybe it's not Rosolio or something like that.
And I found her picture, but I'm trying to find her name. She's crazy. She's insane. Oh my God. She's always yelling. Ali Kotlev, yeah. She's like the same guy. She's from the Likud party, but she sounds like just like Veer. She's insane. She's crazier than that minister of heritage.
You would think he was the minister of war. I mean, you would think he was the minister of defense, the way he talks and he interacts with the government and the people. Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Smotrich.
No, Smotrich is the minister of internal security. Like he's basically controlling the police and the Shabak or the.
Isn't that Ben Gvir?
Yeah.
Yeah, Smotrich is finance minister.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, Smotrich. But he's a finance minister, but the way he conducts himself and the way he's able to, threaten to, remove his coalition from the government, he's conducting himself as the vice
defense minister.
Yeah, like the defense minister. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's finance.
First, you should not forget that he's his position as the minister of finance. It's not really negligible. Like he's the one who would say no to the minister of defense. If this one asked for more weapons or more finances to recruit more soldiers, and he did it. Like at some point, he said we don't have enough, and his authority allows him to say so. So yeah, he has his word, and the fact that he said, okay, I would resign from the government. it's problematic because if Smotrich goes like Ben Gvir will do the same.
But they came out today and they said most probably he won't go.
Sorry?
They came out today with a statement saying that he most probably won't leave the government.
Of course, I mean, he'll be nobody if he did.
Because Netanyahu is doing what they are asking for the war to go on and to not stop the war. That's not what you want. Netanyahu wants to keep fighting and to keep, killing Palestinians, and prolonging this war, make it as long as possible and to last as much as possible because he's trying to say, as for Ben Gvir and Smotrich, they still are fascists. They are terrorists. They would love to watch the show going and they won't care about how much soldiers they would die. None of them, including Netanyahu, none of their kids, for instance, or nephews is fighting in Gaza. They won't care about that. They won't care. And these guys, they are sufficiently and hugely stupid to not even question. Hey, you are. We've seen the leader of Hamas. He's like the general leader. Okay. Falling back down. Okay, or dying as a fighter. While you are not even there. You are not willing to sacrifice one of your 3 sons, and all of them they are elsewhere, even in Israel. So it's just crazy. It's just that. The situation suits everyone, and they are okay with that. And people they are not opposing to it. Their own people. So yeah. And the US, if Trump, believe me, if Trump he was not, he didn't see that opposition from the MAGA movement, okay, and people around him questioning his policies, why all this money is going for a war in overseas, and people are suffering. We have over 800, nearly a million homeless American people. We're at least I think it's around 20 million people with no access to healthcare or without. I don't know, to be honest. They didn't publish all numbers. Seeing that, he was hesitant to keep going with Netanyahu. And at some point, he asked him, you gotta stop this. So, the thing is, it's supported by a lot of people and a lot of congressmen and congresswomen until now, until this day. Despite all, protests that all your people talking in the media and on podcasts, about the evil, role played by the US in Gaza, and you stop saying, hey, I'm supporting Israel because they are working for the impact. It's, it's like a win-win for all these, monsters. So the question now, I forgot the beginning point. So yeah, the point is, it's suiting everyone, okay? And the situation would never change unless, the war may be something big happened, just like these last events in Khan Yunis and so on. Maybe such event would be repeated. Maybe that would push people forward, would make more pressure on Netanyahu to stop the war and just to accept, hostages, and stopping the war, and that's it. I don't see how things would go in.
He would have to stop the war. There's nothing left for him in Gaza. The army said there's nothing else to do. They all want out, and he early elections, and I think he's hoping by the end of this year he'll be in elections. He definitely for that, but he needs a time where he is, or he perceives himself to be the most popular in the best chance of winning. And I think that would come after.
I don't think they would allow him, to be honest. If you look, for instance, to people like they have that they can get to that position, like on the top of the list, Lapid and Olmer and others. None of them that we would accept, Netanyahu to come back to the.
Well, no, I didn't say he would win, but I'm saying that he wants to pick the time and of when to dissolve the government, to go to elections, because they have to go to elections by October of next year. I mean, that's when the elections are scheduled right now. It's in October of next year, and that's
okay. Do you think somebody who is as ruthless as Benjamin Netanyahu in projecting himself and his interest is going to respect the Israeli democratic framework? Do you think he's not capable of actually, prolonging and worsening the conflicts around Israel and then just impose martial law? What tells you he's not going to do that? Because he's certainly going to lose, no matter what. He's going to lose the change for the change's sake. They know how corrupt he is, and there are alternatives. So I think he might actually just turn it into an autocratic state before he gives up that power.
I don't know if that's going to be that easy to do in Israel. There are too many people, too many factions in Israel. Right now, Trump wants a win too. I think, in my opinion, that Trump has bribed him. The U.S. will be giving Netanyahu something in order to end what's happening in Gaza. Netanyahu does need to choose a time, the best time for him to go to elections. And if he waits until October, that's too close to October, 7th. So he doesn't want that. And people are blaming him for the failure on October 7th. So he doesn't want any elections close to that date. So, which means that he has to go soon. It has to be, and I think getting back the last hostages in Gaza, that would be the prime of his popularity. And that would be the best time for him to go to elections.
Or he knows he has no way, or no path to victory, and he's going to just leave and go back to the US and live there, settle up in safety under Trump.
When it comes to his criminal charges, that's a different matter. But when it comes to path to victory, there isn't a path to victory out of Gaza. But that's why I said the illusion of victory. He can, and those that are around him will spin it in a way that, taking failure and making it look like victory. Look at the Zionists, the way they do not question the Israeli government or the narrative. It's not that wouldn't be hard to do in Israel. They don't question anything about Israel or the Israeli government. They'll protest when there's something that they don't like specifically, but as far as they're concerned, the Israeli government doesn't lie, doesn't withhold information, doesn't do what other governments around the world do. Israel's immune to that. That's how they think.
Yeah, Edward, so you really think that at some point they're going to agree to it?
No, definitely not. I do disagree with that.
I think it's highly.
They're not going to.
I think it's highly probable that they will. As a matter of fact, I think they've already agreed to a ceasefire. It's just a matter of.
If that's the case, unless you just come back from America, or is he still in America? They've killed over 120 people today in airstrikes. They've been doing this for the past week. So you really think that there's the one to calm down the aggression in Gaza?
I didn't say that.
What I'm saying is, if someone has the intent to do a ceasefire, you'll notice a difference in behavior, right? They would be continuously killing people.
The question was, do I think that there's a chance of a ceasefire? my answer is, I think the ceasefire has already been decided upon between Hamas and Israel, and Hamas and the United States and Israel.
But yeah, they're already talking about the ceasefire thing collapsing.
Yeah, I think it's already done, and this is all just a theater. We don't know if that's even the obstacle. Like, we don't know exactly, because at this point now, the Hamas is dealing with the U.S. directly, and they are not saying anything, and they're only releasing very little information. And it seems like they're releasing these little tidbits and saying, "Oh, we're almost there. We have X amount of points, to that we don't agree with. Now we're down to this amount of points, and now we're down to these issues." And it's like it's all orchestrated. So I think
this is definitely the obstacle. I'll tell you why you had to work this, because Israel wants to take over more land, and they want to displace and get rid of Palestinians from Gaza. That's their goal from the beginning. They also funded Al-Shabaab, which is almost a little bit over 250, and their goal with funding Shabaab is to have them in a way take over Hamas and become the dominant power in that area. Whether it's going to happen or not, we don't know, but that is the goal. So there is nothing really that is an obstacle other than them withdrawing their troops from us. And this is something that Hamas is not going to accept whatsoever.
Aside, me and you two were having a massive fight, but then we agreed to settle with peace in a few days.
Well, no, I think it's between the U.S.
Hold on, I'm not going to then go and kill with his family in mind and still be like, "Oh yeah, I want peace with you."
But sometimes what I find weird, like, Allah is like, seriously, I'm being genuine about it. I'm not trying to attack you in any shape, form, or way. Is that you kind of disconnect the U.S. from Israel. Like, you make it sound sometimes that they're two separate entities, each working on their own. And that's not really the case. They both work together. Like, everything the U.S. says is what Israel told them to say. It's not that U.S. said, "Oh, Israel, you're going to say I'm the victor now. I'm going to put the rules and stuff on the table, and you just have to accept it." It's literally, they're working together, yeah. No, like they're putting the U.S. in the face as if he's the one who's acting,
So you're saying the U.S. and Israel, and those that are in power here in the U.S. and those that are in power in Israel, all have the same motivations?
It's not about motivation.
If you can't say that, then your statement can't be correct.
But they have no choice.
But your statement,
that the U.S. is not going to go out there and put something on the table that Israel doesn't approve.
No, they're like two brothers, one's older than the other, and they continue to fight. The other brother's bigger than them. Potentially even worse for them.
They get the approval.
They just constantly fight out. Trump tells Netanyahu to return the fighters and not bomb Iran, so he does it and he listens, and then he's now in America having a meeting with Trump, but he's still bombing Gaza. He's talking about ceasefire, but you're still bombing Gaza. That's bullshit about ceasefire because you're still bombing people.
You know what I mean? I don't think it's not simple. I don't think it's that simple. I think they.
But if Trump had a lean on Netanyahu, Trump would have said, if we want talks, we want peace, we want the ceasefire, stop the aggression. Whilst the diplomatic talks happen, diplomacy and war don't really go.
But you're assuming that Trump has his own motivations, and
they're the same.
Well, no, but everybody has separate motivations. I mean, we can't say all the two different human beings like this are exactly aligned. I mean, two human beings are exactly aligned. That's already fine.
Trump wins,
But he says crazy things like that, and that's not been. I mean, he's walked that statement back multiple times with the White House. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think he has bribed Netanyahu. I think Trump's interests are not with the Palestinians, but he needs this to end because his interest is with the Abraham Accords, and that's where Trump is going to make money. That's where Kushner is going to make money.
So that's where I think his interests are. But the Gaza war is in his way. So he and to the point where he's talking to Hamas directly, and you have to be in a very precarious position and in a weak position to go and talk to Hamas directly.
Judaism is a mind virus. Wake up from the mind virus. You're all mass hypnotized.
America's being ran by a fucking buffoon and idiot. Trump's a pedophile.
There's no indication of this, but he's his messenger.
There's no indication of that.
But he says no.
And what's interesting is, with what Delulu said, we've got to be really naive to realize or think of the contrary, simply because you have to look at American policy. America will not do anything to jeopardize Israeli security, so-called Israeli security, or Israeli interests. They will burn the U.S. to the ground if it means securing this.
10 years to live.
Yeah, but you've got to understand who is controlled by it.
His motivation.
What happened in the last few weeks, the facade and the theatrical performance to tell the world that he was having a bit of it with Netanyahu, it was all an illusion as a prerequisite to attack Iran, to put them on the back foot as in full sense of security. Everyone was thinking they were having a fallout. And overnight, as soon as they started attacking, they're back to square one again. Do you think
Is there any evidence that is there any indication that they did not have a fallout?
Is there any indication that they did?
Yeah, well, because their objectives were aligned. Trump's objective is calm in the Middle East so that he can go ahead with the Abraham Accords. War with Iran would be the opposite of what Trump wants. Same thing with Gaza. A war with Hamas would be the opposite of what he wants. So I'm just going by what their motivations are.
I don't know.
I didn't say he did. That's right. You guys don't understand. I said that motivations.
If you look at the war hawks, even the war hawks in Tel Aviv, do they really want a war with Iran? Personally, and if you look at the parameters and if you look at the stats, I don't think they do. They simply want to neutralize Iran's potential of nuclear because it's a threat to them. They do not want a power that can challenge them in the Middle East.
Time to dehypnotize yourself. Time to dehypnotize yourself. You less hypnotized.
I agree that has happened or is happening where Netanyahu would end the war in Gaza and Israel would get something for it.
So everything that he was planning for 76, 78 years now he's just going to throw it out the window.
Wait, he wasn't planning, what do you mean, Gaza?
Yeah, it's part of the plan, and if you look at what's happening now, it's kind of an opportunity for them. I'm not going to say it's but from their perspective, it's an opportunity somehow to them.
Yeah, I mean, it is an opportunity. Go ahead, Wednesday.
I don't think Netanyahu wants to end this. I told you. And I say this because it's going to be, this October is going to be, 2 years of this? They even in between, they bombed Lebanon, Syria. They even had like a 12-day war with Iran. And they go straight back to killing the people. 100. So I don't really think he wants to end this. He needs to keep the lie of the make that Palestinian.
Well, like the state average is like 70 million. it for the Palestinians. That's what that maybe you want something to do yourself. Maybe you want something because all of this that is happening now is affecting the US along with everything that's happening in Germany and the US. In the next 5-10 years, you'll see a disaster falling on the US government there. I'm not saying he doesn't want to, maybe he does want to stop it or end it. At the end of the day, he's not going to go against Netanyahu. At the end of the day, whatever Netanyahu says,
I understand what you're saying, but our education system
just China and Israel and Netanyahu wants the Abraham Accords too. So both Trump and Netanyahu want the Abraham Accords. This won't happen unless there is no war with the Palestinians. And Saudi Arabia said, there would have to be a Palestinian state or an agreement to have a Palestinian state and be working on one another. Why do you? I'm a bit confused, to be fair, with all due respect.
So
we've seen time and time again the GCC, even to an extent, they say one thing completely, and privately they're saying something completely the opposite. With regards to what you just said, publicly they say this. Privately, it's the complete opposite. We've got to stop taking them at face value simply because they've said something is outwardly what they want. Also, I'm not at this point witness a shift in alliances, so this whole Abraham Accords thing. Yeah, they got out. Saudi Arabia, they made it clear that if you don't have a state of Palestine, we're not going to send Abraham Accords. So I don't really think that people or countries in that region are too comfortable with this anymore. Maybe the UAE is the only one. No, that's not the I know that, but because we have to understand, when it comes to material support, publicly fair enough, they will not recognize Israel. But when it comes to material support, investments, but materially, when it comes to when it comes to the foundation or the crux of the matter, they're supporting it military fair. All that is left for them to say that we acknowledge that they exist, or we accept we will have to have diplomatic relations. Everything else is already hunky-dory. It's already in the process. Investments are going through. Some of the biggest arms manufacturers in Israel, the bombs are being dropped on Gaza, the aeroplanes are being used on Gaza, the company I did say this earlier for like 20 minutes now. I've been saying I don't take anyone at face value. I look at their motivation. And for the Saudis, no, the Saudi MBS doesn't want anything to do with the Palestinians. The Saudi family, has a distinct Palestinians. I don't get into why, but however, the Saudi people and the Islamic world, if Saudi Arabia wants to be a player within the Islamic world, they talked about that's how they see themselves. I think that's what they're talking about.
They don't care about keeping faith anymore. Those days where you needed
what are you pointing to that makes you think they don't care? Because MBS did say that my own people will be final.
They would show some freaking response right in the beginning when everything was in the air. People were getting all flustered. The world was representing the Islamic world anymore.
Exactly.
You just see it with the blatant, around the pageant running Minaj and your Kanye's, etc., doing concerts by the camera. He doesn't care.
That has brain damage and brain rot from all his intellectual game going on.
It's going to affect if
They know they've established a very singular principle going off of the hadith that says, do not revolt against the hakim or the ruler. And this seems to be a very popular Wahhabi hadith circulating in those circles. Why do you think there was no revolt?
They are sitting cause, but his people do, and they would kill him if he doesn't. If those number 4. Number 2, to give up being the head of the Islamic world, or the representative of the Islamic world, voluntarily just giving it up. Why would you give up such a powerful position?
Say that again.
Why would Lisa Neal Carroll
anymore. I'm literally. If there were to be a revolt, there would have been one a while ago. When he came and said, the ahadith, I'm going to kind of reduce them, make them whatever.
Let's eat Chipotle. Okay, today we're gonna regular size burrito, but it still kind of looks big. Yeah, I'm gonna too small. Guac.
He does
queso.
I mean, and he's never going to lose his position as that ruler.
Have a bite. Let's have some guac. Chips and guac. Let's eat some Chili's mozzarella sticks. Ranch. Have a bite. My day off as a monk living in LA, I started my day off by going to my favorite matcha place called Damo. I got the matcha and the best thing on the chestnut nightstand. I absolutely love their matcha. It's high quality and the staff is so nice. And they also have a lot of parking. And they also sell pastry. If a strand of your hair was trying this week's crumble cookies. Starting off with a biscuit cheesecake. Oh my god. Have a bite. That was an out of 10. Up next, we have a raspberry cookie. Let's unbox some baby Molly pocket breads. These are $50 each. Guys, look how cute these are. Okay, we did the cute ones. Let's get some wing sauce. I got the garlic parm and then the Mexican sheet spice ranch. Have a bite. I never knew I needed this flavor. Cheese sauce. Let's unbox this $300 blind box.
USDA safe file.
Trying more people dessert.
I am the son of the insurance that lecture of all. But how put her into that spots are entities making take way independent. It was very stressful for those 4 years about what was going on. Now, with that being said, Trump again, when he does all these things, these countries also understand that Trump is so like kind of hostile towards them that if they don't do anything, then there's money just all of those so desperate moments to try to talk her into it. Like her girlfriend. What that GCC weapons like a 35 sales, that's strictly and directly from the UAE, and that is under direct supervision of the US as well. None of the other GCCs allow for that to happen, including Saudi Arabia. So that's the problem in that sense, and then it always brings up information there. As for this whole this whole thing about like how Saudi wants to be like whatever Muslim nation or whatever, it doesn't really come to conversation when we have to understand that we need to look at the substantial facts and the reason behind them as to why the actions were taking place. And I solely think that at least right now under a Trump administration, a Trump presidency, if I have to look at Saudi Arabia's policy, hopefully a ceasefire will come soon. I have a feeling that the UAE will be very problematic in this whole ceasefire thing, and just Israel's side completely, because the UAE has sold out Palestinians completely. Well, it's the UAE and Egypt Egypt, or was it Egypt and the UAE that Israel was talking about coming in initially to transition to a new government in Gaza? No, it was UAE, Bahrain. No, it wasn't Bahrain. I don't remember Bahrain. Bahrain being involved. Bahrain is shit. The name doesn't sound familiar. I think it was UAE and Egypt, I want to say.
What was that claim, Edward? What were you saying, sorry?
This was a couple of weeks ago when they were saying, it was, I believe it was the UAE and Egypt going in after the ceasefire and taking charge of Gaza and until it transitions into a new government, so taking it away from Hamas. Hamas responded with whoever comes in would have to ask us for permission first, or else they'll be treated as enemies. They didn't say no. They just said, you have to deal with us first. You have to deal with us also. I thought it was Egypt and the UAE that
Also, I'm just kind of curious because I was hearing this a little bit in the background. How did Wahhabism come into play?
Wahhabi movement in Saudi Arabia. Not that it's gone, but they've been actively ousting Wahhabi people from positions of power. Things like that.
Saudi Arabia actually was not utilizing just Wahhabis. Saudi Arabia, like as my previous colleagues, they refer to it as a leader of the Muslim world. They don't want that. They don't want any of that. They want to change that, how can I say this? That stereotype that Saudi Arabia is basically the leader and the main representative of the Islamic world. They just not trying, it's MBS basically is, so inspired by, the advancement according to them, the Emirati leaders as his competitors, even though both countries they are allies, and they led a lot of coups, whether in Yemen or the attempt to occupy Qatar, at least on 3 occasions. The last one was in 2017. It's just like he had no serious education. It's basically the loser child who wanted to China, and he made it, clear that okay, we don't want to have it. We want that, modest Islam, okay, that is, which is open to all religions and all, ethnic groups and so on. But it's not really that, again here, I'm going to support the thing you said earlier, that Saudi Arabia is sacred. Is never Saudi Arabia in public. Never. There's like 2 faces. There's 2 images of Saudi Arabia. Okay? There's like public Saudi Arabia, the one, okay, as he mentioned, we want a peaceful Islam, okay, that is can deal with everyone, and we deal with everyone, that's including Zionists, because for them, they want it to be judged in their world that, there's no difference between Zionism and Judaism, which is something that people who are really well educated about the topic between Zionism and Judaism, and Zionism never definitely in any case represent Judaism. But these guys, these idiots, including Sisi, by the way, President of Egypt, MBS, the guy of really, the people leading Bahrain and all these, traders, they were all conferences, they mentioned that when Hamas, launched the war back in, October 2023, they were actually did that because Saudi Arabia was in talk with the and told with Israelis about the normalization agreement. Like to follow the steps of the UAE and Bahrain, and they were having like UAE right and realizing more in your war with your own person in the future. So which or it was like on the streets of Delaware, the free page I have on my phone even because it was really shocking. Enjoy the train, those leaders, Netanyahu with Trump and around him. Some have more of the life. And BS, there's the Omani Sultan, okay, okay, the new president, Sisi, the King of Jordan, all the guys that they think they are the good ones, and if you are a good one according to the Israelis, according to Zionists, which club you're good on. So it's not a secret, but actually
it's also not like black and white, like how you painted. There's something called balance of power, and you think people that are embedded in politics for 70 freaking years in that region wouldn't understand what America is for the Israelis and how they are protective of it. People that went into wars on similar freaking occasion, like the people in power, either CC or MBS or NBC or all of these people, they also understand the balance of power and what kind of capabilities they yes.
If they would accept, a normalization agreement,
Regardless of the state, I wasn't asking that question. The claim that I made was, and I don't know who brought it up first. I was saying that Saudi Arabia would be crazy. They would be insane to give up. No, not that. They would not give up their position as the so-called representative of the Islamic world. That's not a position that they would give up because that's a very, very powerful position geopolitically, especially when it comes to soft power. And it's also being, what's the king of Saudi Arabia? The official title is, custodian of the two holy sites of Islam. So this is directly tied to legitimacy of the royal family, of the monarchs in Saudi Arabia.
What they did, they already did. They gave up their position.
To what, Zionists? Are you going to tell me Medina and Mecca belong to Zionists?
In the eyes of Arabs, okay, they had no shame. When Gaza was bombed, they had this
being the custodians or caretakers of the two holiest sites of Islam.
They have that position secure, but I'm telling you, they have that position secure.
It's secure.
If the Muslim world wants to revolt, they would have
We're not talking about
a long time ago when they were partying.
No one
white Muslims were being killed.
Nobody mentioned revolt. No one is saying revolting. I'm saying the legitimacy of the Saudis is dependent, and I don't know why everybody's arguing with me about this. This is really basic.
They have to understand
basic
already. They can do whatever they want.
No, this is basic. You're okay. That's fine.
In the past, every subject had a title called Khadim al-Haramain Sharif, that's the servant of the two holy places of Islam. That title they gave up. They gave up the title.
They did not give up the title. What do you mean? So the Saudi king did not give up the title.
Saudi king is no longer called Khadim al-Haramain. The only king first it began with King Fahd. He was the first one to adopt the title. So there were there were like 3 or 4 kings before him. Okay, then came King Fahd. Following the revolution that happened in Mecca, okay, I don't remember, like, it was, I think in the 70s. What? Yeah, John Heyman, sure. So he decided to have that title in order to put perspective. That title was specific to the Khalifa. Okay, so and since the fall of Khalifa, a lot of families, a lot of monarchs, they wanted the
Especially the great leader of America.
Of Islam. So the royal family of Morocco, they call their king Amir Mu'minin, as mean, the prince of prince of believers, or the leader of believers. Same thing in Jordan, they call them their
Do you have anything that says that the Saudi king Salman has abdicated his responsibility for the two holy sites of Islam?
Actually, Edward, I can prove the complete argument because here's the thing. Hold on. This is very speak with facts now. Because this whole what do you say, Siddiqui, whatever, yes, it's supposedly that's not factual at all. So the custodian of the two holy mosques, yes, it was first formalized, and it was June.
In 1986.
Yeah, King Fahd, sorry, I don't remember the name. Yeah, but it was King Fahd, right? And then there was King Abdullah
after him.
Yeah, and then King Abdullah after him. And Salman, yeah. So the thing is, these all still kept the title. However, in 2023, Saudi Arabia went ahead and added two titles onto this. So one that was established in, I think, the 2010s, and one that is being established currently right now. One being the presidency of affairs for the two holy mosques, and then the general authority, right? And the reason why I remember this is when into like a kind of understanding where
why you were saying that in context, the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was an earthquake to the whole region. That's why we are suffering from what we suffer now because of the Islamic Revolution, or brought the idea of political Islam into the picture.
Yeah, but that's a second point for now. I'm just trying to address what Ernest and Buddy is saying. It's just like, this is completely opposite. The problem here is that there's just so much speculation as to what it will be.
Because of the actions of the MBS's actions, but we did establish we shouldn't look at face, what Saudi Arabia does publicly, face, at face value versus what they do internally. And can I just point out real quick, Sam, when you mentioned Iran, so Iran is actually one of the major variables here regarding Saudi Arabia not giving up the claim of and strengthening the claim of being the representative of the Islamic world, because Iran wants to be the representative of the Islamic world. It's not really a competition. Well, they're in competition. However, it's not a competition that Iran can win. However, but at the same time, it is still enough of a threat to the Saudi royal family to where that they would actively want to strengthen their position as the supreme leaders of basically the Islamic world.
It's not even it's not quite fearless. They consider each other.
Yeah, no, but she is in Sunnis.
A competition.
No,
there's only that many minority fields.
In the region, Iran, over 9 million people plus the Shias outside of Iran. These are all still Muslims, and they still fall under the purview of the King of Saudi Arabia. If he's the
30% of the population in Saudi is Shiites.
70?
Sir.
Oh, okay. I was like 70. But
Bahrain is Shia, Qatar is Shia.
But Iranian Shias, though, they fall under the purview of the two holy sites of Islam, and the Shias still
perform Hajj and consider them the two holy sites of Islam. Therefore, they fall under the Saudi king's purview when it comes to Islam, or Islam. That's what I'm saying, Mike.
And to add to your point, Edward, the thing is that the Ayatollah, especially the first Ayatollah, I forget his name, he's even pointed out the entire idea that he was talking about reigniting the last time. Under that. So now, this struggle between the Saudi Arabian kingdom and the Iranian government, there's a reason why they point fingers at each other most of the time. Exactly what everyone has to say. Because they're trying to install a caliphate under one of their names, and whoever is the most victorious out of this ends up going ahead and control the entire Islamic narrative. Something Saudi Arabia doesn't want to give up. Look at the way Saudi Arabia is even responding in 2025. We'll highlight some actions that Saudi Arabia has done, right? Saudi Arabia, it has understood, and this was actually spoken about with the Saudi government, they understood that if they were in constant war with the United States or constant struggle with the Zionist regime or anything like that, then they would basically be on a gigantic back foot when it comes to the entire idea of them being the general established or states occupied maybe custodian type.
That's a talk to her.
A year or so ago, he was heavily pushing for Christian nationalism and we made fun of him for it. And first of all, he's like, he married a woman and he's raising her kids on income. There's a lot of things, I'm sorry, I don't want to change it about him.
No, I just like when he destroys the OnlyFans models.
Yeah, that's easy work.
I mean, he did pretty good against the chick from Jubilee, the black chick with the dreadlocks, or the braids, whatever.
I mean, talking down to uneducated black people is that not really.
I love Ben Shapiro, and he does the same thing. When you watch him debating, I mean, he just destroys them. And also, like when he did it at Oxford, I guess it was at Oxford, Cambridge, he was amazing.
Charlie Kirk did Cambridge. That was really, really good.
But you have, I mean, Ben Shapiro's a good debater. He graduated from like Harvard Law. I mean, he could have easily outclassed these college students.
Yeah, but
it was funny to watch.
He had to have a Harvard degree in order to be a good debater. Like he is just a good debater.
Well, not that you have to have a Harvard degree. I mean, I would say he's a lot more intelligent and verbally gifted than 99% of the population. That really helps.
Yeah,
You're understanding why Jews are successful now, Pepe?
The bars. When did we see?
It's a joke, Pepe. It was a joke.
Yeah, I mean, did you see when Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk debated Catholicism? And oh my gosh, they're like friends. So it was really, really awesome hearing them. Like they were like dunking at each other like in good faith. That one is really, really good. And Michael Knowles works for
Does he work for Prager?
He works for it's with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, so he works for
the one that Daily Wire.
The Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro's company.
How great was that movie they put out? Am I a racist? I assume you guys haven't seen it?
No.
Oh my god. If you haven't, you've got to download this movie. It's beyond. It's so good.
Did you ever watch Ben Shapiro when he did the interview with the British older guy on the British television on BBC?
Not here.
No, it was the older, heavy-set guy. He's kind of one of those like old school, reporters where he doesn't really take. He's actually a little more, I guess, conservative-minded, but he'll attack like conservative ideas and also progressive
rest of my deals just to like get to the facts, you know, and try to like push back on it. And fucking Shapiro went out there and he like crashed out, like got pissed off and like just got up and walked out of the interview while they were on the live television. It was the only time I've seen Shapiro crash out.
Yeah, because there are specific things that all of these personalities do in terms of debate. And the guy was, I've seen that interview clip, and the guy was just having none of it. And that's when Ben Shapiro didn't know what to do. And that was like at least 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I think now.
Yeah, Buckley, and who did he used to? Was it Gorby Dahl? He debated.
Yeah, William F. Buckley. I forget.
I feel like it was Gorby Dahl, but maybe.
Yeah,
I watched a bunch of his debates.
Yeah, I mean, I said yeah.
Okay. I mean, those were great. And then, do you remember the SNL did the spoof on Jane, You Ignorant Slut? And that was off of Shane Alexander, right?
Point counterpoint. Yeah. Oh, God.
But that used to be great. I mean, they used to have debates on TV.
Yeah, you know what's a good debate is Peter Hitchens and Christopher Hitchens arguing about religion and God. That was, if you haven't seen that, that's a really good debate. Because at the time, Peter was very, liberal, almost, he was a Marxist, I believe. And now Peter Hitchens has completely changed his tune in terms of his view on capitalism and communism and Marxism and all of those ilks that Marxism spawned.
I am curious though, like Dad, you brought up capitalism, but I don't understand as a lot of people, like quote unquote conservatives, it's almost like they think capitalism can do no wrong, and that they'll like get on their knees and suck off the billionaire class. And I don't know, just
okay. The right and capitalists idealize the rich and the billionaire class, whereas the left, they idealize the poor and the downtrodden. You know, someone like George Floyd. Now, if you gotta suck off somebody's dick, would you rather suck off Elon Musk's dick or George Floyd's dick? Okay, it's a simple choice. Whose dick would you rather suck off?
I'm not going to answer that, but I would say I have more negative feelings towards George Floyd.
Well, there is I agree with you that yes, there is we always had royalty, and isn't like the difference is that, and I agree. I mean, to over idealize millionaires and billionaires, some of whom would sell out their own grandmothers if it meant they could get, $2 more on. You see the left idealizing, some of the most disgusting people on the planet under the name of, they're the representative of our cause. I think it goes both ways.
I still look at the elites as being, I have to hold them way more accountable than the downtrodden, because the downtrodden aren't in control of anything. They can't even really control their own lives.
Israel is right or wrong. Absolutely nonsense.
The issue is when it comes to capitalism,
Iran has the second largest population
how does it the world impact your own life? In Iran. There's like 4,500 people in Iran. If I work 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, I have.
I'll give you a brief example, like just a tiny example of something for example, I will discuss. Like I guess when I first started investing in like home or trailer parks, and these are where people went, where they're just gonna take your ass right out on the street as soon as you have a problem to pay your rent. And what to me, this is just a big contract, and I look at it as just like incredibly the level of greed to take advantage of the most vulnerable people financially in the country. Like to me, it's just disgusting and just I would say immoral. Okay. I could go on to many examples, but that was just one that stood out. I don't think companies have any loyalty to their workers, like whatsoever. I mean, they would love to find a way to get rid of you right before you give birth. They'll let you go 20 years in. Next to nothing. I mean, there was a race to provide you less benefits than the previous generations, so especially in terms of retirement. I feel like it's I feel like we kind of have a perverse system. Maybe at least in Japan, it used to be that like CEOs would take for bad decisions that were made, the cuts came at the top. You had to lose your salary, not the devoted worker. And because in Japan, they believe that the key to a healthy society is good workers. When you go to prison there, it's because you don't know how to be a good worker. That's what they drilled into you. So the good worker is kind of like sacred. It's all about money, and I just like.
It's pronounced that.
I don't see it like the conservatives who try to like be unapologetically capitalist and they're like, oh, there's winners and losers, baby. Like I just think they're just kind of disgusting. Like, what are you trying to conserve? Do you want to conserve the American dream, where if people can have fucking kids and buy a house, before they're middle aged? Like, what is it that you want? I want to conserve that stuff.
Yeah, but see, I'm amazed at hoard or not release or hang on to. Conservative, the best way to explain it is I am going to apply a liberal coat of they're going to take a well-measured and well-thought-out approach to solving this problem. That's what conservative means. It's like, well, can you give us a conservative estimate on how much this will cost us in the next 10 years in order to build this? That's the real definition of conservative. And this it's gone out into the ether that conservative means, hanging, hoarding.
Fiscally, culturally, for real, Alan.
As far
Your
as
explanation
the
about
other
nothing,
things you
Alan.
said, yes, that is the downside of capitalism. And
Your explanation about
but
nothing,
that
Alan.
is, here's the ultimate, here's the question in my mind, is that there were always bad people in the world. And there was always been corruption. And in which system, if you're going to compare capitalism versus, say, socialism or Marxism or communism, which system has the best potential for eliminating that?
No, I'm against socialism.
No, I know. But see, yeah, well, I know you are. And what you point out, that corruption that you talk about is not a bug, but a feature of Marxism and all of its incarnations, because the government essentially now you have an entity.
I'm totally gonna set up a date with this chicken and ghost her.
Controlling
Wasted time.
you know, in the example.
Are you here? Are you here? I'm here. I'm by the bar. Where are you at? I don't see you. Are you catfishing me?
And I understand how difficult it is to move.
Okay, I'm leaving. Fuck this. Bye. I'm here. Where are you?
And find another place.
That was true until they started buying. Basically, they started buying them all up. So they're leaving them with no options like that. I mean, I'm just bringing up like the exploitation of the poor.
I understand, but the argument is without using that specific example, the idea is within a free market, there will be, you know, various entities competing, and if one does that, potential is there compared to someplace like Russia. No, you don't have that option. This is the car you buy, and you will like it.
I mean, like, what this fuck does it even need to be in America anymore, dude? And honestly. You have so many, you get to have, I won't even get into it.
Freedom of choice, and more choices, unlimited decisions. Have you ever lived overseas?
But I don't know. I mean, it's just like he can get a bunch of shit lips that will tell him he's also an American, but he has some. There's nothing American about him.
The immigrant still has ties to their own country, and while they may embrace American ideals, there's
The show about Pepe is depression, lack of sex life, and how they interview life.
will still be
Kick me.
have that same allyship that they grew up in American culture, so therefore between raising their parents' sense of culture and the American one, and by the third generation, the grandkids of those immigrants, they're fully American, and then even if they still speak the same language and still have the same customs, they're now fully indoctrinated in America. But they take for granted what the previous two generations did not.
Well, I would say that the problem is that we, and a lot of us saw it, especially during George Floyd riots. You know, you have these dark-skinned people that are not like native to Britain or America, and you know they're ungrateful. They'll say "fuck you, whitey," "fuck you, pills," to allow these pieces of shit here in this country. Like these, go die of fucking tuberculosis or whatever fucking diseases you get back in your, you know, Ecuador, or wherever the fuck it is you came from. You know, well, like these aren't Americans in my opinion.
Well, there was always
Ilhan Omar's not an American. She's a fucking dirty bitch.
Yeah, well, there was always the American baby boomers. There was a element of you know, most of them come here legally because they waited their turn and didn't just jump over the border. They appreciate the opportunity that the country has. But if it doesn't cost you anything to come here and it's given to you, well, then you don't appreciate it. And that right there is part of the problem. They were given the hand to do it now.
What I am liking is that we're cut. You
US aid is like being cut off. So we thought it was smart to give like the people who love spreading AIDS the most to each other, which is Africans, like AIDS treatment drugs. But these people aren't really like taking them, which I don't know why you would want to do that. They don't produce anything. And they just have more kids. Don't want to come here to the West. Like, hopefully, US aid is going to stop this from happening. When it cuts to US aid, they'll slow it down. Maybe more of these people will just, die from AIDS, I guess.
Well, if people are dying from AIDS, what's happening? You guys are just one solution. Everything else is just it's like we got a surgery for this cancer. Here it is. Everything else is not going to work. You can talk about everything else, or you can just do the surgery, and the surgery is to have a Messiah world.
But that's one of the funny thing about like Africans is that, or even some Black Americans, are like, yeah, we're having all the babies. The future is ours. When we start cutting the medicine and the AIDS drugs, and you stop getting food aid, and our militaries don't intervene, I mean, you guys are going to go back to like dying in your 30s. Unfortunately, it's probably good down for the world.
Let me tell you about America. Everybody wants to be Mediterranean. The top white actors look Mediterranean.
What do you mean people want to be Mediterranean? So it's bullshit.
Like Henry Cavill, George Clooney. They go bad out.
I don't even know what you're saying, brother. No, this sounds like Coco. Where are you from? Are you Armenian?
Brothers.
Are you Armenian?
I'm Greek and Armenian.
Okay, well, so I would say if anything, the archetypical person or like that was always kind of more revered in Western Europe and in America is like tall, dark, not really. I mean, maybe with that tan is what they mean by dark, but generally like blonde. Well, I mean, how many of you Mediterranean faggots are even tall? Like you guys are not. But you don't see Mediterraneans. That's fine. I mean, I'm like more Mediterranean too, but I'm just saying, like.
But they're actually Mediterranean, yeah. This is the most beautiful man.
Tall Swede is going to try and tell me this is like tall Swede.
Negotiating game, sorry, wait. I don't love the blonde. I don't love the blonde blue-eyed thing. I don't get it.
Well, they're just like I personally like dark-haired girls.
I like dark hair. But everybody's just used to one that's ripped on a baby if you want. And they Jewish.
Hello, John.
We introduced an ancient civilization class to high school curriculum for senior year. It is. Right back.
Yeah, I'm talking right back with you. Yeah, hi, John.
Hey, I'm curious. What do you think of the root canal? What do you think of
I mean, I've always had this stance that like if you serve like in the military in another country, like you shouldn't be because you plan on like pretty much. I think he's kind of hiding his power levels. I think he's just doesn't. He touches on a lot of familiar talking points. I think he's just sick of Israel. He's trying to, in the most palatable way possible, like attack Israel. Do you think any like support the U.S.
show about Happy July have been more or less terrorizing the country on college campuses, across the country with Hamas headbands and whatever flag? Do you think they should be citizens?
I have more controversial. I don't think Muslims should be allowed to immigrate, period, to the West.
Even non-Muslims, they're
Oh yeah, it's just like some of those. You can be a dual citizen. I mean, the thing is, the U.S. allows for dual citizenship. I think in most countries, right? So be nationally like you.
Oh, I don't have a problem with dual citizens. Do I in Congress, which none of them are. There's no dual Israeli citizen in Congress.
I don't think so.
I mean, yeah, it kind of doesn't sit well with me if you're a dual citizen of anywhere. As far as just dual citizen Americans, yeah, I don't care about that.
This stance, I don't think I don't know what he's. I don't think he thought about Israel much before the war. So,
Or he also got let go of Vaughn. I'm not going to necessarily blame Israelis for it because evangelicals, I think, are rabid supporters of Israel for very different reasons than Jews would be. But I do think that Israel is willing to center themselves politically in America, which most of us, we don't really care or think about Israel that much. It's kind of like
probably not. We would like for you not to think about it so much.
Yeah, so it's like most Americans, depending on where you live, aren't even going to know an Israeli. So they don't really need these. It's just not on their top list of things to care about as a country.
We haven't invented anything in a long time.
But in Hebrew.
But they were, I guess they were kind of like the.
Sorry, they just started learning French and Hebrew and Spanish in elementary school, so sorry.
The Greeks were.
Yeah, Spanish.
I guess the start of Western civilization.
I'm sorry, Hebrew is just an ugly language.
Oh my god.
Hello.
It is very harsh.
It's beautiful. It's the most beautiful. It's probably the most beautiful. I'm sorry, French. I love French. French is the most beautiful.
Imagine if Shuki was cussing people out. You fucking
Shuki. I don't know what the world is. What Shuki is. I don't know who Shuki is and what he is, but he's
but if he was cussing out somebody with a French accent, it would probably sound cool.
It's not really that big as he is. Israel, yes. He's disgusting. He makes me sick to my stomach.
It makes me sad when he puts his daughter on and has her repeat the things that he says, and she's like,
oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
That just makes me disgusting.
You know what I find funny? We have an Armenian.
You know what I find funny is that we were all just talking and you just came right up and just fucking started talking.
Yeah, sure. You know what's funny? We have an Armenian in the chat that supports an Islamist regime. Did you Armenians forget what the Islamists did to you or the terrorists did to you?
Oh, you're talking about Lutfix?
Yeah, the Armenian cuck. Oh my god, I've heard of him. I've heard of him twice.
He's such a party sim.
Are you this? I hope not. What's up, faggot? What's up, cuck? Say it in my face. Say it in my John. Say he has a Jewish soul. Look at anything. You know what's funny, Pepe? We have a survivor of a genocide that supports the Islamist regime that has implemented a policy of genocide against minorities. I will fucking punch you in the face until the Turks come and grab you with the Masaris, bitch. You support genocide. I support Israel. The Armenians have colonized my stage. Oh my.
No,
Yeah, this is
so-and-so is like genociding. Like, so
there
they're
is no
genociding.
genocide. Hamas started a war and you didn't get acid into you Armenian.
Is there a genocide?
They're fucking Islamists.
Okay, what's happening, guys? I gotta catch up. What is happening? What is stay here?
Who are you talking?
What's happening?
Okay, George.
My body is warm. I am ready for commanding a speech. I don't know. I'm the guy who doesn't want when he speaks to the board.
George, Habibi, stop. Okay,
Yeah.
so go ahead.
Yeah, Alpha.
Let's go for the treaties.
Were you talking about your mother that oppresses ethnic minorities?
The Islamist regime of Iran.
Okay, and which
list of options?
George,
I'm so sorry. Just let me butt in.
yeah, no, Joe got in. And what regime do you think is better for Armenians?
What do you mean what regime is better for the Armenians? We're not talking about Armenians.
Fuck the genocide.
Yeah,
The fucking cockroach.
You were just talking totally about
I can see the genocide in 1950. You ever looked at the receipt, you bubblehead?
yeah, I'm just wondering
about that. Let's talk about
what
it.
do you think is better, Alpha?
Let's talk about it.
better in what?
Well, what's a better government or country for the Armenians to align themselves with at this time?
Israel.
Dad.
Oh, so wait. So Armenians should align themselves with the country that sold drones to Azerbaijan, which Azerbaijan then used to kill Armenians in 2020 in their war, and now has some videos of drones. Stop interrupting me, George. Now has the videos of those drones killing Armenians as part of their sales package to sell those drones to other countries.
Okay, so
That's the country that Armenia should align itself
okay,
with.
shall I answer you? The United States of America supports
Don't mean to speak to the subject.
the United States of America that was killing Kurds. Shall we be against some that?
Are you Kurdish?
United States?
Are you Kurdish?
Shall we be against the United States? Yes or no?
Are you Kurdish?
Yes or no?
Are you Kurdish?
Yes or no? You have no argument.
What do you mean? You ain't fair. Hold on, George. You're talking about 20 years.
Rules to Turkey.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah.
Armenians and Kurds and Assyrians. What's your point?
Okay, so respectfully, sir, you came up and just immediately started to trauma dump. So can you just like not hijack Pepe's room? This is Pepe's room. You just came right up. I'm talking to Alpha. You came right up and just like we were having a discussion. You came right up and just
argument.
You inserted yourself.
It's the curse of Ham
That's what I said.
I mean, this guy didn't go, but you said he's a big guy, right? Is he attractive?
An argument based on moralism. I gave him an argument based on moralism against the United States. So you have to pro United States. So what's your point, Alan?
Yeah, I'm asking, are you Kurdish?
I can be whatever I want to be. That's not the point. Argument.
It is the point.
You supported many countries that have committed acts of crime. What's your point? Are we still dealing?
Yeah, are you Middle Eastern?
Come on, stop it.
Are you Middle Eastern?
Unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
Because it's a shithole.
It is a shithole, I agree with you. Absolutely. But what happened 20 years ago with Saddam, if you're Kurdish, okay, maybe you and I have a beef too. Now I can appreciate the fact that the Kurds apologize for the fact of all their mercenary groups that raped and killed Armenians while they were on their forced marches. And at least they made
In the same way, in the same way, you apologize for being even sorry, and all of these I'll let you speak about it. Yeah, I'll let you speak after I speak. I can appreciate that they did that compared to Israel, which can't even acknowledge that it was genocide, because heaven forbid there should be some other country and other people in the world that had a genocide that might take away from their own attention. But that's my own conjecture. We don't know if that's actually the case. Or selected the street. Maybe the Armenian leaders apologize for being mercenaries of the Tsar of Russia in the curse of the Caucasus. So don't Alpha Star selected the street. Please don't hide. I'm sure you know personal Middle Eastern history. That's the problem with the United States. People in the United States.
Yes, ceasefire. And, like,
Yeah, is that a joke?
what?
Is that a joke or is it a ceasefire?
Okay, so
No, I'm serious.
we have done a lot of talking, a lot of hours, a lot of months talking about the war in the Middle East, and now it's kind of like somewhat at peace right now. So can we just move to a different subject and talk about America?
Yeah, fuck Israel. Sorry, did I say that?
Alright, so, yes, I really don't care about, talking about this.
United States. Except for Armenians and people from you know what? We need this one as great America, great, fantastic logic.
What were you gonna ask, Ludwig?
Really quick, George Costanza that's on stage, that's finger fucking his dog. If you're confident, you can come to my side of the ocean, say whatever you want in my face. Time and place, just let me. Okay, I'm not care.
Move on.
We're doing it.
Let's move on.
Thanks,
Let's move on. Don't care.
Alright,
shut the fuck up, George. George, we're not even going, George. Drop it. No, drop it.
Stop, George. Guys, you're gonna hear some beautiful.
George, you're down in the timeout section.
George, stop, George.
Jesus Christ.
Why are we hearing so many accents, right?
Exactly.
Hey, guys. Okay, what's the subject?
We were talking about Tucker Carlson earlier, stuff he was saying about Israel, and then just other things, economics.
So, how do you guys feel about Diddy running for office?
What office is he running for?
Oh my gosh, baby is spamming your chat.
Yeah, the tranny baby.
I have baby blocked, but
She can talk shit about me. I don't care.
no, she's talking, she's spamming chat.
You little tigger. Make me
Well, I mean, it went back in a spirit, throughout the day. That's fine.
Who's running for vice president? You take that as
Diddy.
Who? You take that as
About Diddy, so that gun guy said.
You actually believe that shit? Why would you even repeat something like that? For who? The Republicans? Let me guess, he's running for vice president for the Republicans.
I know you wanted to start a party for the blacks prior to his arrest.
He stands up to 20 years.
Yeah.
You wanted to start a party for the blacks? What kind of party? A Diddy party?
A clean one.
Or a political party? A freak-off party, or what kind of party you talking about?
Dude, so what do you guys think of that? If you guys have seen like the tweet that Trump put out after it was like a large diatribe talking about how like oh, Game One is great. Why do you guys care about Epstein? We need to move on. We need to, focus on this, and that. It's like, dude, like, how many fucking people do you actually need to work on releasing the fucking Epstein files? Like, what a god, like, what a fucking cop out.
Yeah, he's doubling down on it. Not a good look. He's not reading the look.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, fella. And anyway, it's gossip, right? We need Trump leading the country, bro. Fixing the country. The Epstein, the release of the Epstein files ain't gonna change. What is it gonna change?
No, but what about the JFK? What about Martin Luther King? What about they had the wars ended within my first 3 days in office? Now, mind you, he makes these bold claims and these bold promises, but because he makes these promises, it's supposed to be promises made, promises kept. So, like, why would you be saying all of these things, Trump?
Exactly.
You promised, and you didn't come through, and it's disappointing.
Well, I didn't know he has worked out. I mean, he's been in office for 120 days. He's not going to be able to fix everything immediately. He can't wait. You're starting to sound like the Democrats now.
Well, no, but I'm just repeating what Donald Trump said to us. So, like, when he said we have the wars ended within the first 3 days, I thought that was, like, crazy. I was like, no. Like, and that didn't happen, but he said it. So, I mean, he made promises, and so far he hasn't.
Yeah. Just question.
Withdraw from being actively involved in the Middle East and with the Russia-Ukraine conflict is completely wrong.
Yeah, even though the Epstein files, I have a scan. Put it into the scanner, it scans it, it turns it into JPEGs, and then you send it by email to all your news sources. Or you just put it out on Twitter saying, here's the Epstein.
Do you think that the federal government sits on bombshell information locked away in a safe, and just when someone gets elected, it's like, oh, okay, well, we've been sitting on all this information that wasn't used, so now it's going to be used. I mean, there was definitely some sort of evidence used during the Ghislaine Maxwell case, right? Is that the stuff that...
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got, and I wouldn't care, except that I heard other people talking about that, and like Ann talked about, they talked about it. Trump talked about it, if I'm not mistaken. Pam Bondi said, it's sitting on my desk. They talked about it. They created the expectation. So to turn around and say, well, no, there's nothing here. Maybe there is nothing there. Release it and let the public decide for themselves if it's nothing or not. Whatever that thing was, I don't know what it is, but they kept calling it the list. The Epstein list. You know,
that's a great point, Diane, and you. That's a great point to both of you.
Hey, Joe. By the way, I found out today on Twitter. I saw a couple books where Pam Bondi was a
that came out a while back. She was a foreign lobbyist. She was paid, and you know how that works, right?
Okay. Not really, but it's okay.
They people come to you if you're a person in politics and say, hey, we'll give you $100,000 if you go to this, lobby on behalf of us for a certain amount of time. And they go, I'm not sure of the details, because I think she was, I heard about that one day,
one of those countries. Yeah, one has to take those with a grain of salt, because you have to remember politicians really are whores.
and I believe it was Democrat Dick Gephardt, though I could be wrong, spent years lobbying on behalf, while he was in Congress, lobbying on behalf of the Armenians and Armenian causes. And then when he left office, what does he do? He now goes on, becomes a lobbyist for the Turkish government to the tune of $2 million a year. So, yeah, it's, wow. Yeah, it's a matter of, oh, you got money, okay.
He just died recently, just a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was,
I gotta go to Tucker Carlson before he was really with Tucker, as that was one of the best journalistic ideas. As much as I don't like Tucker, he gave a little bit. Which one? The one that he gave Ted Cruz on Iran.
oh, Ted Cruz. Yeah. I mean, you know what the thing is they hide beneath the, spirit of the God, word of the God, and stuff like that. So,
Like, in general, it's like Ted Cruz. I mean, he lost everything when he lost to Donald Trump back in 2016. I mean, it was pretty clear that he has had no spine since then.
I'm going to disagree with people's sentiment about him, and I will tell you why. First of all, my first impression of him was him arguing with Jon Stewart. And Jon Stewart, which I can't stand now, but in the day I thought he was funny and articulate. Ted Cruz kept up for him point for point and matched not only the arguments, but the humor with which Jon Stewart was presenting things. And then in terms of just the conservative cause, if you watch him in Congress, if you watch on C-SPAN, when he's grilling judicial and just a really good person to have in the conservative arsenal. So whilst we may not like particular parts of his personality, I don't think you can take that away from him. Now, other things, be it as it may, I'm not going to argue that he's a great person or that he's presidential. He rises to the level of presidential potential. But for what he's done, I think he deserves less shame, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I like Jon Stewart because his dual loyalty to the U.S. and to immigrants. But you better be careful out. They're not calling you a Jewish.
No one would.
You ever talk to Albert enough?
Yeah, well, I said he's like agreeing that some things that Ted's. I mean, Jon Stewart has to deal with being called a self-hating Jew all the time.
You know what? I gotta say, Alan is one in my book. He's just a great guy. Just, if you ever get a chance to talk to him for 5 minutes, and you'll be fucking wow.
But do I buy most of the narratives they give about their history? And no, not really. Do I? And I guess I do think they're injected into Israel's injected into our politics a lot. And I truly, which I have to. I'm not gonna lie, it's annoying. It's very annoying. And I think a lot of Americans see feel the same way. They're not like extremists on the left or the right. They're just like, all right, yeah. Or guys by Israel have to say that like a politician. Like what is that? Really? Why should we even give a fuck? And it's obnoxious. Like out of all the countries in the world, it's the only one you have to be like, I support Israel, guys.
I think that's contradicting what you're saying, when you're not really willing to believe that the whole founding of Israel. Well, I mean, what was that talk about? Wait, hold on, the faggots said something. Oh, wait, what was he saying?
No, let's not. I don't want to hear people fighting on my fucking stage.
Okay, don't you think you're contradicting when you say, like, yeah, Israel should exist, but then again, you don't believe, like, the whole how Israel was founded, more.
Well, I would say, if you look at the modern country of Israel, I mean, to be fair, they're the ones who built it. Give it to the fucking Palestinians. Not really.
Should they bomb Iran, Lebanon, Syria?
Yes. I personally, I'm against, I'm personally against, them starting wars.
So you got the person, if you want to go by person, the state of Israel is actually the instigator of all the injustice and the not being peaceful in that region. They're actually the ones that are causing
both ways, to be fair.
Really? So which countries in that region are
does fuck with them. They have been funding terrorism, and they don't like.
Sure, that's because the United States, they're the founders. But so is the United States, they're the founders of ISIS, yet whatnot. Right? We all know that working with the Mujahideen and whatnot, so-called terror organization war. But who's actually bombing in that region? It's only Israel that's shooting missiles.
Somebody bombs a lot of people in that region.
Right, but why? So what is Israel?
Well, Syria. Well, you need to tell us how Iraq. Let me answer. We went into Iraq and we invaded it for really no reason, and destabilized it. ISIS took control, and ISIS had to be stomped out because of theirs causing way too much trouble. And that was spilling out into terrorist attacks in the West too. So we were in Syria doing that. When it comes to Israel, I think they start shit that way too much for my liking. But
you also went to Afghanistan, right? Twice, all based on intelligence coming from Israel themselves. The same thing with Iraq.
No,
this man is like this. And ever since what was it, late 90s, that Benjamin Netanyahu is gaslighting the shit out of Iran. It's like, they are weeks away from developing nuclear warheads, weapons of mass destruction, literally ever since the 90s, right? Before this man even was running their country. And it's been literally, it's almost like a broken record. He's like, Iran, we gotta focus on it. It doesn't stop. He cannot get that thing out of his mouth called Iran. It's like Iran for literally decades. He's like, now you want to go to Iran? What is this guy even? Why is Israel even existing? What is it really contributing to the world? They're not developing anything. All the tech they have, you guys pretty much can build it yourself and develop it, right? These guys are not contributing. They have free healthcare while the average veteran is fucking homeless. And the average veteran is not $1 million. It makes sense.
Yeah, the only veterans that are homeless are ones with mental health issues who refuse to get help from the VA.
I would say this, I agree with you. They have a budget surplus, and we have a budget deficit. And they insist on us giving them money. And yes, they have free healthcare, we don't. And so I'm 100% against giving Israel any kind of fucking aid. They can do, big boys and girls can do it themselves.
You're talking about hundreds of billions have been sent into Israel. Your tax money. Probably was
which they turn around and buy missiles, the munitions.
Say that again.
Which they turn around and use to buy munitions from the United States.
Buying? You really think Israel
Yes, they get. Oh yeah, say they get like $100 million. They then have to turn around and spend that money on
Which doesn't go to Americans, just goes to defense contractors.
Yeah, but American-based
They'll
companies.
lobby for the politician will also keep giving Israel money to buy weapons because it goes back in their pocket. Yeah, so it makes people wealthy, but not. But I do think that like after World War II, there's a lot of collective guilt. We look at the media.
What is Israel, by the best of your knowledge, contributing to the world or the United States? Are they lying about what not all has with mass destruction and their religion means? What is Israel really contributing?
The Bible, the glue that holds civilization together.
We'll let that drink that. No, come on, we're not talking. That's not even a real answer, but I would say that today, that's a good question. I don't know. I would say they were strategic allies, in particular during the Cold War. They were the one neighbor that was standing with the West and the U.S., while the others were pretty much cooperating with the Soviets. And of course, with the Suez Canal, they pretty much were able to make sure that was going to keep operating. So I mean, there was definitely they were absolutely like important.
Yeah, but the U.S. had Turkey for that, so we didn't need Israel. And that was the whole point. Turkey was the investment in Turkey from the United States during the Cold War was crucial, actually, to it, to the point where they were using Turkey and part of the blue.
These like Pepe's love us. Like Pepe, would you choose the Muslims and the Jews? These like the Jews, 100% the Jews. Fuck us.
He's so dense. But he's hurt me. Ludwig's hurt me and say like horrible things about Arabs and Muslims. So it's not nobody's surprised here.
But he just took so hard for them. He just
Elections, no bark, no bite.
Well, I mean, I will say this: there was like when it came to Israel. Like for decades, people could not say anything about even say about the Jewish lobby in the U.S. and it's they were obnoxious and of course the Nixon tapes. If you got those jewels out, what he had to say about them. Wow.
You think the real
I got a thing or two to say.
So as long as you're not going to try to fight, Ludwig don't start shit with him.
I love the Jews, guys. The Jews are making cover dreams. They're loving my youth. I was going to be a rabbi. I still want to be a rabbi, but I just don't want to be a rabbi. Oh my God, I'm saying the best things you've ever heard. Who are you?
Yeah, I don't care.
Sassy ass fucking goes a return. Fucking bitch.
Amazing. It's happy hour in Greece, I guess.
Do you think that region would be better off without Ukraine?
Not necessarily, but I do think that it would be better off for us if we didn't have to fucking deal with Israel and they just fought amongst themselves. And I mean, if I'm being bluntly honest,
you're a Zionist, right?
Yes, I think Israel should exist and defend itself.
This is I'm just trying to defend it.
Let me ask this question. How do you wrap your mind around that in the MENA region, which is the Middle East, 94% of everyone that lives there is Muslim? Okay? Roughly about 3 to 5% are Qawami Dubai. Definitely some shit. But majority of it is a majority that's ran by Muslims, right? So, how do you wrap your mind around, if we just get rid of the 2%, everything's going to be better? Just out of curiosity.
I can tell you honestly, Joe, and I can speak from experience, me going to pretty much every corner of Europe. And if you go to Eastern Europe, we
97, perhaps 98% is all Christian countries, where like 95, 96, 97, 98% of all their citizens of all Eastern European countries, apart from Bosnia and Albania, are Muslim countries, or majority of the people who live there are Muslims. But apart from those two countries, which is in Bosnia and Albania,
It has more to do with East versus West, like the East towards the Soviet bloc countries.
No, not Soviet. It's Eastern Europe. Soviet is Russian.
Sure, but the Eastern bloc countries that were, I mean, Yugoslavia, I don't think it was technically part of the Soviet Union, but they were obviously aligned with them. And that's where Bosnia and Bosnia is. What was the other one? You said Serbia.
The two countries I mentioned were Albania and Bosnia.
Yeah, Albania and Bosnia, those are both obviously Muslim majority countries. Or I think Albania just switched to Christian.
No, Albania is predominantly Muslims. It's like
here's the problem. So you mentioned, you have would everything be better there? And then, I mean, Lebanon, for example, was a traditionally Christian country. Parts in Egypt, we can look at many parts of the Middle East that had large, thriving Christian communities.
Lebanon was mainly Catholic.
Yeah, and I mean, in Mesopotamia, you had like the Chaldeans and Assyrians that were living there forever, and that had gone throughout the region and pretty much ethnically cleansed them from their own homelands. And so, I mean, you have to admit there's been like a huge element of this with Jews in Israel too. It doesn't stop with just Christians.
Well, I bet did you know there's more Lebanese living in Brazil than there is in all of Lebanon?
I'm not surprised.
Muslim Christians, because all the Christians had to flee Lebanon when the Muslims went to kill them.
I mean, it used to be a beautiful country. But no, that is true. The Muslims destroyed Lebanon.
Yeah, look up Vegas. There's more Lebanese living in Brazil.
No, I know. Right? But I mean, Lebanon used to be a nice place. It was actually a very beautiful place. It's after Muslims took over that it's kind of gone to shit.
Were they Roman Catholic? Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
No,
they were Christians, whether they were like Baptists,
yeah, I was being facetious. Yeah, my point is, it is due to the Muslims. The Muslims are a bunch of pieces of shit.
Well, yeah, no, but there was also the French too.
Oh yeah, of course. But
yes,
what did the French do to the Lebanese?
Colonized.
So,
oh my God, best interest of Lebanese what?
Well, the French took over Lebanon after the fall of the Turkish Empire after World War I ended.
I mean, France, even when France had it as one of their colonies, it was
City Work Massacre.
The French and the Lebanese are. Why did you go George?
You guys, I don't want to do the. You guys do the.
No, I'm not doing the George thing.
Prison nations, it's on prison nations.
Shut the fuck up, George. Well, I'm just curious though. When I see like a native Christian population, and so we want to focus on Israel, right? But before Israel was a state, you have Christians being driven out of Muslim countries, like totally abused, and they had to flee. And these were like and you guys like to talk about the Israelis and the colonizers, but we're talking about like ethnically, or I should say, indigenous people to the lands that have been there for thousands of years. And I don't know. I just find it
private money Arab settlement in the latter part of the latter part of the 600s into the mid 700s under the Umayyad Empire.
But the Muslim population, much later than that, like in the 18 and 1900s, still continued to drive Christians out of their fucking land. and these were not Christians that came from afar. These were native-born groups, and nobody's going to say the fuck do you call it, the Coptic Christians in Egypt, or the Lebanese Maronites, or Chaldeans, Assyrians. We can go through the list of all of the different people that are native.
Well, if you're Christian in the Middle East, whether both the Jews and the Muslims hate you, so let's
Which one?
acknowledge that. I should probably leave the stage and get off the air. I will just end with the story. My first year of college, one of my good friends from high school was visiting me, and he was Jewish, American born. I forget his exact lineage, whether his parents, maybe they survived the Holocaust, I don't remember, but American born Jew. And that particular week, and this is late 70s, so we're in the thick of it between Israel and the Palestinians. That week there was some guy from Palestine, from Gaza, visiting, and he was friends with somebody else on the dorm floor. And this guy happened to be in my room, and my friend came to visit, who now currently lives in Israel. And we're talking, and it seems like it's a pleasant conversation. Then it comes out, my friend says, "Oh, you're Palestinian?" And he lost it. He was like, "My God, if we were in the Middle East, we'd be at each other's throats right now." And the Palestinian guy was like, "Look, it's okay, calm down." And my friend, he just lost it. Which is not the point of this story. The point of this story, as an American, I'm looking at the two of them, and for the life of me, I cannot see the difference between either of them. They both look the same to me. And I think the biggest lie, and if we go back to our history in the Bible, weren't they half brothers or something? The whole thing with the blessing.
Oh, you mean Isaac and Ishmael?
Yeah.
There's 43 people between Muhammad and Ishmael missing. So Ishmael in the Bible went to Egypt.
Yeah. The point being is that, one could, if I'm going to be nice about it, we have brother against brother fighting each other. Yeah. So that's the nice way of putting it. The American or less nice way to put it is, why are we fighting this war why are we even involving ourselves in this war that has been going on for 3,000 years? It's the Hatfields and McCoys. I came to the decision at least 15 years ago. Christianity and Islam are not compatible. They just, how many more centuries of warfare between the religions do we need before we just agree, okay, this is a hopeless cause? Okay, I'm sorry, honey, we've been married for 1,500 years, but the honeymoon is over. It's time for us to go our separate ways. And I think that's true for the United States. The United States does not need to be involved in this conflict any longer. And I think as far as, and I'll land with this, there really is, we can look at the particulars, but in the end, it's, to use the cliche, it's two sides of the same coin.
I'm touching on I'll just say this.
I'm talking about one white friend. Hi,
what's up, bro? And so I will say this. You can look this up. All of the denominations of Christians that live in Judea and Samaria have all spoken out pretty harshly about how they feel Israel is also treating them. I will say something I didn't understand.
Have you spent time in Jerusalem with the Christian community? Sorry, I'm in a really noisy place, but that's just fucking bullshit, and it's not two sides of the same coin. And you wanna, if you are just not Christians, maybe take a trip to Jerusalem, go visit the Holy Sepulchre, the Sacred of the Cross, and the Mount of Olives. See how it's protected by the Jewish community and has been coveted by the Jewish community to make sure that Christian pilgrims can pray in peace. And they look at what happened when the Muslim governments controlled holy churches and Christianity and what they did to them, and what garbage dumps they made.
And they dump visas.
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
Go on.
The old city of Jerusalem.
Shut the fuck up, George.
Go to the Christian.
Joseph and his
They don't.
Well, sure, no, they
Private Christian community in Israel. And by the way, when you also spend time in the old city, you see the high priests, the Greek Orthodox, the Roman Catholics, the Coptics. There's 8 different forms. And I'm gonna land with something. You can post whatever fucking links you want. But take a look at the Israeli Knesset, who sits in the government. There are Christians in the government. There are Christians that serve as ambassadors to other countries. There are Muslims in the government. There are Muslims on the Supreme Court. There are Muslims that are ambassadors to other countries. It's just bullshit. And I call it out. And you can have whatever testimonies you want from someone who is creating propaganda because I don't know what area are they in? A, B, C? Where do they live? Where are they? And I've been there enough times that you just go and bear witness yourself and see the Christian community in Israel. I mean, it's just bullshit. And I gotta know, by the way, let's not forget the Mount of Olives with the Sermon on the Mount, the area of the Beatitudes, the area by the Sea of Galilee, and those.
I'm with you, Abby.
I mean, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. And as a Jew, I'll tell you, I love going to visit them. They're beautiful areas, and they're preserved and protected by the Israeli government. So I'm done.
Well, I would say this: it's not individuals from Judea and Samaria. It's actually even the denominations.
And if you want to know about how they all fight within Catholicism, the ones that control Holy Sepulchre, there's scaffolding from the late 1800s at Holy Sepulchre because they can't agree on how to do repairs. The 8 churches that have the control of that holy site. And you can go see the scaffolding there. They cannot do repairs on the building because they fight with each other. So what the Pope says, and what someone is saying in Egypt that's controlling the Coptics and the Greek Orthodox, they're all coming from different directions.
Do you know the number one reason that...
go see the scaffolding yourself because it's still there.
Do you know the number one reason why Palestinian Christians leave, they end up leaving? There's been a bunch of polls on this.
Well, in defense of the Palestinian.
No, answer my question.
One thing I was going to mention is
No, I don't care about you. I don't care about you mentioning something I want to say. Don't care. But no, they cite the Israeli occupation. You're correct. You said that Christians from all out throughout the world would come, particularly to Jerusalem, for tourism. That was actually how life took place, right? Like their ability to travel and operate. They can't.
I'm telling you firsthand how many pilgrims they can't because they canceled flights. They canceled all flights in. But they are coming mostly from Eastern Europe. And by the way, the evangelicals from the United States, which is over 10 million, are part of Kufi, travel on pilgrimages to the Holy Land.
Look, I don't want to be biased. Anybody in this room, just chat GPT. What?
Well, what is the main reason Christians left? What is the main reason
Palestinian Christians leave?
What Palestinian Christians? Israeli Christians. Israeli citizens that are Christians that live.
No. I'm not talking Israel's in Judea and Samaria. Just say the West Bank, basically.
What's the West Bank? Define it.
Judea and Samaria.
Define it. Where? Business. Because their businesses are tourism. And especially the ones that sell the icons and all the normally thriving businesses in the old city.
But why in the 1950s, where it's like, I believe it was like Jerusalem and Bethlehem were both of
Jerusalem was controlled by Jordan. And take a look at how they treated the holy sites of Christianity until 67.
I'm not saying Muslims treat Christians well. It's well documented that they don't treat Christians
well. I can tell you firsthand and ask people that have been to Israel and go there, and it's kept up and kept clean and kept safe. So you can either think I'm lying.
All the churches and the mosques in Gaza.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about the West Bank. So
We're talking about churches.
No, we didn't. Did the churches? I don't think they hit next to an old church in Gaza. They actually hit it.
I must be looking at AI.
Well, but you need to know that what you're saying with respect to the old Christian communities, especially in East Jerusalem, is just bullshit. And they need to get along with each other. Again, I got a PTR, I'm gonna find it, I'm sorry.
Well, the Middle Easterners are not gonna get along with each other.
Like it's gospel, at only 7 because they can't agree.
Well, that's a Middle Eastern.
Talk to the Coptic, what happened with the Coptic community and how they're
The article also markets division. The interjection is the sound that benefits silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech. The night does nigh unto truth. This also must be stricken before thou enterest into the silence.
All the problems in the region. Because there's there's a small percentage of the Middle East. And even when the Christians. No, I know.
Muslim countries, correct? 57.
Yes, and there used to be Christian majorities in the Middle East. They no longer exist, and these were the indigenous people of these lands, and they all got pushed out by the Muslims. I do think that
radio for what, 20 years?
Yeah, I do think that I don't think they look at Jews as an exception. In fact, if we were really to look at Islam, they kind of really don't have Jews in us.
We haven't paid for a dinner in 20 years.
And Christians have never been treated well in their countries. So
Syria, how many years have been we've been expelled from every one of them.
You did whatever you could to get kicked out of 160 countries.
But hold on, look, Vic. The thing is, though, is that
countries, more than I have to say little as, otherwise I'm going to get flagged.
There's a reason for that.
I love happening. They put him in the emergency.
You fucking killed him.
George, shut the fuck up. Let me finish. George.
Your mother will treat dicks in her ass. Which group of people have been killed over 106 times?
109, by the way. It's 109.
109. Can you imagine that, right? Me traveling the world in the 109 countries that I have visited, right? There are, give or take, 220 countries. Let's say shoulders. What is it? What am I getting kicked out of 109?
It's broad shoulders.
You really think it's the clubs or is it this guy you think?
Well, I would say there's like a lot of things. Do I think that? Yeah. Do I think that is? Hold on a second. Do I think that Jews were that in every instance they were kicked out? They were just being perfect angels, and no, I don't think that. Nobody has like a record of 109 and 0, so no, I don't believe that.
Well, the little hats do.
Well,
it's hard to deny. I mean,
I haven't heard them quite
that's not 106. You said 109.
Well, it's been 109 for years, bro. Like I was like in circles with the far right where like there's a lot of neo-Nazis that I hear the show.
Neo-Nazis have to do with them being kicked out of 109 countries.
No, because I hear that exact number. over and over again. It's 109, and I forget the thousand number, but it's like 109 times, or 109 places, but over 1,000 tourists. Yeah, they were repeatedly kicked out of, the same places over and over.
They must be doing something that is like time to get from the club again.
But let's look at this though. If we were to look at Muslims, 100% of the time, them coming into contact with Europeans has involved basically conquering and expulsion, or conquest and expulsion. We've never had a peaceful history with them. No other religion has had a peaceful coexistence with them. It's literally has a 100% failure rate. So I can use like that same thing against Muslims. Why is that?
Has there been one group of people being kicked 109 times out of all types of countries?
Has there been one group of people that have always genocided, conquered, or subjugated another group of people 100% of the time? Not that I know of, but Islam stands out.
Was it not the Muslims that were protecting the Jews from getting slaughtered by the Christians?
Where?
You kidding me, right?
Where?
This is the first time you ever heard this.
I want to know where you're talking about. It's happened more than once. That's an exception to the rule.
So
basically, the Muslims were already in power. When the invading Christians were seeking to basically expel them from where the Muslims who had conquered, they were going to push them out. And in some cases, the Jews sided with the Muslims, and so they ended up, going after the subject.
Okay, what's behind 9/11?
I don't think the Jews were behind it.
That has been proven fully admitted.
It's bullshit. It's retardation.
You gonna join my room on 9/11? You gonna join my room on 9/11? A couple of months from now?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you all the receipts. It's gonna be like 5-6 hour room.
I know who the dancing Israel did.
Oh, okay. You know that the dancing Israelis has also been on a national television show in Israel where they were literally saying that they were sent there to record the event. Do you know about that?
I didn't know you had learned. Yeah, no, I've seen it. I don't remember. It's been a few years since I've seen it, but yes, I saw the television.
Okay, so you don't think that's...
You're not dropping truth bombs on me. Like, I've heard all of this shit a million times.
Okay, so then how do you think it was not this group of people? How are you still denying that?
Sure, because Osama bin Laden ended up, first of all, he issued a fatwa on live television against the U.S. in, I believe it was 1998.
It's never happened.
No, it was on live television.
Does it you speak around?
Cool.
Are you telling me they mistranslated? Amazing.
Oh, that United States would never guess, like, come on, let's not be ridiculous. The United States has never bombed or invaded the country. I'm not justifying that would be preposterous too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it stated, like, it is,
which country were the hijackers from?
Saudi Arabia.
In fear, they went forward with their mission. They were Muslims that hijacked it.
Are you enjoying my 9/11?
I'm just saying there's 19 Muslims. Can you deny that 19 Muslims hijacked the airplanes? Are you going to deny it?
I'm going to
personalize it. Are you going to deny it?
I'm going to deny it because where's the plane that so allegedly struck the plane?
He's just going to deflect it. This is not.
Well, I'm not going to deflect. Then I respond to John that we can get this arrest till 9/11.
I don't know why you're waiting for 9/11. Look, I want you to say it now. You deny that the 19 hijackers were Muslims.
Obviously, it's a that there are 2-3-letter agencies within the United States.
Another question you're asking. But at the root of it, was it 19 hijackers were Muslim that hijacked the airplane?
There were no 19 hijackers.
There were not. They did not exist.
I did not say that. I said there weren't.
Okay, they did not. So, according to Ludwig, 19 hijackers did not hijack airplanes. They did take down that one plane over
Pennsylvania that we had all the audio recordings of, that we were aware of who was hijacking at the time.
No.
Yeah.
We were responding, and I'm
I'm the one that's oppressing you now. Very victimizing. You're victimizing yourself. You already said you denied it. So who hijacked the airplane?
You let me respond or not?
Yeah, sure. Who hijacked the airplane?
Okay. Why are there 2 3-letter agencies within the United States arguing whether 7 or 4 hijackers are supplied? You tell me that, but
all I said was we're the 1900s. It's fucking July, bro. I'm joining your room. And just make your statement. Be assertive. Make your statement. Okay, again, you ask the question. Just be assertive. Assert what you're electing. No, you just make your point. That's okay. Assert your point rather than ask questions. This is garbage. Trying to spin. I just want to move on. Yes, please.
Oh, by the way, baby, this is white American. I don't think you are white. I'm not white.
I'm a Mexican, and here's the problem, guys, is that we are taking over the United States of America. What they like to say is white. We consider ourselves white. The gringo across the Rio Grande, she was 9 months pregnant. And she waited, but she had enough discipline to drop me when she got onto the American side of the border. So I'm American now. I'm fucking power.
Yeah, but you are literally.
We love white people. We wish we could be white. We're actually propping up the whites because we love the whites so much. We look at the white people in Latin American countries all do really well. Us browns, sometimes we do well. So we're pushing them up, and so yeah, you dirty Indian. Okay, I don't know what kind of bullshit the gringos may be a little afraid to call you out as a dirty Indian. You know, be fucking cheap. Shut up.
She's a cool bitch.
Out on the street in public, and people have to watch it. You're a disgusting motherfucker.
You're gonna be dropped
Don't be fucking Indian infected.
Could be fucking Mexican guy, but never starting guy, but at least you be some sort of cartel rich. At least you have.
That's El Salvadoran, you stupid fuck. I'm not Mexican.
Mikhail.
You